Orion's Odyssey 2, Cosmic Fever. Written and created by John Robinson. Published in 2024. Read by AI.
In the bustling heart of Delta 7's maglev terminal, life thrummed with the ceaseless cadence of a society perched on the edge of humanity's reach. The platform, a mosaic of desperation and ambition, played host to beggars whose silent entreaties echoed the unspoken hardships of lunar existence. Amidst this tapestry of interstellar life, beings from countless worlds mingled under the dome's artificial sky, a fragile barrier against the moon's barren embrace. Professor Albert Voss, a figure of quiet contemplation amidst the chaos, nursed his thermos of coffee like a talisman against the weariness that clung to his bones. His days, a blur of nanotechnological marvels and encrypted data, unfolded in the sterile sanctum of laboratories far removed from the lively commotion of Delta 7. Here, on this outpost of civilization, he had found friendship amongst peers, yet it paled in comparison to the bonds forged back on Talos, his distant home. The platform offered a glimpse into the galaxy's vast diversity. Acturian merchants, their skin shimmering like the facets of a gem under the station's lights, discussed trade secrets in hushed tones, and their reputation as master traders was unparalleled, their networks a web of intrigue and opportunity. Meanwhile, Ganthorians, with their imposing stature and reptilian grace, moved with motivated strides. The ethereal Iranians, on the other hand, seemed to dance rather than walk, their elegance a whisper of beauty in the utilitarian sprawl. Families clutched each other, a riot of color against the muted backdrop of the station, while workers, human and otherwise, marched towards their daily toils, the weight of survival etched into their faces. As the maglev whisked him away from the station, the din of life fading with each passing second, Albert found an unexpected kindness in a young man's gesture. Seated now, he gazed upon the lunar desolation, Earth a distant oasis in the cold vastness. The journey, a brief respite, offered him a moment of reflection on the day's impending challenges, the unraveling of genetic mysteries, the meticulous dance of data analysis, and the silent hope of discovery. Arriving at Prism Station, a symbol of scientific endeavor under yet another dome, Albert stepped into the colony with a sense of foreboding. The pursuit of knowledge, a noble quest tainted by the uncertainties that cast a cloud. As Professor Albert Voss stood amidst the unsettling calm of Prism Station, his mind grappled with the eerie stillness that had enveloped the colony. The vibrant hustle that usually characterized the station had given way to a melancholic scene, with its inhabitants moving as if ensnared in a dream from which they could not awaken. Medics and scholars, once brimming with purpose, now wandered with vacant eyes, gazing through the protective dome at phantoms only they could perceive. Approaching his colleagues, Albert sought to pierce the veil of their detachment. "Hello," he ventured, only to be met with the blank stares of those lost to an unfathomable trance. Their lack of recognition sent a shiver down his spine. With a growing sense of disquiet, Albert hastened to the sanctuary of his lab, hoping to find comfort in the familiar. Yet the scene that greeted him within the Novatech consortium only deepened the mystery. The once lively corridors, filled with the banter of scientists and the buzz of innovation, now echoed with the sound of a collective withdrawal, the staff moving with a ghostly slowness that mocked the vibrancy of life. Confronted by the security guard's unusual indifference, Albert's concern burgeoned into alarm. The corridors, filled with the zombified echoes of his peers, led him to the lab. Sheila's silence and the absence of morning pleasantries emphasized the seriousness of the situation, a clear deviation from the norm that highlighted the severity of their plight. Within the lab's quarantine zone, huddled whispers and frantic glances betrayed the terror that had gripped his one small group of his colleagues. The revelation of an infection, possibly born of alien malice or an insidious toxin, sent ripples of fear through Albert's heart. The notion that those he had passed, familiar faces rendered unrecognizable by this affliction, might be lost to them was a thought too chilling to contemplate. Jezzy's and Brody's exchange, punctuated by Crystal's grave concern for the spread of this contagion to Delta 7, painted a dire picture. The possibility of Albert himself being a carrier of this unknown illness ignited a debate fraught with tension, their survival instincts clashing with the need for cooperation in the face of an unseen enemy. Clad in the protective embrace of a PPE suit, Albert's voice, though muffled, portrayed the magnitude of his growing dread. The revelation that the affliction robbed individuals of their identities, transforming them into shells driven by an inscrutable compulsion to propagate this mental plague, sent his nerve endings tingling. The notion that they retained consciousness, albeit stripped of memories and desires, painted a picture of a fate worse than physical ailment. A prison of one's own body, guided by alien impulses. Crystal's collapse, a clear sign of the toll this crisis had taken even on ongus with telepathic strengths, emphasized the seriousness of their circumstance. Her exhaustion from attempting to pierce the veil of the affected minds hinted at the depth of the infection's influence, a malevolent force that resisted even the most potent of mental intrusions. The bleak acknowledgement of their ignorance met Albert's urgency to understand the means of transmission. The infection could spread beyond Prism Station, potentially reaching Delta 7 or further. It was a scenario they could not allow. A thought that propelled Albert to action. Contacting the security office, his plea for an immediate quarantine of Prism Station was an urgent appeal to stave off a catastrophe. The security officer's quick understanding and promise of swift action provided a ray of light in the face of despair. Their role as the stronghold against the spread of the infection was now more critical than ever, a responsibility that they accepted without hesitation. He mentioned to the security office that Novatech Consortium was his location. The laboratory, once a symbol of scientific endeavor, now stood as the epicenter of a crisis.
We'll send help. It's good to see you're wearing a hazmat suit. It sounds serious.
It is. My assistants are in quarantine at Lab 3B in the nanotech virus department. They need to be rescued.
Join them, and we'll send a team to rescue you.
Okay. Albert didn't mention that Professor Brody feared he'd pass the disease to them, so he wouldn't allow him entry. Leaving the safety of the secure lab, Professor Voss scurried across the unsettling quiet of the plaza, his suit a scant barrier against the pervasive dread. The once vibrant area, now a display of eerie stillness, seemed a world apart from the bustling hub it had been. His attention was abruptly captured by a blaze at a nearby food stall, where the oil had caught fire. The affected individuals nearby stood motionless, their gaze fixed on something beyond the physical realm, oblivious to the danger. A man, his actions slow and detached, managed to cover the walk, his arm catching fire in the process. With no sign of distress, he extinguished the flames with his coat, then proceeded towards the pharmaceutical headquarters, his manner unchanged by the ordeal. Albert, witnessing this, was momentarily speechless, the surreal scene before him rendering him mute. His presence, despite the conspicuous hazmat suit, went unnoticed by those around him. Determined to understand this affliction, Albert targeted a man for a blood sample, his hands unsteady as he extended a needle. However, his mission was interrupted by a desperate plea.
Wait, please. You have to help me.
The urgency in the young woman's voice, as she approached him in her nurse's attire, marked with turquoise overalls and red stripes, was evident. Her appearance, a shining example of humanity in the midst of despair, was a contrast to the apathy surrounding them. Professor Voss, turning towards her, inquired, "What's happened?" She clasped his arm with urgency, her fingers pressing into the fabric of his suit.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
The interaction, a rare moment of human connection in the desolate plaza, made their situation feel incredibly heavy. "Where do you work?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on her, searching for any sign of clarity in the midst of chaos.
The Hospital of Jesus Christ,
she replied. "Are your patients infected?"
Is it a virus?
The question hung between them. "I'm not sure. I was about to obtain blood. Your patients," he pressed.
It's silent in the medical bay.
Her voice trembled, betraying her fear.
Are they brainwashed?
"Have you seen anyone else who is normal like us?"
No.
"Then let me do this." With a steadiness that concealed the surrounding turmoil, he withdrew a sample of blood, the man's lack of reaction a silent proof of the depth of their affliction. "Come back to my lab. I'll give you PP while I put this blood through some tests." The weight of his task was a dense mantle, the possibility of an unseen enemy within their midst a spectre that haunted his thoughts. Suddenly the plaza was awash with the sound of imminent danger. Militants, their forms shrouded in protective gear, advanced with a precision that spoke of grim determination. The air crackled with the energy of their weapons, a prelude to a judgment rendered in bursts of plasma light. As they deployed, splitting the air with their commands, the nurse's breath caught in her throat, a silent cry stifled by Voss's quick intervention. His hand over her mouth, his eyes conveyed a message of dire urgency to remain undetected, to blend into the fabric of this new reality. The militants, their visors glowing with foreboding intent, turned their weapons on the afflicted. The plaza, formerly a scene of bewildered stillness, erupted into a pandemonium of destruction. The air was torn with the sound of energy unleashed, the heat of their assault a tangible wave that washed over them. In this moment, amidst the thunderous roar of their fire, Professor Voss and the nurse stood at the point where survival and despair collide. The future was now a complex network of moral puzzles, each step forward a journey through the obscurity cast by the flames of eradication. The nurse's eyes welled with tears, but she stifled any other outward sign of distress. As he fought to still his uncontrollable trembling, he realized they weren't here to contain the outbreak. They were here to eliminate the infected.
Chapter 2. The Captain's Dilemma. Captain Orion navigated the Manticore through space, his hands proficient in their manipulation of the ship's controls. Beside him, Sia, the Thalassian navigator, her silver hair a silent cascade of light, focused on the holographic display that charted their course. Her expertise guided them toward Earth's moon, Delta 7, as their destination. The absence of Seth and Kaida made her role indispensable, her expertise in navigating the complexities of space invaluable to their mission. The captain's eyes, drawn momentarily to the void left by Kaida's absence, contemplated his storm of sentiment. Her decision to remain on Earth, a choice made for family, left him lonely. He glanced at Seer, her concentrated expression catching his eye. "How's the approach to Earth's moon?" he asked, moving closer to her station.
All systems are green, Captain. We'll be touching down at Delta 7 spaceport soon.
Seer responded, her fingers deftly making adjustments to their trajectory. It was Seer's inquiry into the nature of his relationship with Kaida that steered his thoughts into the realms of personal reflection. "We were, and will be an item again. I understand her reasons," Jaxon admitted. The complexity of their situation laid bare in his response. Seer acknowledged Kaida's emotional scars. "Do you have a family?" Jaxon inquired, shifting the conversation towards her.
I have 3 kids.
Seer revealed, introducing him to a part of her life he hadn't known. Her explanation about Thalassian child-rearing practices and the unconventional nature of her children's paternity elicited surprise and curiosity from Jaxon, though he chose not to probe further into the intricacies of Thalassian biology. Seer's revelation of her own offspring unveiled the depth of sacrifice and duty that defined her existence. Thalassian customs, foreign yet fascinating, highlighted a culture that welcomed the communal raising of children. The idea of multiple fathers, a concept as strange to him as the distant planets they explored, served as confirmation of the diversity of life that flourished across the galaxy. Seer suggested light-heartedly that he consult Zos, the ship's astrobiologist, for a deeper understanding of Thalassian biology. As the conversation shifted back to the vistas of space and the mission at hand, the bond between Captain Orion and Seer LaCroix stood as a testament to their flexibility. In the silence that followed, a shared recognition of the struggles they had overcome together lingered. When the Manticore slid into a geostationary orbit, Seer and Jaxon braced for the scrutiny of Delta 7's sentinels. The ship's communication console, a shining signal in the dimness, buzzed with the anticipation of official entreaties. The messages heralded a delegation as diverse as the galaxy itself: robots, humanoids, and beings of unfathomable origins. Seer, her aqua-colored skin mirroring the console's luminance, shared a glance with Jaxon.
Captain, it appears a unit is en route for our inspection. A mixture of individuals, the comm suggests.
Jaxon acknowledged with a grave nod. Compliance is our only recourse. The Manticore welcomed the assessors into its steel heart. Among them, 2 robots floated through the airlock. One, a Cisco model, was a lighthouse of crystalline facets for data analysis and storage. The other, designed for the grid of maintenance, unfurled its metallic limbs. Jaxon's mind briefly wandered to Seth Foxwell's pleas for caution. A debate made irrelevant by Jaxon's inherent skepticism of mechanical souls. Yet, love had once bridged a divide to a cyborg, fusing human essence with synthetic beats. The delegation's flesh and blood members stood with their robotic counterparts, a reptilian Ganthorian and an Acturian, beings whose very existence spoke volumes of the universe's endless creativity, joined 2 humans.
Captain Orion,
Said Commander Zara, her voice a gravelly melody.
your cooperation is invaluable.
Commander, we understand the importance of these protocols, Jaxon responded.
Our vessel stands as an open book to your inquiry,
Seer said. Commander Zara's nod set the machinery of inspection into motion. The robots dispersed with a silent grace, embarking on their silent vigil over crew and cargo. Jaxon and Seer, following the delegation into the Manticore's depths, found themselves entranced by the Acturian's display. This being communicated in a dance of light and vibration, its form a confluence of aquatic elegance and bioluminescent beauty. The inspection unfolded efficiently, despite its complexity. On the bridge, Dr. Anika Patel said,
"We can't afford to waste time. I need to get to that hospital on Delta 7 as soon as possible."
In the aftermath of the militants' ruthless advance through Prism Station Plaza, Professor Albert Voss and his nurse companion found themselves ensnared in the grip of terror. Silent no more, lasers erupted in a fierce counterstrike. The deafening sound of plasma burning through the air bombarded Albert's ears, causing them to ring with a high-pitched whine. As one assailant fell and turned to vapor, the battleground bore witness to the relentless fury of justice. Voss, amidst the chaos, could only retreat. Had a gang of Omgus hypnotized everyone? How was this possible? The air, now thick with the acrid kiss of metal and ozone, became a harsh reminder of the conflict's toll. Amidst the devastation, Voss and the nurse, bound by a shared instinct for survival, sought refuge behind storage bins. As the militants fortified their position with shields of unseen strength, a voice, cold and calculated, cut through the din of battle, dictating a forbidding agenda.
They ordered us to eliminate the uninfected, destroy all security footage, and then detonate the facility. This is not your playground. Let's do our job.
With a glance that spoke volumes, Professor Voss and the nurse made their silent vow to escape, to warn their colleagues of the impending doom. When they returned to Voss's uninfected colleagues, who were hiding in a quarantined section of his lab, he knocked on the window. "We must get out of here. A large group of men are open firing, and they plan to kill us all." Crystal nodded her three-eyed Ongu's head frantically.
"Yes, we must go."
Brody, cautious as always, reminded them of the harsh reality.
We can't risk opening the door.
The nurse's plea, a desperate echo in the corridor, emphasized the imminent danger as the enemy's approach loomed ever closer.
"If the militants breach the lab, they'll get inside."
Voss and the nurse understood their predicament when the drumming of boots became their ferocious soundtrack. With Brody not letting Voss's other colleagues escape, Voss and the nurse shared a moment of silent understanding, their gazes locking in mutual realization of the peril that engulfed them. The nurse's voice pierced the air with a dire warning.
"If you don't escape now, you're going to die."
Voss pressed his palms against the window, where his uninfected friends were quarantined inside. The tension escalated as Bane hindered Jesse's attempt at escape, his actions a desperate bid to maintain control. Meanwhile, Crystal's third eye, a swirl of black and white, hinted at the chaotic psychic energies at play. Voss, feeling the constriction of fear, embraced the moment with a firmness born of desperation. "We have to go now." He pulled the nurse along as they ventured further into the unknown, their steps shadowed by the echoes of battle and the pleas of his companions. The passages of the facility seemed to close in around them, the roar of plasma and conflict gradually diminishing behind them, a haunting reminder of what they fled. Their path, lit only by the occasional flicker of emergency lights, led them deeper into the bowels of Prism Station, a desperate quest for sanctuary. Upon discovering a heavy door marked for maintenance, hope ignited within Voss. His heart raced as they forced the door open, stepping into a maintenance tunnel where the air was dense with the scent of neglect. The nurse's hesitation was evident, her voice tinged with uncertainty.
"Are you sure about this?"
"It's our only way out." As they journeyed through the dank tunnel, the discomfort was a tangible presence, the slosh of fetid water a miserable accompaniment to their escape. Albert, despite his age and the weariness that clung to his bones, pushed ahead, each step a tribute to the will to survive. The oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel seemed almost alive with the echoes of distant turmoil. The muffled conflict sounds above them reminded them of the chaos they were trying to escape. Their progress was deliberate and cautious, their feet gingerly navigating the treacherous terrain. The lack of adequate lighting did little to alleviate the growing discomfort caused by the oppressive stench. But in the claustrophobic embrace of the tunnel, they talked a little about themselves as they navigated the murky waters of uncertainty. Voss's heart was a drumbeat of anxiety. "We have to figure out what's happening. Who could have orchestrated this? And why? The nurse hinted at the magnitude of the forces arrayed against them.
Whoever they are, they have power and resources. We're dealing with something much bigger than us.
He heaved a sigh. We must tell the authorities about the killing.
And about the zombies. I sure hope I will not end up like that. My family is in Delta 7. My children. What if I'm infected?
Keep the suit on.
What if it's contaminated?
Go to the authorities first.
And infect them?
I don't know. Who knows what the moon will be like when we resurface?
I need to know they're safe.
He halted and leaned in awkwardly. I'm sure they are.
Do you have family? Grandchildren?
Not here. On Talos I do. I'm not even from this system.
Researching here.
Yes.
What's your name?
Albert. She shook his hand.
I'm Maria.
I wish we'd met under different circumstances. As they pressed on, the oppressive darkness of the tunnel seemed to mirror the uncertainty and dread that clung to their spirits. Boss, grappling with the weight of their discoveries, knew they had to alert the authorities not just about the slaughter they had witnessed, but also about the terrifying transformation of the infected into something akin to zombies. They continued walking, careful not to slip. She would be faster without him, but was patient as he struggled. Arya's voice was low and urgent.
If I become zombified like that, please tell my family.
Where are they?
22 Lunar Breeze Avenue in the Delta 7 residential sector.
Which estate?
Lunar Prime.
He nodded. That was the richest neighborhood on Delta 7. I know the place. Number 22.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have a husband?
Yes, he's away on business.
What does he do?
He's a lunar resource prospector and analyst.
Does he work with mining companies?
Yes. He also works with scientific research organizations and government agencies.
Arya's concerns for her family, voiced amidst the echo of their footsteps, painted a heartfelt picture of personal stakes amidst the chaos. Her fears of infection, of the fate that might befall her loved ones, lent an intense urgency to their escape. The dialogue between them suggested two opposing factions, one possibly responsible for an infection that had wrought havoc upon the innocent. The notion of an experiment perhaps gone disastrously awry hung between them. Hours passed before they stumbled upon a grated opening in the tunnel wall. Yet the physical toll on Voss was clear, his age and exhaustion a barrier they must overcome together. Professor Voss squeezed his knees and sat on the wet ground. My body's old. I can't open that.
Let me try.
Arya tried to push the rusty bars apart. Her efforts, fueled by desperation and fear of entrapment, finally bore fruit, allowing them a narrow escape. Albert's laughter, tinged with relief and exhaustion, echoed faintly in the vast chamber they stumbled upon, a sign of their minor victory against the odds. The underground expanse, with its myriad tunnels stretching into the unknown, seemed both a sanctuary and a maze. Arya's determination to find a path to the surface remained steadfast, even as Albert physically struggled and had to keep stopping. His body, a relic of his once formidable self, now betrayed him with every step. The pain that laced his movements was a cruel reminder of the relentless march of time. When they encountered the ladder leading upward, it felt like someone had thrown them a lifeline. The ascent to the surface, a grueling test of endurance, culminated in their emergence into the harsh, unyielding light of the lunar day. The sight that greeted them, a desolate landscape shielded by a vast dome, was as breathtaking as it was alien. As they ascended into the lunar environment, its air was tinged with the metallic scent of artificiality, but that smelled much better than the sewers. The persistent visibility of the stars, even under the bright glare of the sun, offered a moment of awe-inspiring beauty in their dire situation. The surrounding landscape, etched with the scars of celestial violence and adorned with the lavishness of human ambition, seamlessly blended the struggle for survival with the heights of prosperity. Arya expressed concern for their safety amid the uncertainty of their contamination status. Albert's pragmatic response, suggesting the removal of their hazmat suits to blend in and avoid drawing unwanted attention, was a gamble with unknown stakes. The fear of being targeted by the armed militants, should they stand out, weighed heavily against the risk of exposing themselves and others to a potential infection. The act of shedding their protective suits symbolized a return to vulnerability for Albert and Arya. Their discovery of a means of transport, a levitating bus stop on the desolate lunar surface, offered a short-lived sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. The hovercraft's arrival provided them with a passage to the bustling city, a place still pulsating with life and untainted by the gloom of Prism Station. The city, alive with the flow of people and the omnipresent hum of holographic news, was a clear indication of the ongoing crisis, its reach extending beyond the isolated incidents of violence. They decided to seek help in Tranquil Pines, a region known more for its poverty than its tranquility. Arya's connection to a fellow nurse in this forgotten part of Delta 7 offered a potential comrade in a world that seemed increasingly alien. The journey through the city, from the gleaming spires of wealth to the crumbling edges of neglect, mirrored their own transition from the clinical isolation of Prism Station to the raw reality of the lunar colony's social stratums. The hospital in Tranquil Pines, a sanctuary for those on the margins of society, contrasted sharply with the technological marvels they had left behind, its dilapidated state a testament to the vast inequalities that plagued the lunar society. Her nurse friend's apartment was a haven of simplicity amid the complexity of their circumstances. The unlocked door offered them a momentary respite from the uncertainties that lay ahead.
Chapter 3. Rebellion in the Ranks.
In the heart of Tranquil Pines, within the humble confines of Mother Teresa's hospital, Dr. Anika Patel stepped into the realm of those fighting an uphill battle against scarcity and neglect. Despite these conditions, the hospital remained a crucial beacon of hope for the community, offering care to those in dire need. As Anika entered the intensive care unit, her gaze swept across the room, finally resting on a young woman whose uniform set her apart. Approaching the nurse with a friendly manner, Anika extended her indigo hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm Dr. Anika Patel. I've heard impressive things about your nursing skills." The nurse, called Nyx, momentarily surprised, responded with a cautious politeness.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Patel. What brings you to our humble hospital?
"I've been traveling and exploring different medical practices on Earth's poles, and I wanted to visit the moon," Anika explained, leaning against a nearby counter to engage Nyx further. Nyx, her attention briefly shifting from her patient, shared a glimpse of their reality.
We make do with what we have, despite lacking fancy equipment or resources found on Earth or developed colonies.
That's exactly what I find intriguing. In tough situations like this, people like you show amazing resourcefulness and dedication, Anika commended, recognizing the depth of Nyx's commitment. Nyx modestly deflected the praise.
I appreciate the compliment, but I'm just doing my part.
Seeking a deeper connection, Anika ventured, "I've heard that you have a personal connection to healthcare. Would you mind sharing your story with me?" The question prompted Nyx to reveal a painful chapter of her past.
I lost my sister here because of a medical emergency we couldn't properly address. The memory of not being able to save her still haunts me.
Moved by Nyx's story, Anika expressed her condolences. "I'm sorry for your loss." Nyx's strength of will was clear as she returned her focus to her patient.
It's what motivates me to learn as much as I can and provide the best care I can offer. No one should suffer like she did.
Seizing the moment to present an unexpected opportunity, Anika introduced the idea of joining her aboard the Manticore. "Your skills could bring a valuable perspective to our crew aboard the Manticore." Nyx, taken aback, sought clarification. Anika elaborated, mentioning a mutual connection. "One of your former professors from Delta 7 urged me to see you. I met him at a medical university in Earth's South Pole."
Who was that?
"Professor Andrews," Anika revealed, leading Nyx to question her own suitability for the offer.
Why me?
Anika outlined the unique opportunity awaiting Nyx. "Your unique experiences on Delta 7 intrigued me. He also told me you were seeking a scholarship." Nyx, grappling with the concept, asked.
A scholarship on a spaceship.
Anika painted a vivid picture of what lay ahead. "It comes with on-hand training, study, and research as you shadow me and a fellow scientist. You'd study in VR simulations as well. It would be a lot of work. It won't be easy. Would you like to be a doctor?" Nyx's response was filled with longing and the harsh reality of her circumstances.
I could never afford to go to medical school.
Sensing the potential for change, Anika extended the invitation. "The Manticore could be perfect for you. You're welcome to join our team." Nyx, overwhelmed by the prospect, agreed to consider the offer.
I'll think about it, Dr. Patel. It's a tempting offer.
Aware of the time-sensitive nature of their departure, Anika set a deadline. "You have until the end of the day. The Manticore leaves the moon tomorrow, with or without you on board." At the emergence of Nyx's decision, the air within the matron's office was thick with the weight of future paths unfurling. As the silence stretched between them, Nyx's resoluteness solidified, her voice breaking through the tension with a decisive,
I'll do it. I accept the job, Dr. Patel.
Anika's response, a mixture of relief and joy, echoed softly in the cramped space. That's fantastic, Nix, she exclaimed, her laughter tinged with the nerves of momentous change. You won't regret it. Nix, her gratitude sincere, acknowledged the faith placed in her.
Thank you for believing in me. Before we leave, I must grab a bag from home.
Sounds good to me, Anika agreed, her mind already racing ahead to the logistics of their departure. Their journey from the matron's office to the director's was swift, Nix's plea for a leave of absence from the colony granted with a surprising lack of resistance. Documents signed, their next step seemed clear, until the blare of emergency alarms shattered the illusion of a straightforward escape. What's happening? Anika's voice was tight, her body tensing instinctively against the unknown threat. Nix, equally bewildered, could only stutter,
I don't know.
The news of a terror attack on Delta 7, projected in clarity against the dome, sent a wave of disbelief and fear through Nix. The urgency to leave grew, Nix leading Anika to her locker, and then to her apartment, thoughts of contacting her vacationing parents momentarily pushed aside by the need to pack swiftly. Yet, upon entering her apartment, 2 humanoid faces greeted them anxiously, reflecting the chaos unfurling outside. The elderly man looked to originate from Talos. He had wild white hair and electric blue skin. The female nurse was a beige-skinned human. Arya, her nurse's uniform a familiar turquoise, exchanged rapid questions with Anika, the details of the attack spilling out in a frantic exchange. The introduction of Professor Voss, his reputation preceding him, brought a new depth to the crisis at hand. His theory of a pandemic or a manipulation by the Yongu suggested stakes far beyond what they had imagined. The explosion, a violent punctuation to their discussion, propelled them into action. Boom. We must go, now. Anika's command cut through the haze of shock, their escape from the apartment a blur of tear gas and adrenaline. Their sprint to the hovercraft was a desperate bid for safety. The hospital had been decimated, and there was carnage strewn everywhere. The vehicle's roar was a temporary barrier against the chaos they left behind. Nix's grief for her colleagues and patients was palpable, her worry for her parents a sharp sting amidst the turmoil. Arya's decision to leave for Luna Prime, driven by concern for her children, highlighted the complex weave of personal and professional obligations they all faced. Anika's offer of refuge aboard the Manticore extended a lifeline, her quick exchange of contacts with Arya a promise of future help. Anika waved them goodbye when the hovercraft stopped in her upper-class neighborhood. As the hovercraft departed again, Nix's loss of her rucksack was a final, cruel twist, her possessions and mementos of a life now irrevocably changed, stolen in an instant. Anika's attempt to console her, though well-intentioned, could barely scratch the surface of Nix's sense of loss. Their journey showed the adaptability required to navigate a world thrown into disarray by unseen forces and hidden agendas. The promise of safety aboard the Manticore loomed as a beacon of hope, their collective knowledge and experiences a potentially crucial key to understanding and combating the threats they faced.
Jaxon strolled onto the bridge, greeted by the familiar sight of operations but with a personal mission in mind. Good morning, Damien. Where are the others?
Still having breakfast,
replied Damien, the head of security, his voice echoing slightly in the spacious room. Jaxon, leaning against a console, shared the day's agenda. Well, we might be getting a new nurse by the end of the day, and we still need engineers. Damien's expression turned thoughtful, his navy blue forehead wrinkling with concern.
Any thoughts on where we should search for engineers?
Jaxon shrugged, a bit preoccupied with the immediate tasks at hand. Haven't looked into it yet. Thought we'd deal with one thing at a time. Damien, ever resourceful, had already been pondering their next move.
Well, I've been looking, considering there's not been much to do.
He brought up a holographic star map with a few taps on the console.
I was thinking we could make a pit stop at Kepler Prime, a planet around Sirius. The women are hot in that world. They're a mixture of humans from Earth and humanoids from Syrisar.
Jaxon, amused yet focused, reminded him of their priority. We're not searching for hot women. We're searching for engineers. Damien chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye.
Their engineers are well trained on Kepler Prime, and I've heard good things about their expertise in ship repairs.
Sounds like a plan. Let's add it to our course, Jaxon said, seeing the value in Damien's suggestion beyond the initial jest. Their planning was suddenly interrupted by Zoe, who burst onto the bridge, urgency written all over her face.
Captain, Damien, you need to see this.
Jaxon and Damien immediately turned towards her, sensing the seriousness of her tone. "What's going on?" Jaxon asked, his concern palpable. Zoe, catching her breath from the rush, dropped the bombshell.
"There's been terrorist attacks in Delta 7 at Tranquil Pine and Prism Station."
Jaxon's mind raced to Annika, attempting to reach her via his comp band, only to find it unresponsive.
"All communication systems are down,"
Zoe informed them, confirming the severity of the situation. As Kelly and Seer joined them, the group absorbed the harrowing news through live feeds, showcasing the horror of the attacks. Kelly, deep in thought, speculated,
"A corrupt scientist, apparently. Maybe his experiments went wrong. I just don't know."
The footage revealed a scientist, distinct in a turquoise hazmat suit among the chaos, a sight that made Jaxon grimace.
"He's called Professor Voss,"
Zoe said, bringing a personal connection to the forefront for Jaxon. Damien, seeking more information, asked,
"Are there any more details about the attack?"
Zoe, still trying to catch her breath, added a chilling detail.
"They say it's a bioweapon. See how dazed everyone looks."
The crew pondered the implications, with Seer questioning.
Could a pathogen make them like that?
Jaxon, filled with a sense of urgency, commanded action. "We need to find Annika, and we need to do it now." Damien, prepare the ship for immediate departure. The reality of their situation set in, with Damien noting,
"This is the only spaceport on Delta 7.
Jaxon, undeterred, considered an alternative means of reaching Delta 7. What about the new jetpacks we bought from Earth? Only to be reminded of their limited functionality. As they debated their options, including the stealth suits and the visibility risks posed by their white hazmat suits, the crew rallied to gather more information and prepare for whatever actions were necessary to respond to the crisis.
In the lunar spaceport, Dr. Annika Patel, Professor Albert Voss, and Nurse Nyx Torin found themselves entangled in a vortex of fear and desperation. The clamor of the crowd, a cacophony of voices raised in panic and opposition, filled the air as alarms echoed ominously through the hall, a discordant symphony that emphasized the importance of their flight. Amidst the sea of travelers, each vying for a chance to escape the lunar colony, the trio stood as islands of perseverance in the chaos. Nyx's gaze, sharp and scanning, imitated the fevered pitch of their situation, her behavior a noticeable divergence from the vulnerability that clung to Professor Voss, his distinguished blue complexion marred by beads of sweat that glistened under the unforgiving lights. "We can't stay here," Annika said to her companions. Her relentless and fierce drive propelled them away from the main thoroughfare, seeking refuge in the labyrinthine corridors that promised a swifter passage to salvation. The checkpoint was their next hurdle. Annika, with hands trembling from adrenaline and fear, presented their IDs to the officers who, recognizing their need, expedited their passage. Albert, the weight of their overwhelming escape pressing down upon him, nearly succumbed to the strain, his knees betraying him. But Annika, ever vigilant, caught him, her strength unshakable even in the face of their relentless ordeal. Breathless and on the brink of collapse, they emerged from the bedlam into a brief moment of respite. The chaos at their backs seemed almost another world, a nightmarish tableau that continued to unfold just beyond their reach. It was there, in the momentary calm, that Anika's gaze was drawn back to the chaos they had fled. Among the throngs of frightened evacuees, two figures stood out, their familiar silhouettes piercing the fog of Anika's disbelief. Could it be Jaxon and Damien? In the sea of faces, amidst the riot of colors and the din of desperation, certainty eluded her. Yet the possibility, however remote, spurred her forward. "Keep moving," she urged. The Manticore, their sanctuary in the stars, beckoned them with the promise of safety and a new beginning. As they navigated the final stretch to the sterilization docking bay, the starship loomed before them. In the Manticore's cargo bay, a portrayal of tension and accusation unfolded as Dr. Annika Patel, accompanied by Professor Albert Voss and Nurse Nyx Torin, faced the incredulous stares of Seer and Kelly. The air became the stage for a confrontation that would test the bonds of the crew. Annika, her heart sinking at the lack of warmth in her reception, had expected a different homecoming. The absence of Jaxon, the one she hoped would understand, left her feeling isolated amidst the crew she considered family.
What the hell is he doing here?
The sharpness in Seer's voice, laced with anger and disbelief, pierced the uneasy silence, her gaze locked on Professor Voss with undisguised contempt. Annika, caught between her duty as a medic and her loyalty to her crew, found herself at a loss for words. "He has blood to sample. There are terrorists out there," People are getting infected by something. It could be a pandemic. Kelly, her voice shaking, pointed a finger of blame squarely at Professor Voss.
He's responsible for that attack, Annika. We should turn him in to the authorities.
Annika's counter-argument was prompt, her disbelief evident. What? No? Professor Voss, the focus of their fears, protested his innocence with a mix of indignation and fear.
Did you just say that I'm responsible?
He exclaimed, his hands clutched to his chest, as if to ward off the accusation.
I'm a witness. They're killing the infected. They're killing the innocents.
Seer, undeterred, moved to restrain him, her actions swift and decisive.
Ouch!
Voss cried out, his voice laden with pain that sharply diverged from the gravity of the accusations made against him. Annika's plea for reason, "Don't harm him," fell on deaf ears as Seer and Kelly pressed their case, the evidence of their mistrust displayed on Kelly's datapad. The footage, damning in its clarity, showed Voss amidst the chaos, his calm demeanor at odds with the violence that surrounded him.
He's dressed like them. He released it.
Seer's accusation cut deep, her conviction unshaken by Annika's protests. He's not wearing black. His PPE is from the hospital, Annika argued, clinging to the sliver of doubt that Voss was not the monster they feared.
But none of the innocent are wearing it except him,
Kelly countered, her logic cold and unforgiving.
He came prepared.
And now he wants to infect us,
Seer concluded, her voice a hiss of betrayal and fear. In this moment, the cargo bay became an arena of divided loyalties, where the lines between friend and foe blurred. Annika's defense of Professor Voss collided head-on with the crew's suspicions, setting the stage for a confrontation that went beyond mere words. Her shout, a mix of frustration and disbelief, echoed against the cold metal walls. "Why would he do that?" she demanded. Kelly, her shoulders lifting in a shrug of resignation, suggested a motive that chilled the air further.
To spread it to other worlds.
The simplicity of her suggestion belied the terrifying implications. Voss's own protestations, loud and filled with a mix of anger and fear, did little to ease the tension.
It's a conspiracy,
he yelled, his voice breaking.
They set me up.
Annika, caught in a storm of emotion and doubt, considered the possibility of his innocence. The thought that they might be persecuting an innocent man gnawed at her conscience. Don't jump to conclusions. What if the professor was set up? Seer's response, sharp and laced with contempt, cut through the turmoil.
You're always so trusting, so gullible. It's a wonder you've survived this long in the galaxy.
The barb struck deep, igniting a fire within Annika, her fists clenched at her sides, the tremble in them a testament to her growing fury. Don't talk to me like that. Seer, undeterred, and with a predatory step closer, challenged her directly.
Or what, Annika? What are you going to do?
The tension snapped. Annika, driven by a surge of anger she could no longer contain, shoved Sia back with all her might. I won't let you insult me like that. Seer, taken aback but swiftly recovering, returned the insult with added venom.
You've always been the weak link, Annika. Soft and easily manipulated.
The exchange, sharp and filled with years of unspoken grievances, left Annika wishing for a way to erase Seer's smug certainty. Her retort, laden with sarcasm, only served to escalate the situation. Maybe you should lock me up too, since you seem to think I'm such a liability. Seer's response, a cruel smile playing on her lips, was a veiled threat.
Maybe I should, for everyone's safety.
In the midst of this escalating conflict, Nyx intervened, attempting to steer them back to reason.
We need to find out the truth about Voss and what's happening.
Seer's suspicion, however, spared no one.
And who are you? Voss's accomplice.
The accusation left Annika feeling helpless. Her attempt to explain Nyx's recent employment, juxtaposed with the discovery of Voss and Arya in such compromising circumstances, only deepened the crew's mistrust. Voss, his dignity stripped away, sat defeated on the floor, his story of innocence and victimhood doing little to sway the crew's judgment. Annika, witnessing the scene, felt her cheeks burn with a mix of anger, shame, and doubt. Yet, when Seer discovered the vial of blood among Voss's belongings, the evidence seemed damning. The decision to lock him away, made by Seer and Kelly, was a swift one, leaving Annika to grapple with the implications of their actions and the haunting question of Voss's true role in the unfolding crisis. On the Manticore's bridge, the air was charged with concern and the weight of unresolved dilemmas. Anika, pacing with increasing agitation, voiced the anxiety that had taken hold. Where are they? The absence of Jaxon and Damien, who had ventured into the turmoil of Delta 7, loomed large, their delayed return a source of growing distress. Seer, her focus on the blade she methodically sharpened, seemed to embody the crew's divided attention, her actions a clear indication of the state of preparedness for whatever threats might come. Zosie's entrance, marked by a weary sigh and a plea for civility, highlighted the strain among the crew members.
There's no need to be rude to the doctor, Seer.
Kelly, ever cautious, reiterated her stance on Professor Voss, viewing his presence aboard the Manticore as a risk too great to ignore.
But Anika brought Professor Voss here.
She argued.
It's dangerous. We should hand him to the authorities.
Zosie's defense of Voss, a shift from her initial suspicions, introduced a new perspective to the discussion.
I don't agree with you, Kelly,
she countered, suggesting a reconsideration of their earlier judgments.
Professor Voss is famous for his work in nanotechnology. If this is a viral pandemic stemming from his lab on Delta 7, then he could be the key to stopping it.
Anika, heartened by Zosie's support, seized upon the mention of the unanalyzed vial of blood. Zos has a point. We still have that vial of blood. No one's put it through the NBI 9000 yet. Seer's interruption, her curiosity sparked by the mention of the nanoscopic bioimager, signaled a momentary shift in the crew's focus, a collective grappling with the potential implications of their findings. Anika, locking eyes with Zos, made it clear how critical Voss could be in solving the mystery they faced. Professor Voss could be the key to understanding what's gone wrong. The crew's concern for their missing members, Jaxon and Damien, was a thread of worry that ran through their conversation. Seer and Kelly admitted their absence, marking their situation as vulnerable and underscoring the need for leadership and strength amid uncertainty. Kelly's reminder of Jaxon's orders to remain on the Manticore, despite the chaos unfolding on Delta 7, was a call to duty and a reminder of the responsibilities they bore, not just to each other, but to the wider mission at hand.
Chapter 4. The Quarantine Zone. In the desolate embrace of the moon's surface, Jaxon and Damien found themselves ensconced within the sterile quietude of an empty maglev carriage, the gentle hum of its magnetic levitation echoing softly as it cut a swift path across the moonscape. Outside, the noticeable distinction of a parallel train, laden with the desperate and the displaced, painted a vivid picture of the crisis that had gripped Delta 7. The windows framed a world in flight, a distinct reflection of the chaos they had left behind at the spaceport. Holographic news displays flickered to life, casting the visage of Professor Voss across the carriage. The allegations against him of unleashing a virus as part of a grand scheme to dominate Delta 7 seemed too convenient to Jaxon, too reductive for the complexities at play. This makes little sense, Damien, he mused, skepticism lacing his words. Professor Voss looks more vulnerable than powerful. His hazmat suit is medical. It's not black. His background is in healing.
You can never be certain.
Damien pulled a long face. Jaxon's trust in Voss, strengthened by the professor's past contributions to medical science, clashed with the accusations unfurling before them. I don't believe the news. Someone set him up. He was the inventor of Neuralfix. Think of all the lives he saved. The conversation diverted into the personal, the fate of Anika. Damien's fruitless attempts to establish contact left them grappling with the scope of the disaster.
What if she's on one of those crowded trains going back to the spaceport?
Damien pondered. We can't turn back. There's no way to check whether she's on one of those trains or not. We need to keep moving forward, Jaxon declared, a captain steadying his course amidst the storm. As they ventured deeper into Delta 7, the maglev became a microcosm of the turmoil outside. The influx of desperate souls at each stop, their faces etched with fear and loss, was evidence of the disintegration of their society. But it was the sudden appearance of militants, their black hazmats a vivid departure from the white worn by Jaxon and Damien, that transformed the carriage into a battleground. The ensuing chaos, a display of plasma fire and panicked evasion, tested their perseverance. Jaxon and Damien, their actions born of necessity, moved with a precision that belied the desperation of their situation. Jaxon and Damien took the chance and darted out of the train when it arrived at a terminal, but the enemies were on their heels. Jaxon and Damien fought back. It was obvious they wanted them. Each shot fired, each militant taken down, was a defiance against the overwhelming odds they faced. But as the militants' numbers swelled, the reality of their predicament became clear. Surrounded and outnumbered, Jaxon and Damien found themselves standing not just in defense of their own lives, but as protectors of the innocents caught in the crossfire. In the turbulent heart of the battle, Jaxon faced the terrifying sight of his friend ensnared by the enemy. The realization that Damien was being overwhelmed ignited a fierce determination within Jaxon. Yet it was Damien's voice, resolute amidst the uproar of war, that pierced the chaos.
Jaxon, go! Save Anika!
His command, a selfless decree in the face of imminent capture, directly spoke to the depth of their friendship. The sight of Damien ensnared within the laser net marked a turning point for Jaxon. His decision to heed Damien's plea was a testament to their shared commitment to the greater good, even at the cost of personal sacrifice. The mercenaries, their attention fixated on Damien, unwittingly allowed Jaxon the sliver of opportunity he needed to melt away into the war-torn city. A backward glance, a silent exchange of vows between comrades, sealed their temporary parting. Damien's unyielding stare, even in captivity, spoke volumes of his indomitable spirit. It was then that the mercenary captain approached, his sinister smile belying a twisted sense of admiration for Damien's resilience.
Impressive moves. You're a fighter, I can tell. You'll make a fine addition to our forces.
His words, though meant to intimidate, only served to underscore the perversity of their cause. Jaxon, worried about leaving his friend behind, disappeared into the anarchy that Delta 7 had become. The mission: to rescue Anika, to piece together the puzzle of the pandemic and the violence it had unleashed, now carried the additional weight of Damien's sacrifice. The stakes had never been higher, and Jaxon's strength of will had never been firmer. Delta 7 streets, marred by devastation and despair, became the backdrop against which Jaxon's strong will was cast in sharp distinction. As Jaxon navigated the city's war-torn avenues, a new obstacle loomed on the horizon. The perimeter of the city, now encased in a formidable barrier of armored vehicles, exposed the extent of the crisis. The Delta 7 police manned the barricade. The city, once a beacon of technological advancement and human effort, had become a fortress under siege, its fate hanging in the balance. Amidst the ruins of Delta 7, amidst the echoes of battles fought and lives lost, the quest for truth and salvation pressed on, driven by the strong bonds of friendship and the unfaltering will to make right what had been so grievously wronged. Jaxon confronted the barricades that now imprisoned Delta 7. The armored vehicles, a clear symbol of the quarantine's severity, along with the police in their crimson hazmat suits, stood as guardians over a city beset by turmoil. The civilians, their faces etched with fear and desperation, pressed against the barriers in a futile bid for escape. Anika, his lover and friend, could very well be among those trapped within. Alone in the alleyway, the weight of Damien's capture and the uncertain fate of his crew bore down on Jaxon with a palpable intensity. It was in this moment of isolation and reflection that a frantic woman, her eyes wide with terror, appeared before him. Her plea for help momentarily pierced his decision. But before he could offer solace or aid, the harsh reality of their situation manifested in the form of a militant whose ruthless action extinguished a life before Jaxon's eyes. The shock of the encounter, a brutal sign of the lawlessness that had overtaken Delta 7, propelled Jaxon into action. His ascent to the rooftops, a blend of agility and desperation, offered a momentary respite from the violence below. Jaxon's journey across the rooftops, a silent witness to the anarchy below, was fraught with danger. The mercenaries, their conversations a chilling insight into their machinations, spoke of recruitment and dominance, of separating the strong from the weak for their nefarious objectives. As Jaxon navigated the urban landscape, each leap and bound carried the weight of his mission. The knowledge that Anika, Damien, and the others depended on his return fueled his determination. Yet the mercenaries' words, their cold calculation and disregard for human life, haunted him. The realization that he was alone in a city succumbing to the whims of tyrants and extremists sharpened his focus. The war-torn streets of Delta 7, now a maze of danger and despair, tested Jaxon's resolve and training. But it was the thought of his crew, of Anika's potential peril, and the memory of Damien's sacrifice that guided him. Each step, each evasion of the enemy, was a demonstration of his commitment to their cause, to the bonds that united them even in the face of overwhelming odds. Jaxon's silent vow, made amidst the ruins of Delta 7, was a promise not just to survive, but to fight back against the darkness that had enveloped their world. The journey back to the Manticore, a path fraught with peril, was more than a retreat, it was a preparation for the battles that lay ahead. The fight for Delta 7, for its people and its future, was far from over. In the twilight of Delta 7's upheaval, Jaxon Orion navigated the once pristine but now besieged upper-class district towards the maglev train station. The landscape around him bore the scars of the nanovirus outbreak and the tyranny of marauding mercenaries. Glass structures, symbols of the colony's progress, lay shattered, reflecting the chaos that had consumed the city. The platform was a swirling whirlpool of humanity, a combination of desperate survivors and those afflicted by the nanovirus, their zombified states a haunting testament to the outbreak's ferocity. The arrival of the maglev was met with a desperate surge as people clamored for sanctuary within. Yet the carriages, already teeming beyond capacity, offered little respite. Faced with the impossible, Jaxon's decision to seek refuge on the train's exterior reflected the dire circumstances that compelled such a risk. The leap onto the roof, powered by a rush of adrenaline and the primal urge for survival, was a gamble against the odds. The wind's howl and the ozone's tang were his only companions as he fought to maintain his precarious perch atop the speeding maglev. Around him, others who had shared his desperate strategy met with bleak fates, their falls from the train a solemn reminder of the perilous choice they had made. Yet Jaxon's decision did not waver. Clinging to the hope of reaching the Manticore, of reuniting with his crew, he pressed on. The transparent tunnel that encased the track offered a surreal vista of the lunar landscape rushing by, a silent witness to the struggle for life on its surface. Amid the overwhelming whoosh of wind and the threat of losing his grip, he remained undeterred, his eyes set on the horizon and the promise of safety it held. Amid the chaotic crowd and the blaring of alarms, Jaxon felt the weight of his new responsibility. The spaceport seemed to challenge every step he took. The air was thick with the scent of overheated machinery, a testament to the frantic operations underway as the station struggled to manage the crisis. A dark-skinned Martian officer manning the gate looked stressed. He glanced down at Jaxon's credentials and then back at the chaos unfolding around them.
"You're a ship captain,"
the officer stammered.
"Please help me. My wife and children are here. They must get off the moon before the situation gets worse. Please, can you get them to safety? My in-laws live on Earth's North Pole."
Jaxon's willpower did not weaken the lives of the Martian officer's family now depended on him. The journey through the spaceport was fraught with obstacles. Panicked travelers, their faces etched with fear, surged around them, a tide of humanity desperate for escape. Jaxon, with the family in tow, navigated this chaos with a calm born of experience, his captain's authority clearing a path where intimidation and pleas had failed. The small, trusting hands grasping his presented a noticeable divergence from the pandemonium surrounding them. These small, innocent connections anchored him, reminding him of the tangible impact of his actions amidst the abstract horror of the situation. The further they progressed, the more the surrounding disorder began to dissipate, replaced by the semblance of order that the proximity to the Manticore provided. As they approached the docking bay, the Manticore's hull gleamed in the artificial light. Jaxon's heart, heavy with the loss of Damien and the uncertainty of what awaited them beyond Delta 7, found comfort in the act of salvation. Saving this family, ensuring their passage to the safety of Earth's North Pole, became a clear demonstration of his commitment to protect those in need, a dedication that surpassed the boundaries of duty and despair. The Martian officer, his family in tow, paused at the threshold of the Manticore. The gratitude in his eyes spoke volumes, a silent vow of eternal thanks to the captain who had offered them a chance at a new beginning. The blonde mother held her children close. Her nod to Jaxon was a silent acknowledgement of the perilous journey they had undertaken together. Jaxon turned to the children, their faces now alight with a mixture of fear and wonder. "We're almost there," he assured them, his voice a steady presence amidst the turmoil. "Just a little further, and we'll be safe." The docking bay, usually a place of routine comings and goings, now felt like a sanctuary. The cool air inside contrasted sharply with the overheated atmosphere of the spaceport, offering a physical and symbolic threshold between the chaos of Delta 7 and the security of space. Leading the family aboard, Jaxon felt a momentary pause in the tumult of his thoughts. Here, in the act of guiding these lives to safety, he found a clarity of purpose. The small hands in his, no longer clutching in fear but holding with trust, spoke volumes. They were a testament to the human capacity for flexibility, for finding light in the darkest of times. As the airlock sealed behind them, shutting out the noise and the fear, Jaxon allowed himself a brief moment to breathe. The safety of the Manticore enveloped them, its sturdy walls a barrier against the chaos they had left behind. Looking into the faces of the family he had saved, Jaxon saw reflections of hope, gratitude, and the shared understanding of having traversed a great darkness together. Chapter 5. The Scientist's Sacrifice. As the airlock doors of the Manticore hissed open, Jaxon discarded his hazmat suit and peered at the children. Clouds will hiss out of the walls, Jaxon explained to the curious eyes fixed upon him. Noting their apprehension, "Don't worry, they're just going to clean us from any germs. It's called a sterilization chamber." The environment of the Manticore, orderly and secure, provided a sanctuary that the family desperately needed. "Welcome aboard," Jaxon announced. "You'll be safe here." Leading them deeper into the ship, he called out to the crew, "I'm back. Anyone here? We've got some guests." Anika's sudden appearance from one corridor was a sight that nearly brought Jaxon to his knees, relief flooding through him as he staggered towards her and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "You're here? You're alive." His laughter echoed through the ship, a sound of joy amidst uncertainty. He gestured towards the officer's family, introducing them without words. Anika's worried expression morphed into one of understanding and compassion. "We're going to take this family to safety," Jaxon confirmed. The Martian mother added,
"My parents live in Earth's North Pole."
Anika kneeled to meet the gaze of the children, offering them a kind smile.
"You must be tired and scared. Don't worry, you're safe here."
Jaxon ran fingers through his hair. "This is the ship's doctor, Anika. I thought she was long gone, trapped in Tranquil Pines." The mention of Tranquil Pines brought a cheerless acknowledgement from the Martian officer.
That place was decimated.
The conversation turned to the devastation they had all witnessed or experienced. Anika said,
"I got back a long time ago. Communications were down, so I couldn't inform Jaxon. Where's Damien?"
"Terrorists abducted him," Jaxon said.
"No."
Anika sobbed. The Martian officer's observation of Jaxon's wounds prompted a shift in focus.
"It looks like you need treatment."
"Yes."
Anika agreed, though her concern for Damien was clear, her chin wobbling with emotion. Yet her attention remained on the children, her attempt to engage with them resulting in unintended tears from the youngest. Jaxon watched as Anika, flustered by the child's reaction, quickly composed herself.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to make him cry."
She then took charge, guiding them.
"Follow me, everyone, and Jaxon, get yourself to sick bay."
"You're not taking me there," Jaxon asked her, pouting. She shook her head and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder.
"I'll take this family to Suite 17 if that's all right with you."
"Did you find your nurse at Tranquil Pines before the carnage?" Jaxon inquired, a hint of hope in his voice, despite the sorrow of recent events.
"I found two, but I lost one. She had to get back to her children in one of the richest estates. I hope their money protects them,"
Anika said. Jaxon didn't mention the fact that he'd come across a destroyed upper-class city during his time in the colony.
"Nurse Nix is in sick bay now. She'll attend to your wounds and get you cleaned up,"
Anika said before she directed the family to safety. After enduring a harrowing escape from Delta 7, Jaxon lay on a bed in the Manticore's medical bay. The adrenaline that had sustained him through the chaos had now dissipated, leaving behind aches and pains that seemed to reverberate throughout his entire body. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled his senses as Nix, a serious and capable nurse, tended to his wounds. As he lay there, barely clothed and exposed, the scars of battle became visible to all. Cuts, bruises, and burns marred his skin, serving as reminders of the horrors he had faced. Nix's dark-eyed gaze lingered on his naked form, but her face remained stoic. She had a pretty face and must have had Southeast Asian ancestors from the time before Earth's hothouse.
"I have a uniform for you to wear once I've cleaned you up,"
she stated matter-of-factly.
"You're lucky to have escaped with no broken bones or more severe injuries."
Jaxon couldn't help but smile at her words. I could have been vaporized. But Nix's expression did not change. She continued her work with calm efficiency while Jaxon watched her pretty face. Her golden skin was flawless and her hair was shiny and black. As she tended to his wounds, offering a small respite from the chaos outside, Jaxon couldn't help but ask about what had transpired on Delta 7 from her viewpoint.
"It was madness,"
Nix recounted, her face turning stony as she spoke.
"People running amok, buildings ablaze, violence in every corner. The virus has driven them all insane, and those militants, they showed no mercy."
"So you believe it's a virus causing this?" Nix paused for a moment before answering.
"I spoke with Professor Voss. He believes so after seeing the news. It seems someone has altered the nanotechnological virus he created to treat neurological diseases."
Jaxon's eyes bugged. "You met the man behind Neural Fix?" He's a wanted fugitive. Did you know that? Nyx furrowed her brow in confusion.
Dr. Patel didn't inform you? He's here on the Manticore.
Jaxon sat up abruptly. Voss is on board. Nyx nodded.
But he's not exactly free to roam. Seer, the Thalassian woman, she locked him up in a laser cell.
Jaxon's jaw clenched at the mention of Voss's imprisonment. I must speak to him quickly. Pulling on the clean uniform provided by Nyx, he made his way to the door.
But I haven't finished treating all your wounds,
Nyx protested. Annika can attend to them later tonight, Jaxon replied, already hurrying out of the medical bay. We have supper soon. Take a break. Fuming with rage, Jaxon stormed out of the medical bay and proceeded towards Seer's suite with determined strides. Without bothering to announce himself with a polite knock, he barged into her room. To his surprise, Seer stood before him in nothing but panties and a bra, making silly faces in the mirror. What in the stars? He said before she cut him off with a wail of protest.
Haven't you heard of knocking?
Inhaling deeply to calm himself, Jaxon replied, I was angry. I just wanted to know why you locked up the professor. Seer rolled her eyes.
Honestly, have you been living under a rock? I was protecting the crew and waiting for your return.
Seer's defense, a reminder of the measures taken in his absence to protect the crew, highlighted the difficulty of decisions made under uncertainty. Jaxon's acknowledgement of his overreaction, coupled with his concern for Voss's well-being in Seer's own state, exposed the complexities of leadership and the burdens it entailed. Right, Jaxon muttered, feeling foolish for not keeping up with the news. I apologize for overreacting, but did you harm him? A look of disgust crossed Seer's face.
No, of course not.
Concern etched on his features, Jaxon asked, Are you all right?
I'm fine,
she said dismissively. Curiosity getting the better of him, Jaxon asked, What were you doing in front of the mirror? After a moment of silence, Seer replied sheepishly,
Face yoga.
Jaxon couldn't help but fumble over his words at the sight of her toned body. Oh, can you pilot the ship while I speak with him? He cleared his throat and added hastily, I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Seer raised an eyebrow at his sudden change in demeanor.
Sure.
Nodding in agreement, Jaxon ran a hand through his hair. We're not heading to Sirius just yet. First, we have a family to return to Earth. When Jaxon departed Seer's suite, he determined the path ahead for the Manticore and its crew. With Earth as their immediate destination, the journey ahead promised not only challenges but also the chance for personal growth and the pursuit of truth amidst a galaxy rife with turmoil.
Nestled within her assigned suite on the Manticore, an ambience of opulence and serenity enveloped Nyx. The bed, adorned with elegantly tailored dresses and uniforms, alongside a box of chocolates accompanied by a welcoming note from Annika, should have served as a balm to her frayed nerves. Yet, beneath the surface of this apparent sanctuary, a storm of apprehension churned relentlessly. The theft of her bag, a mundane loss to the untrained eye, carried with it the weight of a year's lifeline. Her age suppressants. This secret, guarded from the curious and often envious gazes of her colleagues at the hospital, now lay bare to the fates. Her participation in the clandestine medical trial, a gamble driven by desperation and the dream of a better life for her parents, haunted her. The luxury of a space cruise, an unimaginable indulgence birthed from her risky venture, had been a beacon of joy for her family, long shackled to the toil and despair of the mines. The memory of her sister, a life extinguished too soon by the merciless grip of poverty, lent a bitter sweetness to her sacrifice. As Nyx allowed the warmth of the shower to envelop her, the soothing cascade of water became a momentary reprieve from the relentless march of her thoughts. The age suppressants, now lost, were not merely a routine but a crucial lifeline. Their absence loomed before her, a dark specter threatening to unravel the fragile tapestry of her well-being. Each night's dose, faithfully adhered to, was now a ritual broken by circumstance. The soap, slipping through her fingers like the elusive safety she yearned for, was a reminder of the precarious path she had walked. Enveloped in necessity and silence, the decision to partake in the trial was a pact made with unseen dangers. She shrouded her actions in secrecy, with lurking and unquantified risks as her companions. Dizziness foreshadowed the uncertainty ahead, interrupting her solitude. The facility that had conducted the trial, its existence now likely erased by the same violence that had ravaged Tranquil Pine, was a chapter closed in the annals of her life. The potential collapse of her immune system was a silent threat magnified by the absence of the suppressants. In the shower's sanctity, she endeavored to cast aside the gnawing dread, to immerse herself in the fleeting solace of warmth and fragrance. Clothed in her new black uniform, Nyx steeled herself for the meeting and meal that awaited her. The echoes of her choices, the paths she had trodden, and the secrets she bore accompanied her as she stepped from the haven of her suite into the collective destiny of the Manticore and its crew. Her journey, woven from threads of sacrifice, secrecy, and survival, continued beneath the watchful stars.
As the Manticore cleaved through the void of space, heading towards Earth, the ambience within the conference room carried an air of solemn anticipation. Jaxon, with a gravity befitting his role, assumed his place at the head of the table and gestured for Professor Voss to take the seat by his side. The soft illumination cast upon Nyx, Anika, Kelly, and Zose's faces seemed to underscore the severity of the moment. Zose's voice broke the silence, tinged with concern.
Shouldn't we wait for Sia? She's got to hear whatever Professor Voss has to say.
The captain's assurance was swift. She can hear from the bridge. Isn't that right, Seer? Her response crackled through the intercom.
Loud and clear, Captain.
Jaxon surveyed the gathered faces, each etched with worry. Professor Voss is going to share what he knows about the situation on Delta 7. The tale unfolded, Voss narrating the terrifying events of Prism Station, his account interwoven with contributions from Anika and Nyx. A weighty silence descended upon the room as their story concluded. Jaxon, bearing the weight of leadership, sighed deeply. It's time to explain what happened to Damien. We encountered trouble in a maglev station. Mercenaries captured Damien. I had to leave him behind. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the crew. Tears welled in Kelly and Anika's eyes, a testament to the bond they shared with Damien. Seer's voice, ever practical, suggested a course of action.
I think we should watch the news for updates. Before taking off, I successfully downloaded the most recent news from Delta 7, though it's encrypted.
Anika's gratitude was palpable.
Well done, Seer.
Seer's admission softened the room's tension.
Don't worry, Captain. I understand a lot of the hype could be political propaganda, and it's possible Professor Voss is innocent. I was wrong in accusing him.
Anika acknowledged this with a nod.
Very good, Seer. Your reaction is completely understandable.
The room's atmosphere shifted, curiosity piqued by the newfound accord between Anika and Seer. Jaxon, navigating the delicate dynamics, activated the holographic orb, casting the news presenter's visage among them. The Martian presenter's resemblance to Raleigh, their engineer left behind, tugged at Jaxon's heart.
In a shocking turn of events, the nanotechnological plague spreads across star systems, leaving a trail of fear and devastation in its wake,
the presenter announced, gesturing towards the chaos unfolding on Delta 7.
Pause it.
Seer's voice interjected, her concern piercing the solemnity of the moment.
Are you sure we should go to Earth if we're carrying a fugitive?
Anika's question redirected their focus.
What about Kaida and her family, though? Could they be in danger?
Jaxon, mulling over their options, suggested a compromise. Let's keep listening and see what we think. We could always take a shuttle down while you wait it out in orbit. As the news continued, detailing the dire state of affairs and Earth's heightened security measures, a collective realization struck. Seer's caution resonated with newfound urgency.
I don't think we should take the family to Earth,
she declared, echoing the sentiment of the room. Jaxon's command was decisive. Okay, pull on the front thrusters, Seer. Let's wait it out while we decide. His decision to contact Kaida, aiming to leverage her connections, directly spoke to the complexity of their predicament. Anika's reminder of Kaida's formidable lineage lent gravity to their next steps. Zose's observation,
it's almost as if someone wants to plunge the entire galaxy into chaos,
captured the essence of their challenge. Nyx's query to Voss underscored the urgency of their mission. Voss's commitment, bolstered by the sanctuary offered by the Manticore, was a pledge to strive against the darkness. As the meeting adjourned, the task at hand was clear. The analysis of the blood sample, a potential key to unraveling the mystery of the nanovirus, awaited them. Chapter 6. AI Uprising.
In the cold embrace of technology, Dr. Victor Corrigan sat enthroned amidst his dominion of steel and silence, a high-tech laboratory that mirrored the man himself, precise, sterile, and devoid of any warmth not generated by machines. The air was alive with the hum of advanced technology, each device and holographic display a testament to Corrigan's relentless pursuit of power through cybernetic supremacy. His body, a mesh of flesh and cybernetics, gleamed ominously under the clinical blue light, showcasing a man who had long ago forsaken his humanity for the allure of mechanical perfection. The robotic arm that hovered like a specter above him was not just a tool but a symbol of his commitment to transcend the limitations of his biological origins. As Corrigan's gaze traced the lines of code cascading down the holographic display, his cybernetic specialist, a Zoraxian with skin as electric blue as the data streams she manipulated, fine-tuned his systems. Her expertise, though unmatched, was overshadowed by Corrigan's obsession with finding Professor Voss, the one piece missing from his grand design. The arrival of Dr. Leon Zhang, a vision of scientific dedication with his neural interface and lab coat, marked the next phase in Corrigan's evolution.
Dr. Corrigan, I've conducted analysis of your cybernetic enhancements and identified areas for improvement. With your consent, we can proceed.
Corrigan's response, a symphony of mechanical clicks as he interfaced with the lab's systems, was a wordless decree. Proceed as planned, Dr. Zhang, his voice, if it could be called that, was as devoid of emotion as the steel that comprised his heart. Victor Corrigan, now enhanced and embodying the very essence of cold efficiency, awaited the next report with an anticipation that belied his outward stoicism. The scientists, its specialists, and technicians retreated, leaving the stage for Major Kendra Harlow, a warrior draped in the trappings of Talosian military honor, yet as silent as the void itself. Her entry was a study in controlled power, her uniform a blend of tradition and cutting-edge technology, symbolizing her rank and achievements. Yet it was the crimson cape that whispered tales of her prowess.
Dr. Corrigan.
She began, her voice carrying the weight of her report.
Sir, we have initiated the planned viral outbreak in the targeted colony. The nanotechnological virus has spread among the population. Initial reports show panic and chaos among the colonists, as expected.
The scenes of havoc projected before them were bleak, yet the report took a darker turn with the revelation of the militants' true nature.
It appears, sir, that the initial group of militants sent in were, in fact, rebels rather than the loyal mercenaries we believed them to be. They showed no restraint in their attack on the scientific colony, vaporizing the infected indiscriminately. They left no survivors.
Corrigan's reaction, a blend of frustration and recalibration, was as swift as it was ruthless. They should have never vaporized the infected. It was a waste of potential resources. We should have stealthily abducted the resistant for experimentation and recruitment. Major Harlow's confirmation of the mercenaries' fate was delivered with a stoicism that matched Corrigan's own.
The first group of militants acted independently, believing they could use the outbreak as a cover for their own goals. We have dealt with them, sir.
Her unwavering gaze spoke of actions taken in the shadows where loyalty was enforced with finality. Corrigan's ambitions, undeterred by the setback, now focused on harnessing the chaos he had unleashed. More than I had hoped are immune to the nanotechnological virus. He mused, we must adapt to the challenges presented by the unforeseen resistance. In this crucible of ambition and cold calculation, Dr. Victor Corrigan and Major Kendra Harlow plotted the next steps in a campaign that sought not just to control but to reshape the galaxy in their image, using the virus as both weapon and crucible to forge an army that would march under the banner of a new order, one ruled by the iron will of Corrigan and the unyielding force of the Talosian military might.
In the seclusion of his suite aboard the Manticore, Captain Jaxon Orion initiated a connection shrouded in the necessity of secrecy. The digital ether between them buzzed into life, conjuring the holographic semblance of Kaida, her visage flickering like a candle caught in a tempest before steadying. Kaida, is this call encrypted? He inquired, his voice a low thrum of urgency. Kaida's response was immediate, a soft murmur of caution.
No, it's not. We can't risk using encryption. It would attract too much attention.
Her words, though calm, carried the weight of their dire circumstances. I need to tell you about the family we rescued, Jaxon said. They were on the brink of being captured by the Delta 7 terrorists. I got them on board, and now they're with us and want to return to the grandparents on Earth. A sigh, weary and laden with concern, escaped Kaida.
Jaxon, you need to escape the system. Don't bring them here. They won't be granted entry. Earth is on high alert and security forces are operating at maximum capacity. The situation is volatile.
Her warning, though delivered with a veneer of composure, hinted at the chaos that gripped their once peaceful home. The captain's heart sank further. What about your family? Are they safe? He ventured. his concern for Kaida's kin piercing the professional veneer.
Earth's space marines are one of the most formidable security forces in the galaxy. My family is safe, you don't need to worry about them or me.
Kaida's assurance, steadfast and unyielding, offered a sliver of solace amidst the storm. Kaida, Damien was abducted on Delta 7. I don't know where he is. Jaxon's admission lingered as a haunting presence between them. Kaida's reaction betrayed her shock.
Oh no, Jaxon, but you must protect the crew of the Manticore now. We can't afford to lose you too. Head for Sirius as Damien planned. It's your best chance at safety.
Her counsel, imbued with wisdom and the weight of command, was a beacon in the darkness. You're right, Kaida. Jaxon's response was a vow to safeguard those under his care.
Stay safe and may Buddha watch over you.
As the connection dissolved into the ether, Jaxon found himself in the silence of his suite. With justification, he steeled himself for the journey ahead. The crew of the Manticore, his chosen family, would find safety under his watch, and in honoring Damien's plan, he would navigate the treacherous waters of galactic intrigue and conflict. The prospect of reaching Sirius lay ahead, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the vast and unforgiving void of space.
The tranquility that once defined Kaida's childhood home, a quaint seaside abode cradled by Earth's tropical North Pole, had been unceremoniously shattered. This sanctuary, once alive with the gentle murmur of waves caressing the shore, now resonated with the tension that gripped the galaxy. Within the traditional living room, where bamboo met rice paper in harmonious simplicity, the atmosphere was thick with unease. Captain Takahashi, Kaida's father, bore the weight of the world on his shoulders as he read, watched, and listened to the latest reports. His wife, Rinka, paced the length of the room, her voice a mirror to the turmoil that swelled outside their peaceful haven.
I can't believe what's happening, Hiroshi. The nanotechnological plague, the violence, the chaos, it's spreading like wildfire.
The captain looked up, his salt and pepper hair a testament to a life spent as a high-ranking military officer.
I know, Rinka. It's beyond anything we could have imagined. Earth's locked down its spaceports. No one's allowed in or out.
His voice, though steady, could not hide the undercurrent of disbelief at the unprecedented measures now enveloping their planet. Rinka, ever pragmatic, nodded.
Well, that's a good thing. That's exactly what every country in every world should do as soon as possible at the very mention of a pandemic.
Her conviction, however, did little to ease the palpable anxiety that had taken residence in their home. Kaida, seated amidst this tumult of emotion and concern, felt a knot tighten within her stomach. Her return home was meant to be a joyous reunion, but the nanonexus's stranglehold on the galaxy had ruined it. Her mother's gaze, brimming with worry, turned to her.
Kaida, dear, did you talk to the captain of the Manticore?
Yes, he checked to see if we were okay. Father's response was immediate.
They went to Delta 7.
His eyebrows, thin wisps of wisdom, arched in concern. Kaida, ever the bearer of grim tidings, confirmed their course to Sirius and disclosed the harrowing fate that had befallen Damien. The revelation was like a cloud of sorrow that threatened to engulf them all. Father's pragmatic voice cut through the silence, his strategic mind grappling with the implications of their journey.
I hope none of them who entered the colony contracted the virus. It's waterborne. Did they drink water?
Kaida hesitated, the realization of her oversight dawning upon her. I didn't ask. Her admission was a whisper against the storm of their fears. Mother's concern shifted towards the practicalities of their situation.
They have access to the news, don't they?
Yes, Kaida affirmed, clinging to the hope that knowledge would safeguard her friends.
And the doctor. She didn't deal with any blood, did she?
Mother's question, laced with fear, highlighted the precariousness of their ordeal. Kaida, her thoughts drifting to Annika, responded with a conviction born of love and trust. If she did, she would have been immaculately clean and cautious. The Manticore, she knew, was more than capable of navigating the treacherous waters they now found themselves in. Father's apprehensive gaze met Kaida's.
Your mother and I worry about you and Emiko. This virus, these terrorists, it's all so unpredictable.
Kaida placed a reassuring hand on his. I appreciate your concern, Oto-san. In that moment, amidst the fear and uncertainty that the nanonexus had wrought, the Bonda family stood strong. As dusk wrapped the Takahashi residence in a veil of calm, the soft chime of the secure communication channel sliced through the evening air. Captain Hiroshi Takahashi and his wife, Rinka, exchanged a knowing glance. Their years of service had taught them that such a call, especially in these tumultuous times, heralded nothing short of urgency. Father's hand hesitated momentarily before he summoned the courage to face whatever message the universe had deigned to deliver. With a steadiness belying the tumult within, he swiped the datapad to life, and the room was suddenly awash with the blue glow of a holographic projection. General Hoshino, an epitome of military decorum and austerity, materialized before them.
Captain Takahashi,
He began, his voice a harbinger of gravitas.
I trust you are well, considering the circumstances.
General Hoshino.
Captain Takahashi greeted, his voice tempered with respect and a hint of foreboding.
We are as well as expected, given the current situation. How may I assist you?
The general wasted no time.
Captain Takahashi, as you are aware, the galaxy is in a state of turmoil because of the nanotechnological plague. Earth has significantly heightened its security measures.
Kaida, a silent sentinel amidst the unfolding drama, felt a weight descend upon her shoulders. The path she had hoped to tread, one of peace and familial solace, seemed to veer away with the general's every word. Her father's inquiry was a tether to reality.
General, what is it you require?
It was then that General Hoshino's gaze, as impenetrable as the void of space, turned to Kaida.
We need Kaida to join our efforts in orbiting Earth's perimeter, safeguarding our borders, and ensuring the security of our home planet. Her skills and experience are invaluable, especially during these troubled times.
The once serene room now felt like a crucible of destiny. Kaida, her spirit torn between duty and desire, locked eyes with her mother, seeking peace in the familiar, yet finding none. Captain Takahashi's voice, laced with a melancholy acceptance, filled the space.
General Hoshino, you have our full support. Kaida will do her duty to protect Earth and its people.
The general's acknowledgement was a formal nod, a gesture of respect between warriors bound by duty.
Thank you, Captain Takahashi.
Kaida, her strength of will fortified by the weight of her lineage and the moment, affirmed her commitment. I will do whatever is necessary to protect Earth, General. With the general's parting nod, the hologram flickered out of existence, leaving behind a sad silence. The departure of Kaida Takahashi was a scene of touching farewells set against the backdrop of their ancestral home by the sea. The Takahashi family, bound by love and duty, stood united yet divided by the call of duty that beckoned Kaida once more into the vast expanse of space. The warm, tropical air, laden with the scent of salt and palm, whispered of adventures past and the uncertainty of the future. Mother, Rinka Takahashi, stood as a pillar of quiet strength, her fingers interlaced with Kaida's. Her eyes mirrors to the turmoil within were pools of concern for the daughter who was about to step into the unknown once again. Father, Captain Hiroshi Takahashi, embodied firmness of purpose, his posture betraying none of the tempest that raged in his heart at the thought of his child facing the dangers that lay beyond their tranquil haven. Emiko, her younger sister, who had always looked up to Kaida with eyes filled with admiration and wonder, now regarded Kaida with pride and dread. Clad in the uniform that marked her as one of Earth's defenders, Kaida stood as a symbol of courage and sacrifice. The setting sun, a silent witness to their farewells, cast a golden glow that illuminated the scene with an ethereal light. Mother's tears, no longer able to be held at bay, coursed down her cheeks as she reached out to touch Kaida, a gesture laden with the fear of a parent for their child.
Kaida, promise me you'll be safe,
she implored, her voice a fragile whisper against the evening breeze. I promise, Okasan, Kaida replied. Father's hand on her shoulder was both a comfort and a reminder of the responsibilities that rested upon her shoulders.
Protect Earth just as you've always protected your family,
he said, his words imbued with pride and hope. Turning to Emiko, Kaida offered a smile. Look after them while I'm gone, she said, her affection for her family shining through the resolve that marked her features. Emiko's response, a solemn nod, was a vow to uphold her sister's request.
I will. I'll take good care of them,
she promised. With a final, lingering look at the place that had shaped her, Kaida stepped aboard the military vessel that awaited her. The platform vibrated with the power of the engines coming to life, a prelude to the journey that lay ahead. As the spaceship lifted off, cutting a path through the twilight sky, Kaida waved goodbye to her family, leaving behind the serene shores of her childhood for the duty that called her among the stars. The Takahashi family watched as the vessel carrying Kaida disappeared into the night, a silhouette against the canvas of the cosmos.
Chapter 7. Echoes of the Past.
General Reynolds addressed the assembly of Earth's Space Marines, charging the atmosphere aboard the spaceship's command deck with a sense of urgency. The way he carried himself with great strength and determination indicated the many years he spent serving in the military. The crisp lines of his uniform, each medal a story of valor and sacrifice, mirrored the strong-mindedness in his piercing blue-eyed gaze. Kaida Takahashi stood to attention with fellow Marines. They were on the precipice of a crisis that threatened not just their home but the very principles they had sworn to uphold. General Reynolds' voice cut through the silence.
Listen up, Marines. We find ourselves in a dire situation. The Nano Nexus has reached our doorstep and Earth's borders are under siege. We've received reports of desperate migrants attempting to breach our defenses, seeking refuge and safety.
The tension among the Marines was tangible, each one grappling with the reality of the task ahead. The constant hum of the spaceship's engines served as a gloomy atmosphere to their gathering, a reminder of the perilous path they were about to tread.
Our orders are clear.
General Reynolds' gaze swept across the faces of his Marines.
We are to secure Earth's perimeter, prevent unauthorized entry, and ensure the safety of our homeland. We are the last line of defense, and we will hold the line at all costs.
Kaida recoiled inwardly. The thought of turning away those in desperate need, families seeking nothing but safety, was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet duty called for sacrifice. General Reynolds concluded using words about the ideals they served.
Our actions in the coming days will determine the fate of our planet. Stay vigilant, stay unified, and above all, stay true to your duty.
As the briefing concluded, Kaida and her comrades were left to ponder the enormity of their mission. The challenges they were about to face were unparalleled, yet the unity and strength they shared as Marines were their greatest asset. The colossal hangar of the mothership was a monolithic manifestation of Earth's military strength. Within its steel embrace, Earth Space Marines, the vanguard of humanity's defense, readied themselves for the coming mission. The air was electric, charged with the silent vows of duty and valor as the Marines donned their advanced spacesuits, each movement precise, each echo ritual of preparation. Kaida Takahashi, now fully suited, stood as a leader at the forefront of her squadron. Around her, the Marines embarked upon their steel steeds, space fighter jets equipped with the pinnacle of human ingenuity in weaponry and defense. The hangar, for a moment, resembled an ancient battlefield where warriors mounted their chargers, ready to face whatever fate lay beyond the horizon. Each fighter jet was a marvel of engineering, boasting rapid-fire railguns that promised swift retribution to any who dared challenge their might. The tungsten slugs, when unleashed, would tear through the void with unerring precision, demonstrating the Marines' mastery over the art of war. The energy shields shimmered, a silent guardian against the ravages of plasma bursts and laser strikes. The sensor arrays, keen eyes in the dark expanse, stood ready to guide the Marines' hands in the dance of death. Kaida, her gaze lingering on the sleek lines of the fighter jets, felt a surge of pride. The ion thrusters, silent for now, whispered promises of speed and agility, the twin heralds of victory in the merciless arena of space combat. Climbing into her own craft, Kaida allowed herself a moment of reflection. The cockpit became her sanctum, the controls an extension of her will. As the cockpit sealed with a hiss, the world narrowed to the mission at hand, and the heads-up display sprang to life, a digital oracle revealing the secrets of the void. The hangar doors, massive portals to the infinite, slid open with a grace that belied their size. The expanse of space stretched out before them, a timeless battlefield where stars bore witness to the deeds of mortals. As the engines of her fellow Marines' jets came to life, a chorus of power and purpose, Kaida felt the familiar rush of eagerness. The hangar bay, for a moment, was awash with the symphony of their departure. Marines. Kaida's voice, steady and clear, echoed over the comms. Prepare for launch. Each jet lifted from the deck with the grace and ferocity of a raptor taking to the sky. Kaida, propelled by the thrust of her engines, felt the embrace of the G-forces. The mothership, their cradle amidst the stars, receded into the distance as they ventured forth. In the void, the squadron of Earth's Space Marines, a formation of hope and steel, streaked through the cosmos. Ahead, the unknown awaited, a realm of peril and possibility. But with Kaida at the helm, her steadfastness as unshakable as the metal that bore them, they faced the future undaunted, ready to inscribe their legacy among the stars.
In the Manticore's bar, Annika and Jaxon's faces were etched with the sorrow of loss. Damien's absence cast a dark pall over their gathering, transforming the friendship they shared into a solemn reflection of what had been. Annika, abstaining from alcohol, cradled a mug of herbal tea, a small comfort against the tide of her thoughts. Jaxon, nursing a whiskey, broke the silence that enveloped them. You didn't want to join the others in the lab. His voice was gentle, a tender probe into her solitude.
No.
Her sigh was a soft surrender to the fatigue of grief.
It'll be a long process. They'll update us on their findings.
Anika's finger traced the rim of her mug, a gesture of contemplation.
You know, Jaxon, when I left Vestoria to join this crew, I had dreams.
Jaxon quirked an eyebrow. Oh, yeah. There was a hint of concern in his voice, a fear of having unwittingly derailed her aspirations. Her response was a wistful smile.
To explore the stars and make medical discoveries.
You've certainly achieved all of that, he affirmed. She peered at the stars through the window.
I loved Stefani and her brother Camden as I'd love a brother and sister. Stephanie died and Camden left.
Her voice was a whisper of loss, a lament for a family found and lost within the cosmos. Jaxon mused aloud. I wonder if Camden ever made it out alive. I wonder if he got sucked into a black hole. His words were a mix of speculation and sorrow. Anika pondered the myriad fates that might have befallen Camden.
Who knows if a black hole got him? Who knows if the virus got him? Perhaps he is still alive and grieving his twin.
The conversation turned to Visky, another soul lost in the void.
Then Visky died.
Anika said, that was my fault. Jaxon admitted.
No.
Anika's hand found his, a gesture of support.
She used her telepathic abilities to protect Kaida and Sia. If it wasn't for her sacrifice, they would have died. Her death almost cost Damien's life, too.
The memory was a sharp pain, a reminder of the cost of their battles.
Damien, he always had psychological issues.
Anika confided, her long black hair usually pinned up, now a curtain framing her purple face.
He still has PTSD. He'd been addicted to neuraxia for years.
Damien's fate loomed large over them. Now he's gone. He could be a zombie like the others now. They wanted him to fight for them. Jaxon voiced their darkest fear. Anika's sorrow broke through in sobs.
Dear, it's all too bad to lose people all the time. Who knows when we'll be next? I'm just glad I'm an orphan and not a mother. It won't break too many hearts when I die, too.
Don't say that. Jaxon's hands found her shoulders. He held her at arm's length, and his gaze locked onto hers, seeking to impart a strength he hoped could fortify her spirit. When we get to Sirius, we must find more backup. We are helpless without a chief security officer. Sia can't be a co-pilot and guard the ship all on her own.
I know. We will.
Anika took another sip of her herbal tea, a small act of composure, before setting the mug down with a definitive clink. Her voice, however, betrayed the turmoil within.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to look up at the stars and imagine all the adventures waiting for me out there. But now, after everything we've seen, sometimes I wonder if the stars hold as much promise as I once believed.
People always search for the stars when they have emotional wounds. Jaxon's observation was a reflection of the crew's collective trauma, a shared history written in the scars they bore.
Like me.
Anika recoiled slightly, as if the words had touched a raw nerve. Jaxon saw the depth of her depression in that moment of vulnerability. He chastised himself silently. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. With a sigh, he drew her close. She nestled against him, her sobs breaking the silence between them.
The trauma of losing my parents left me with a fear of losing those I care about and want to protect.
She confessed, her voice muffled against his shoulder. Jaxon understood all too well, his own past echoing her pain. He had lost his parents in a terrorist attack when he was just a boy. It should have been a happy memory, that school trip to the mountains. Little did he or his classmates know that they would all become orphans when they returned home. The memory that haunted him still, but he remained silent, offering his presence. This was her moment to voice her fears, her doubts. Her tears flowed freely now, her body shaking with the intensity of her grief.
I think I'm losing it, Jaxon. I've been trying my best to keep it together, but now Damien too.
He's not dead. He's out there somewhere, Jaxon insisted, though the comfort in his words felt hollow even to him.
Controlled by someone else.
Anika's tears came in shuddering gasps. He nodded, his head bowed in silent agreement. Or something else.
In his command center on Talos, Dr. Victor Corrigan orchestrated his vast network of surveillance and data analysis. The chamber, alive with the hum of machinery and the glow of holographic displays, served as the nerve center for his clandestine operations. Corrigan, more machine than man, interfaced seamlessly with the technology surrounding him, his AI-enhanced mind sifting through torrents of information with cold, calculated efficiency. Into this sanctum of cybernetic dominion, Major Kendra Harlow stepped, her presence marked by a tension that seemed to ripple through the air itself. The room's ambient light played off Corrigan's cybernetic appendages, casting them in a spectral glow as he turned his attention to her.
Dr. Corrigan, we have a development.
Major Harlow announced, her voice cutting through the electronic din. With a gesture, she summoned a holographic image into the space between them, bringing the security footage from Delta 7 spaceport into sharp relief. The images flickered to life, revealing Professor Voss accompanied by a striking Vestorian woman and another human, both navigating the security checks of the spaceport. Corrigan's heart, an artificial construct of his own design, seemed to falter for a moment at the sight.
Voss boarded a Telosian starship known as the Manticore with these women.
Harlow continued, her eyes not leaving the display.
Our analysts have confirmed their presence aboard the vessel.
Corrigan's response was measured, his mechanical digits tapping an absent rhythm on his chair. And the Manticore's captain is Jaxon Orion. Curious, isn't it? Your father, General Harlow, was instrumental in his upbringing alongside other orphans, all under the auspices of the Novatech Consortium. Harlow's expression shifted, a mix of surprise and intrigue.
Really?
Yes, Corrigan affirmed. Following a devastating terrorist attack in Avonio's financial district, the Idofia Sky bombs, if memory serves.
That's correct. It seems the galaxy is smaller than we thought.
Corrigan nodded, his electronic eye scanning the data before him. Jaxon Orion has become quite the figure. There are even rumors of his involvement in halting the black hole phenomena attributed to the Elders.
An interesting man, indeed.
Harlow mused.
And now he harbors Voss.
Corrigan's gaze was unyielding as he absorbed the implications. Our forces on Delta 7 encountered them at a maglev station. Orion managed to elude capture, but they apprehended his lieutenant Damien, immune to the nanovirus. A plan began to crystallize in Corrigan's mind, a strategy that would leverage their current position to their advantage. Bring Damien to Talos for interrogation. As for the others who show resistance to the virus, they too will have their uses.
Understood, sir.
Harlow responded, her demeanor one of loyalty. Corrigan outlined his intentions, his voice devoid of any warmth. We'll need a specialized team to infiltrate the Manticore and extract Voss. The latest in nanotechnological armaments will ensure their success.
And Jaxon Orion?
Harlow queried, her tactical mind already considering the myriad outcomes. He remains a variable. However, we have contingencies in place should he interfere. I assume you can secure a team capable of executing this operation with the precision it demands. Harlow's salute was crisp, her resolve clear.
Consider it done, sir.
As Major Harlow exited the command center, Corrigan turned his attention back to the holographic tableau before him. The chessboard was set, and the pieces were moving. The abduction of Professor Voss from the Manticore was but the opening gambit in a much larger scheme that would see his will imposed upon the stars.
Chapter 8. The Engineer's Gambit.
Damien's gaze fixed on the eerie transformation that had engulfed Delta 7, his prison cell bars acting as a barrier between him and the unfolding scene. What had become of his crewmates? Jaxon and Anika, were they still breathing? Only a day had passed since the initial chaos, and now the city was draped in an eerie stillness. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle, replaced only by the shuffling footsteps of the infected. The roads bore visible scars from the violence that had unfolded, with buildings reduced to ruins. Surprisingly, the infected were diligently working to clear debris and reconstruct. They moved with a singular focus, as if guided by an invisible hand. His eyes grew hazy and distant, as if a fog had settled upon his gaze. Who or what was pulling the strings behind this peculiar metamorphosis? What had happened to their unique personalities and identities? It was as if they were programmed machines, completely lacking any spark of vitality. The sight of violence, chaos, and suffering had become all too familiar to him, but this new order brought a fresh sense of unease. Was it even possible for anyone to contest the overwhelming power that controlled the infected? He remained untouched by the infection for now. It wasn't just he who had avoided getting infected, there were others who were also untouched. They screamed and bellowed and cried. His mission to reunite with his crewmates and uncover the truth necessitated a successful escape. Trapped and helpless, he couldn't bear to stay here as the world around him descended into a nightmarish state. Examining his surroundings carefully, Damien searched for any weaknesses in the cell's structure. His gaze fixated on the ventilation grate, its screws showing signs of wear and tear after years of use. Despite knowing it was a long shot, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. Slowly and cautiously, he used a piece of metal he found on the cell floor to loosen the screws, making sure not to create any noise. Working diligently, he could feel the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The minutes stretched on endlessly, but at last the final screw loosened. Holding his breath, Damien carefully lifted the ventilation grate and squeezed himself into the narrow duct, feeling a rush of adrenaline as he embarked on his clandestine journey. Despite the tight fit, he pushed forward, feeling the rough edges of the metal scrape against his skin. As he followed the duct, he could hear the faint echoes of footsteps and whispers echoing through the network of passages. The sounds of the infected going about their business echoed in the distance, while the uninfected screamed and bellowed in panic. Stepping out of the duct, Damien was met with the musty smell and dim lighting of the abandoned hallway. As he cautiously made his way through the dimly lit corridors, he could hear the faint echo of his footsteps bouncing off the walls. Damien moved stealthily through the residential area, his footsteps barely making a sound on the pavement. Staying hidden in the shadows, he made sure to steer clear of any infected individuals patrolling the vicinity. With each movement, he made a conscious effort to remain silent, aware of the slightest noise that could give him away. The sight of a barricade greeted him as he arrived, obstructing any further progress. The area was manned by a group of mercenaries, their cold and calculating gazes leaving no detail unnoticed. His pulse pounded in his temple, creating a rhythmic thumping sensation. Without warning, a pair of strong hands seized him from behind, leaving him stunned. His captors held him firmly, their grip unyielding despite his struggles. Swiftly and ruthlessly, they administered a savage beating, leaving their victim defenseless. His body throbbed with pain, making it increasingly difficult for him to stay conscious. He refused to let them tear him apart. With a surge of desperate strength, he managed to break free from their clutches, his steps unsteady as he stumbled backward. However, by that time, it was already too late. They called for reinforcements, and soon he found himself surrounded by a group of additional mercenaries. Outnumbered and outgunned, he realized the odds were stacked against him, leaving little room for escape. With a trembling sigh, he bent his neck and slowly raised his hands in surrender. With his hands bound tightly, they led him through the barricade, their emotionless eyes fixed on him the entire time. In the ghostly silence of the once bustling spaceport, Damien found himself a pawn in a game far greater and more sinister than any he had encountered before. The spaceport, now a mausoleum of ships grounded in a perpetual slumber, whispered tales of the anarchy that had ravaged its corridors. Dust lay like a shroud over the dormant vessels, each layer a reminder of the turmoil that had passed. The mercenaries, a motley crew of aliens and humans whose visages were as hard as the worlds they hailed from, moved with a motive born of dark intent. They rounded up Damien and the other prisoners, a diverse collection of souls caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, onto a behemoth of a spaceship. This enormous dark matter hauler stood ready to swallow them whole. Within the interior of this massive ship, the air was thick with the sterile scent of antiseptic mingling with the cold metallic tang of the machinery that pulsed at its heart. The prisoners, their eyes wide orbs reflecting both the fear of the known and the terror of the unknown, were met with the impassive gazes of their captors. These mercenaries, devoid of compassion, were but shadows flitting through the dim corridors, their intentions as opaque as the void outside. One by one, the prisoners were entombed in cryogenic chambers, their final resting places before a journey whose destination was shrouded in whispers and warnings. These sarcophagi, cold and unyielding, closed upon Damien and his fellow captives with the inevitability of fate itself. Around him, the cruel laughter of the mercenaries cut through the air. Their joy in the suffering of others was a poison, tainting the already suffocating atmosphere within the ship. As the lid of his own chamber sealed him away from the world of the living, Damien was enveloped in darkness. The remaining traces of light slipped away, leaving him in a void where time and space lost all meaning. The hum of the ship's engines, a monotonous, mournful sound, was soon the only sensation that tethered him to reality. What lay ahead was a mystery wrapped in fear. Rumors of the dark matter hall's true objective, tales whispered in the dark corners of spaceports and bars across the galaxy, now seemed all too real. Was it a slaver's ship bound for the farthest reaches of the known universe? Or was it something even more sinister? A vessel that trafficked in souls for purposes too dark to fathom. As the cryogenic chamber embraced him in its icy grasp, Damien surrendered to the embrace of a sleep devoid of dreams.
The corridors of the Manticore whispered with the hushed reverence of ancient libraries as Professor Albert Voss, accompanied by Nurse Nix and Professor Zoes, crossed the threshold into the ship's science lab. It was a sanctum of innovation and knowledge amidst the void. The lab cradled the nanoscopic bioimager 9000 at its heart, an altar to the gods of science. "By the stars," Voss exclaimed, his voice a mixture of awe and veneration. "Such magnificence, Professor Zoes, to stand among these paragons of technology. You wield the tools of creation itself." Zoes, her face alight with the pride of 1,000 suns, nodded.
"This incredible thing is what I need to make my dream of turning genetically engineered grass into rocket fuel a reality."
Voss, ever the scholar, inquired further. "This rocket fuel you speak of, derived from celestial flora, would you indulge an old seeker of knowledge with the tale of its genesis?" Her laughter was like the melody of a distant nebula.
"Professor, I crave intellectual discussions. Anika is tired of my discussions on botany and astrophysics."
Voss, moved by her passion, offered a fellowship of curiosity. "The stars themselves have conspired to bring us together, then. Tell me of this asteroid-born grass that promises to fuel our ascent among the heavens." Zoes, with the grace of a comet tracing the night sky, revealed the origins of her work.
Ort 45's gift to us is this grass, born from vertical farms in the Oort cloud.
Astounding, Voss breathed. "And Kelly, our culinary artist, hails from this celestial nursery."
"Yes, Ort 45.
Zoes confirmed, her voice tinged with a somber note.
"Despite the harsh conditions, a resilient spirit emerged."
Their conversation meandered through the cosmos, touching upon Kelly's origins and the dogma of the Church of the Celestial Body, a faith as confining as the asteroid's minds. Nix dismissed the Church's teachings.
"Propaganda, nothing more. The universe is vast and their vision, tragically narrow."
Voss pondered the ironies of fate, how beliefs could shape the destiny of worlds and individuals alike. And yet, from such constraints, stars like you emerge, Nix. The lab, for a moment, became a crossroads of destinies, where tales of sacrifice and dreams intertwined. Nix shared the unexpected stroke of luck that had granted her parents a reprieve from their toil, a cruise among the stars. Voss, moved by her tale, saw in Nix and Zoes the echoes of his own quest for understanding, for making a difference in the galaxy. And so, as they approached the NBI 9000, a symphony of science awaiting their command, the lab became a stage for discovery. Voss, with the eagerness of a child gazing upon the night sky for the first time, introduced Nix to the marvels of nanoscopic imaging. "The NBI 9000, he declared, is not merely a tool but a gateway to the mysteries of the universe, a lens through which we may glimpse the fabric of creation itself." Nix, her spirit ignited by the promise of discovery, leaned in, her gaze fixed on the machine that stood ready to unveil the unseen world. The lab's atmosphere thickened with tension as Professor Voss, Nix, and Zoes leaned in closer to the holographic projection of the virus under examination by the NBI 9000. The image unveiled a scenario far beyond their darkest speculations. "This is beyond the realm of any standard virus behavior," Voss began. "The structures you're observing," he pointed towards the hologram, "are indicative of a self-replicating nanotechnological virus, one that I fear has been altered from its original, well-intentioned design."
"But, Professor Voss,"
Nix said,
"could these modifications have occurred naturally? Evolution, perhaps?"
Voss shook his head. "No, Nix. What we're witnessing here isn't the work of natural selection. It's far too sophisticated, too directed. It's as if a wicked intellect is behind its evolution." Zoes, her scientific curiosity aroused despite the joyless implications, asked,
"And these modifications, they're enhancing its capabilities?"
Voss sighed, a man burdened by the knowledge of his creation's perversion. "Exactly, Zoes. It's not just replicating, it's improving. Each generation of the virus seems to be a test bed for new adaptations, making it more efficient, more deadly." The laboratory fell silent as the trio absorbed the enormity of their findings. Voss continued, "The implications of this are terrifying. If the virus is indeed being guided by an external force, then we're not just dealing with a pandemic. We're up against an entity, or entities, with the knowledge and means to manipulate life at the molecular level." Nix stepped back, aghast.
"So, what you're saying is, this isn't just a disease outbreak, it's a weapon."
Boss nodded solemnly. Yes, Nix. And one of unparalleled sophistication. We must proceed with caution. Understanding this virus is paramount, but we must also consider our own safety.
Then our next step is clear.
Zeus stated.
We need more samples, more data. If we're to stand any chance of combating this, knowledge will be our greatest weapon.
Boss glanced at both of his colleagues in turn. Then let us begin. As they turned back to the NBI 9000, the lab felt less like a room within a ship, and more like a battleground on which the fight for the future would be waged. Nix said,
Testing everyone on board could provide us with invaluable data, perhaps even a breakthrough.
You're right, Boss said. Zeus, leaning closer to the microscope, her brow furrowed in concentration, added,
This virus, it's like nothing we've seen before. Its ability to adapt, to evolve, it's unnaturally fast. Someone has definitely engineered it to be this way, a bioweapon of sorts, perhaps.
Voss, his gaze fixed on the shimmering images provided by the NBI 9000, nodded solemnly. My creation, Neural Fix. It is supposed to heal those with neural diseases, but yes, someone has twisted it into something monstrous. We're dealing with a level of bioengineering that's both fascinating and horrifying.
We need to act fast,
Nix said.
Every moment we delay, the virus spreads further. Let's start with collecting blood samples from the crew tonight. It's crucial we understand if the virus has infiltrated us.
Voss, momentarily distracted by the thought of Seer, sighed. Yes, if only we had begun our research sooner. Seer's caution has cost us precious time. His tone softened as he considered the broader implications of their work. Nevertheless, we must focus on the task at hand. Our work here could very well determine the fate of countless lives.
Chapter 9. Whispers in the Void. The Manticore tore through the endless void, its automated systems guiding it forward as Jaxon sank into his seat on the bridge, staring at the shimmering constellations through the view screen. Anika had confessed she needed time alone tonight, plagued by her menstrual pains. He hoped that she'd sleep well, but Jaxon could not find rest. The absence of Seth Foxwell weighed heavily on him, the brown-skinned man who used to stand by his side and oversee all operations with furrowed blue eyebrows and a piercing gaze. And Kaida, he already longed for her presence, her fierce warrior spirit gone from their midst. But duty called her back to her family, to a respite from the constant cycle of battle and bloodshed. For now, she must find refuge and rejuvenation while her sister remained out of harm's way. As he reclined in his chair, savoring the rare moment of serenity on his ship, a sudden and frantic knocking shattered the silence. His muscles tensed, ready for danger. The knocks continued without pause, growing more urgent by the second. Without hesitation, he leapt from his seat and strode to the door, flinging it open. Standing before him was Seer, her usually calm eyes now wide with fear and her chest heaving with exertion. Her once neatly braided silver hair was now a wild mess, and her uniform appeared hastily thrown on as if she had rushed here without a second thought. What has happened? Are you injured? He asked. Seer's words spilled out in a frenzied rush.
Jaxon, where is Anika?
She is asleep in her suite, he replied calmly.
Since our kiss when you freed me from the elders, I cannot stop thinking about you.
Seer confessed, her whispered words trembling with emotion. I know, but Anika. She would never allow us to be together. He stepped aside. Granting her entrance, Seer stumbled inside, her dark green eyes scanning the room, as if searching for hidden enemies. The door clicked shut behind her, sealing them off from the outside world. Please, sit. He guided her to his chair, concern etched on his face as he took the seat beside her. Seer took in a shaky breath, finally meeting his gaze. Her usually hard expression was soft, revealing a rare vulnerability.
Jaxon.
Her words caught in her throat. An electric silence fell over the bridge.
Jaxon,
she said again, her voice trembling.
I need you, now.
But, Anika. He began to protest, knowing the consequences of betraying his lover's wishes.
She's not here.
Seer cut him off urgently.
I need you so badly.
Her fingers fidgeted with the zipper of her pirate attire, exposing a hint of skin beneath. A wave of warmth washed over him as he fought against his own desires. Seer. But before he could finish his sentence, she pressed her lips against his in a desperate kiss. It was passionate and consuming, but even as they gave into their longing, both knew that this forbidden love would come at a price. one that they were willing to pay for just a few precious moments together.
Kaida Takahashi navigated her vessel, the Sentinel, in a celestial battle. With her grip firm on the controls, her attention was undivided, aimed at the formidable challenge before her. The frontier of Earth's domain was under siege, as a multitude of refugees from the turmoil of the nanonexus sought asylum. Kaida found herself torn, her sympathy for these seekers of sanctuary clashing with her grasp of the perils their uncontrolled influx posed, including the spectre of an interstellar contagion threatening her home world. On her tactical screen, the vessels engaged in this strife materialized on her tactical screen, intent on penetrating Earth's defenses to illicitly deposit their charges, confronted the determined opposition of Kaida's armada, composed of Earth's elite spacecraft. The void was ablaze with the glare of explosions as lasers and plasma shots carved through space. Amid this uproar, Kaida's fleet stood firm, a hurricane of devastation and defense. A voice crackled over the comms, breaking into the cockpit.
Captain Takahashi, a group of refugee ships, escorted by guards, is trying to break through our lines.
Kaida grimaced. Her role was clear, yet it bore heavily upon her. Engage the interlopers, she commanded. The Sentinel, leading her fleet, plunged into the fray against the encroaching flotilla. The darkness of space was pierced by the light of laser blasts and missile strikes. As Kaida and her squadron clashed with the guardian ships of the refugees, the void flickered with explosions. A pang of discomfort tightened her chest, for Kaida knew that with every adversary she repelled, every refugee ship she forced back, she was casting lives back into the grip of uncertainty. The day following the grueling space conflict, Kaida found herself on the firm ground of Earth. The aftermath of the battle left her spirit bruised. She was now within the Citadel of Unity, positioned at Earth's southern apex, this bastion of military might, enveloped by the futuristic expanse of Astroverde. Here, under the shelter of this advanced urban canopy, soldiers like Kaida were honed, strategic masterminds convened, and critical choices were made in the defense of their world. Amidst this bastion of preparation and strategy, Kaida found herself wrestling with the demands of her role against the pull of compassion in the face of the refugee dilemma. The environment was a far cry from the serene beauty of her northern upbringing. Astroverde, suspended overhead, shone like a gem over hothouse Earth. Among her peers, adorned with the emblems of valor, Kaida stood a figure of both distinction and internal turmoil. The ceremony commenced with the vibrant sound of brass, progressing into speeches that set the stage for the presentation of military honors. This gathering of esteemed military personnel alongside politicians and global dignitaries highlighted the event's significance. As the proceedings advanced, Kaida grappled with a growing sense of isolation, encumbered by the memories of those she had turned away, or worse, in the fulfillment of her duty. Each accolade served not as a balm, but as a reminder of the cost at which they came, stirring a tumult of haunted recollections within her. The ceremony's atmosphere, punctuated by the bright flashes of cameras and the roar of applause, felt surreal to Kaida. Her mind lingered on the desperate faces and doomed vessels in the void, pondering the fate of those she had repelled or left to an uncertain future in the vastness of space. The event culminated in a grand feast, a celebration for many, but for Kaida, a false front masking the inner unrest. As attendees reveled in the night's festivity, sharing tales and insights, Kaida was ensnared in her personal inferno, the gulf between the evening's joy and her inner desolation ever widening. After the day's formalities had faded into the night, the Citadel of Unity found itself enveloped in a hush that seemed to amplify Kaida's inner turmoil. With each stride through the base's passageways, the decorations of valor at her chest grew weighty, as if the metal itself bore the weight of her moral conflict. Her dedication as a space marine had never wavered until now, when the very essence of their mission, the balance between duty and compassion, came under scrutiny within her own heart. Drawn by the need for counsel, she found herself before the quarters of Sergeant Oliver Turner, a fellow marine and confidant. The door yielded to reveal Oliver, his expression one of mild surprise at her visit.
Captain Takahashi, are you okay?
His voice, steady and welcoming, was a balm to her anxious spirit. Kaida's visit was born of a need to voice her disquiet. I've been reflecting on our actions at the border, Ollie. It's troubling me. With a nod, Oliver invited her into the sanctuary of his quarters, a gesture of understanding and shared concern.
You're not alone in this,
he admitted, giving voice to a sentiment that resonated with a faction within their ranks, a collective unease that military aggression might not be the sole path to peace. Kaida's gaze lingered on the ground. We've been targeting ships that could carry refugees. Oliver's response was one of empathy.
This conflict is something many of us are experiencing. We're looking for diplomatic options, reaching out to powerful allies in our group and the wider interstellar community, hoping to find a compassionate solution.
Kaida's response was immediate. I need to be part of this initiative, Ollie. We must make an alternative path that shows our dedication to humanity.
We're not without support. There's a collective will to enact change.
As Kaida departed from Oliver's quarters, the weight she carried seemed a fraction lighter, buoyed by the prospect of contributing to a solution that aligned more closely with her values. The nightclub's atmosphere enveloped Kaida and Oliver as they ventured into Astroverda's lively night spot, seeking a momentary escape and a chance to deliberate on their collective mission. As they navigated through the throng of dancers and revelers, Oliver caught sight of their expected company.
There they are.
Oliver shouted over the music, guiding Kaida through the crowd towards a more subdued enclave where their friends had congregated. As they approached, the trio of young humans, a black man, a white woman, and an East Asian woman, welcomed them with warm gestures and embraces, their greetings nearly lost in the din of the club's pulsating beats.
Captain Takahashi, Lieutenant Turner, so glad you could make it.
The white woman reached out to Kaida with a handshake.
My name's Rosie Williams, and I serve as a diplomatic liaison officer within Earth's space military.
That is such an important role, Kaida said with approval. Do you think you can help our cause? The redhead's response was optimistic.
Yes, I do.
She then introduced Antoine Benoit, a space intelligence analyst, and Jidan Li, an aerospace reconnaissance specialist, both of whom played critical roles within Earth's space military. The conversation turned light and personal, as Jirdan inquired about their drink preferences, leading to a moment of directness regarding Kaida's cyborg nature, a fact that Antoine humorously chided Jirdan for assuming too boldly, though Kaida reassured them with a nervous giggle. Seeking a more conducive environment for discussion, Oliver suggested moving to a quieter area of the nightclub, where the ambient music allowed for a more intimate conversation among the plush seating. Here, Kaida broached the subject of their mission's direction, emphasizing the need for diplomacy over military action to address the ongoing immigrant crisis. Jirdan and Antoine expressed their agreement, highlighting the importance of addressing migration's root causes and proposing the formation of a joint task force as a means of combining security efforts with humanitarian aid. Rosie advocated for a demonstration of Earth's willingness to offer refuge and leadership by example. The group found consensus in their shared vision. In the architectural marvel that was Astroverd, with its towering spires that pierced the sky, Captain Kaida Takahashi convened with her trusted allies. Their collective endeavour was poised to forge a new chapter in Earth's interstellar diplomacy, potentially altering the cosmic landscape of alliances and hostilities. United in their mission, Kaida and her team engaged in earnest discussions with a spectrum of extraterrestrial dignitaries. These dialogues, rich with diverse perspectives, aimed at addressing the immigrant crisis through a lens of universal compassion and mutual respect. Their diplomatic journey began with a meeting with envoys from Mars, where talks of cooperation and resource sharing laid the groundwork for a hopeful partnership. Subsequently, delegates from the Alpha Centauri system, including the green-skinned beings from its constituent stars, joined the assembly. Despite the initial tension, a shared commitment to peace and cooperative existence paved the way for fruitful negotiations. The encounter with the Proximans stood out for its emphasis on scientific collaboration and environmental stewardship, demonstrating a strong devotion to harmony and progress. The diplomatic circuit extended to representatives from the Sirius system, presenting a kaleidoscope of life forms ranging from amphibians to creatures resembling terrestrial animals, all united in their diversity. The discussions here were marked by complexity, navigating interstellar politics and diplomacy. The culmination of these efforts was a significant gesture from the Sirian delegation, offering Kaida the prestigious role of Earth's ambassador. This invitation to participate in a pivotal conference on Sarisar within the Sirius system symbolized a monumental stride towards galactic unity and understanding. Kaida, emboldened by the promise of making a tangible difference in the cosmos, embraced this new role. The moment marked a personal triumph for her and heralded a new era of diplomatic engagement for Earth, promising a future where cooperation and compassion could lead to a harmonious existence.
Chapter 10. The Genetic Key.
In the Manticore's science laboratory, Zos peered at the holographic representation of the genetically modified neural fix virus, used as a weapon against humanity. While Zos was deeply engrossed in her research with Professor Voss and Nix, a sudden tremor shook the spacecraft. The lighting system stuttered as a shrill alarm reverberated through the vessel's structure, forcing each of them to grasp at their surroundings for stability. Zoe's activated her comm band. Report. What's the situation? Jaxon's tense voice crackled across the comm.
We're under assault. We're being chased by these unknown crafts. They're breaching the ship.
Dread washed over Zoe's as the reality of their predicament crystallized with terrifying clarity. Reacting instinctively, she seized a datapad, her fingers tapping across its surface to penetrate their compromised security network. They've crippled our communication lines. The laboratory's entrance sealed abruptly, a precaution meant to safeguard them, yet also effectively trapping them within. Voss surveyed the room anxiously, a growing fear for the safety of his research apparent.
Our only option is to escape. They're undoubtedly here for me.
Acknowledging their situation, Zoe's proposed a solution. I'll attempt to dismantle the security measures and get us out. The violent breach of the door abruptly interrupted their plans. As it was blown inward, a cloud of debris and smoke filled the room. Shady figures clad in combat gear became visible when the dust cleared, their intentions hidden as securely as their identities behind masks. From the corridor, Jaxon's voice rose in a futile attempt to ward off the attackers, only to be silenced by the cold, impersonal sound of gunfire. Anika's scream, originating from the same direction as Jaxon's last stand, pierced the chaos. Nix and Albert sought refuge behind the lab's furniture and equipment. One assailant, his voice mechanically altered, singled out Professor Voss.
Our mission is all about you.
Despite Anika's brave intervention and questioning, the confrontation escalated. Nix narrowly avoided injury from a destructive plasma bolt, while Voss himself was not so fortunate, sustaining a wound. Anika's concern for Voss was met with his resigned readiness to surrender to their captors, a decision that sparked further violence from the mercenaries. Sia's attempt to defend her crewmates led to a momentary advantage, but the situation quickly deteriorated. The crew, including Zoe, Sia, Anika, Albert, and Nix, were forced into surrender, uncertain of Kelly's whereabouts and Jaxon's fate. As they were escorted away, Zoe witnessed the bleak outcome of Jaxon's bravery. The captain, either dead or wounded, on the floor. When they captured her and Anika, her pleas for mercy were met with mockery and further threats, emphasizing the direness of their predicament. The mercenaries' disrespect and violence towards the crew directly exposed the crew to a perilous reality, leaving them at the mercy of their captors with uncertain fates. Before the villains abducted Anika, Voss, and Zoe, Sia tried to defend her comrades. A cyborg mercenary leapt up and struck Sia's skull with his metal elbow, causing her to collapse, unconscious, and blood rushing from her head wound. Zoe retched as she was dragged away with Voss and Anika, shaky sobs escaping her mouth.
Dr. Victor Corrigan stood as the epitome of Novatech Consortium's ambition, gazing out over Nova City from his elevated vantage point on a glass walkway. This city, a product of unbridled innovation, unfolded beneath him like a scene from a visionary's dream, its skyline a testament to what humanity could achieve when unfettered by ethical considerations. The city's architecture, a blend of crystalline structures and luminescence, soared towards the sky, while the air was alive with hover vehicles. It was here, amidst this futuristic panorama, that Corrigan contemplated the culmination of his life's work. When the message came through one of his numerous neural implants, asking if he was prepared to commence the linking process, he surveyed the city once more. Below, the populace went about their day, oblivious to their imminent integration into his monumental scheme. With a command, the process began, utilizing nanobots that had already made their way into the citizens through the water supply. As Corrigan orchestrated this neural symphony, he encountered unexpected subversion. The mental fabric of certain individuals was surprisingly resilient, their individuality shining through despite his efforts to assimilate them. Meanwhile, those who had fallen under his control exhibited troubling symptoms, their thoughts and emotions becoming erratic and disjointed. Faced with these challenges, Corrigan recognized the delicate balance he had to maintain. The potential benefits of a unified human hive mind were immense, promising a leap forward in collective intelligence and capability. However, the resistance he faced made the risks of rushing the process and potentially losing control over this new collective consciousness clear. His frustration at these setbacks served as a vivid recall of his lingering humanity, a flaw in his otherwise precise and calculated existence. Deciding to pause the linking process, Corrigan acknowledged the need for further refinement. The presence of Harlow's mercenaries and their capture of Voss was a relief, eliminating the immediate threat of countermeasures to his plan. The struggle between his grand ambitions and the unpredictable nature of human consciousness was a reminder that the journey towards a new era of human evolution would require patience and cunning.
As Captain Orion regained consciousness, the world around him was a blur of pain and disorientation. His vision struggled to focus, and a sharp ache erupted from his abdomen. The smell of burned flesh hung heavy in the air, assaulting his senses. Slowly but surely, the forms of Nyx and Kelly came into view, their concerned faces looming over him. The words escaped his lips, gravelly and disjointed. What happened? A worried exchange passed between Nyx and Kelly, before Nyx leaned in closer to speak.
You've been unconscious for 4 hours, Captain. Saya is in an induced coma. One of those bounty hunters struck her with such force. It's a miracle she's still breathing. I conducted a thorough neurological assessment. Her brain is swollen, making it difficult to assess the extent of her injuries.
Let us pray to the celestial body that she doesn't suffer any permanent damage,
Kelly said, pressing her hands together in prayer. Nyx continued,
You suffered a concussion and a severe burn on your abdomen. I used a special gel infused with nanobots to aid in healing and prevent infection. It will create a protective barrier while new skin grows.
She paused, her expression grave.
For your concussion.
The others. Jaxon's head spun as he looked around frantically at the sight of Seer hooked up to life support. His hands shook as realization set in. Annika, Zos, Professor Voss. Where are they? Kelly's voice was heavy with sorrow as she spoke.
The bounty hunters took them, Captain. They're gone.
Dread washed over Jaxon like an icy wave crashing against the shore. He tried to push through the pain and stand, but his legs gave out beneath him and he collapsed. Nyx rushed to his side.
Captain, you cannot move in your condition. You need medical attention.
She's right,
Kelly agreed.
You must stay put and allow your injuries to heal.
Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jaxon turned desperate eyes towards his old friend, Kelly. I cannot just lie here while they are out there. I need to find them. Kelly's expression softened.
And you will. We will get you a hover chair so you can at least make it to the bridge. We will figure out how to locate them, I promise you.
With Nyx and Kelly's help, Jaxon settled into the hover chair. Time was of the essence. He had to bring his crew home. Amidst the tension on the bridge, Captain Jaxon's movements were quick and resolute, blurring together. He was driven by a singular focus, the retrieval of Zos, Annika, and Voss from the clutches of their cunning abductors. Despite the advanced cloaking techniques employed by the bounty hunters, Jaxon was not deterred. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Kelly. Kelly, we've got to find them, and we've got to do it fast. I can't just sit here and wait. His hands danced across the holographic controls.
I wish I could help, Captain,
Kelly said.
But you know, neither me nor Nyx are any good at this kind of stuff. All I can do is cook and clean. I'm not educated like the rest of you.
I don't expect you to be. I can't cook to save my life, and I certainly don't get any of that medical jargon Nyx was going on about in sick bay. He heaved a sigh. But you've been around me and Seth long enough to hear all the piloting jargon. You might have absorbed something. He scratched his stubbled jaw. Those mercs concealed themselves visually and energetically. Their communications were untraceable while they were on the Manticore. They also hid themselves from the surveillance satellites positioned around the ship. Kelly began to hyperventilate.
Dear, that's not good. First Damien and now them.
Jaxon's investigative efforts focused on the bridge's holographic interface, searching for any overlooked detail that might lead them to the abductors. Despite the bounty hunter's professional efficiency, he had to find a lead. Kelly, trying to contribute, suggested looking for a heat signature, but Jaxon realized it was a long shot. The bounty hunters had been too thorough, leaving no trace behind. In his frustration, Jaxon contemplated a comprehensive diagnostic scan of the ship's systems, hoping to uncover any digital remnants of the intruders. Kelly, visibly distressed, supported the idea, desperate for any solution that might bring their friends home. It was Kelly's mention of the ion thing which jogged Jaxon's memory. He recalled the ion trail tracker they had acquired from the Telosian market on Kronos, a tool that might just give them the edge they needed. With renewed enthusiasm, Jaxon called Kelly to his side, ready to deploy the ion trail tracker in their search. This potential breakthrough offered a ray of hope in the darkness. After fetching the piece of equipment, Jaxon and Kelly huddled around the newly activated ion tracer. The tension on the bridge shifted from despair to careful hope.
If we can trace the ion trail left by the bounty hunter's ship, we might have a lead on their destination.
Kelly's logic was sound. Kelly, you're a genius. Let's fire up that ion tracer. We need to identify their trail, and once we have that, we'll know where they're headed. Together, They delved into the storage compartment to retrieve the device, their actions synchronized in their shared mission. The activation of the ion tracer was a moment of triumph, as Jaxon parsed the data, identifying the distinct ion trail left by their adversaries. Relief and excitement coursed through him. "We've got it. Kelly, you did it. We've got their trail, and now we know where they're headed."
We make a pretty good team, Captain.
Jaxon, his respect for Kelly deepened, concurred with a firm conviction. "Indeed we do. Now let's get the Manticore ready. We're going after them." Their next steps were clear, the mission set before them with newfound clarity. As they prepared to pursue the bounty hunters, Kelly's practicality shone through once more.
I will bring the medical equipment in to help heal your injuries while you navigate.
Her concern for Jaxon's well-being, coupled with her readiness to assist in his recovery, demonstrated her commitment to their cause. Jaxon, acknowledging the necessity of Nyx's medical expertise, agreed. "Okay, you might need Nyx's help with setting that thing up." Chapter 11. Beneath Alien Skies.
In the bounty hunter's spacecraft, Annika, Zos, and Professor Albert Voss were ensnared within the cold, unforgiving grasp of their cages. They each grappled with their own turmoil and despair amidst the distant hum of the ship's ongoing operations. Albert's gaze fell upon his blue hands. The metallic bars that encased them symbolized more than just physical confinement. The presence of these objects served as a stern reminder of their diminished position as mere goods in an expansive and merciless universal market. Annika, whose eyes typically shone with an unquenchable compassion, now threw back anguish. The situation seemed to strip them of their agency, reducing them to mere spectators in their own fates. Zos, however, refused to succumb to despair. With each fleeting opportunity, she examined the locking mechanism of her cage with a determination that belied their bleak situation. Although her efforts may have been futile against the sophisticated security measures, her actions represented a symbol of defiance. Albert's thoughts wandered to Arya and her family, with whom he had shared a perilous escape from Prism Station. The memory of her strength in the face of adversity brought him a measure of solace. Nevertheless, the uncertainty surrounding her and her children's destiny worried him greatly. As Voss listened intently to snippets of conversation from their captors, he caught mentions of the Novatech Consortium, a revelation that sent a jolt of urgency through him. His deep familiarity with the consortium, born of a lifetime's work, suddenly became a critical asset. The pieces of overheard dialogue, tinged with the distinct nuances of the Talosian dialect, hinted at deeper machinations at play, possibly linked to the very core of his life's work. The revelation that their abduction might be connected to the Novatech Consortium added a new layer of complexity to their situation. It suggested that their capture was not random but part of a larger agenda. With this knowledge, Voss understood that their escape was not just a matter of personal survival but potentially crucial to uncovering a conspiracy that could have far-reaching implications. As Voss and Annika whispered their theories and fears, Zosi's vigilant silence spoke volumes. Her focus on their captors and the environment, even as she listened, illustrated her commitment to find a way out, her mind undoubtedly racing through possible escape plans. The conversation between the mercenaries that Voss managed to overhear revealed even more alarming details. The mention of a cyborg dude with ambitions of galactic, perhaps even universal domination, hinted at stakes far higher than Voss had imagined. The mercenaries' talk of not settling for mere financial compensation, but aiming for a share of the power and wealth promised by their employer suggested they were mere pawns in a much larger game. The scarred mercenary's remarks about the wealth pouring out of his circuits painted a vivid picture of their employer's resources and ambitions. The turquoise-skinned mercenaries' agreement and the notion of aiming much higher revealed their awareness of the operation's scale and the potential rewards it held for them. Voss's whispered revelation to Annika about the mercenaries' conversation and their motivations provided a crucial piece of insight into the situation. The understanding that their captors were driven not merely by immediate financial gain, but by the allure of participating in the grand ambitions of a powerful cyborg, presumably with ties to the Novatech Consortium, opened new avenues of thought on how to navigate their predicament. Voss's inability to capture more of the conversation, particularly as the mercenaries moved out of earshot to speak with the pilots, emphasized the challenges they faced in gathering information. Annika's admission of her inability to understand the mercenaries due to the language barrier highlighted the unique value of Voss's partial comprehension of the Talosian dialect. She, like Zos, had left their wearable interpretation devices in their suites on the Manticore. Annika's caution to tread carefully reflected the precariousness of their position. They had to plan any attempt to exploit this newfound understanding meticulously, in order to avoid worsening their already dire circumstances. This exchange between Voss and Anika not only deepened their understanding of the forces arrayed against them, but also strengthened the bond of cooperation between them.
The journey of the Manticore, propelled at warp speed, was an odyssey marked by both marvel and tension. As the ship sliced through the vacuum of space, the backdrop of star-streaked infinity served as a constant reminder of the vast, uncharted territories they traversed. On the bridge, the hum of the engines melded with the strains of space-themed music, an attempt by Captain Orion to mitigate the palpable strain of their mission. The tracking technology, thanks to Seth Foxwell's persuasive skills, all those years ago, gave them hope and exposed energy signatures and cosmic anomalies. But the journey was anything but tranquil. The Manticore faced gravitational anomalies and other phenomena that tested the limits of their knowledge and the ship's capabilities. Kelly's humor provided brief moments of respite, her banter a welcome distraction from their situation. Jaxon's concern for Zos and Anika was a constant undercurrent to their conversations, his mind plagued by the potential horrors they might face at the hands of their captors. Shared meals and stories strengthened their friendship, yet the demands of piloting the Manticore, coupled with the absence of Seer's expertise, worried Jaxon. A comedic yet stressful interlude occurred when he was momentarily waylaid by a call of nature, a reminder of the mundane challenges that persisted even in the face of their dire mission. Navigating through space, the unity and mutual support among the crew, from the bridge to the medical bay, where Nix diligently cared for Sia, was clearly evident. This connection, facilitated by a calm link, was a lifeline that kept them informed and emotionally anchored amidst the chaos of their journey.
During the grueling journey through space, Zos found herself in an unexpected exchange with one of the mercenaries, a man distinguished by his bright orange beard and yellow complexion. Initially, Zos had steadfastly resisted any form of communication with their captors, a silent protest against her unjust confinement. However, the weight of isolation eventually led her to engage with the mercenary, albeit with a palpable sense of caution. Their conversation unfolded awkwardly at first, bridging the vast divide between her scholarly pursuits and his coarse mannerisms. Yet when he mentioned his origins from Cygnus, her homeworld, Zos's defenses momentarily faltered, revealing a flicker of surprise despite the miserable circumstances. The mercenary's attempt at humor did little to alleviate Zos's deep-seated fears, her blunt inquiry about the intentions of his companions highlighting the perilous reality of their situation. His responses, from forced laughter to non-committal hopes for her safety, revealed the uncertainty and potential dangers awaiting them. Their conversation then veered into a more personal territory, touching upon their shared heritage from Cygnus. The discovery of their common background provided a brief, surreal respite. Zos's involuntary giggle at the mercenary's declaration of fate pierced the silence, a passing moment of human connection amidst the chaos of their capture. Zos's conversation with the mercenary, now known as Logan, took a turn towards the deeply personal. The exchange about Terra Sancta and Terra Aristoc, regions of their continent on Cygnus, opened a door to a shared history marred by war. Logan's inquiry into Zos's ancestry, prompted by the visible difference in their skin tones, led to a revelation about her mixed heritage. Zos, navigating the delicate terrain of identity and heritage, disclosed her Velkid lineage through her mother and her Martian ancestry via her father. This sharing of personal backgrounds briefly connected the gap between captive and captor. Zos's strategy to use the mercenary's growing fondness towards her as a possible means of escape began to take shape with each word shared and story exchanged. As their conversation meandered through topics from their homeworld of Cygnus to their personal histories, Zos navigated the dialogue with a mix of feigned interest and genuine curiosity. His query about her origins led to her village in the south, Bolam. The mention of luminous foxes and the beautiful yet challenging tropical climate of Narenda served as vivid brushstrokes in the picture she painted. Zos revealed her scientific pursuits aboard the Manticore, her explanation of seeking to study extraterrestrial organisms and the potential rewards of her research demonstrated her value beyond mere captivity. She wisely withheld her work on genetically modifying grass for rocket fuel, recognizing the importance of keeping certain information hidden from the mercenary's greedy intentions. The mercenary's response to Zos's stories, a mix of fascination and a hint of remorse, suggested an underlying complexity to his character. His admission of coming from North Nakabadorando, with its contrasting snowy landscapes, offered Zos a glimpse into his life before becoming entangled in the mercenary trade. The mention of Logan's childhood memories of Cygnus, from hikes through lush forests to nights spent stargazing, evoked a sense of nostalgia and a longing for the simpler times. His reference to Raihad, a place unknown to Zos, was about to spark further conversation when they were abruptly interrupted. The sudden outburst from the blue-skinned Talosian mercenary made the precariousness of their situation clear. His anger at Logan's indiscretion, a violation of their operational protocols, reminded the yellow-skinned man the risks inherent in their line of work. Logan's attempt at an apology was drowned out by the Talosian's rebuke. Zoe, witnessing Logan's chastisement, found herself empathizing with him, despite the clear lines drawn between their circumstances. Logan's moment of vulnerability, coupled with his evident remorse, painted him as a man caught between his inherent decency and the demands of his chosen path.
As the relentless chase through the cosmos unfolded, Captain Jaxon found himself grappling with the physical and mental toll of their mission. Despite the healing afforded by the medical aura shield, the fatigue of continuous vigilance began to warp his perception, casting doubt on his ability to sustain their pursuit of the bounty hunters. Recognizing the critical need for redundancy in the face of his growing exhaustion, Jaxon decided to teach Kelly piloting. The decision led them to the ship's training simulator. The simulator's holographic interface, with its promise of simulated space travel, offered a beacon of hope and continuity. Under Jaxon's tutelage, Kelly immersed herself in the complexities of piloting the Manticore. Jaxon's guidance, emphasizing the importance of instinct and trust in the ship's systems, was not merely technical instruction but a transmission of confidence and faith. Kelly's adeptness at navigating the simulated cosmos, her hands becoming an extension of the Manticore's controls, proved her adaptability and Jaxon's effective mentorship. However, the strain of their unyielding vigil took its inevitable toll. After 3 days devoid of rest, Jaxon crumbled under the weight of exhaustion, leaving him to sleep at the helm.
The descent of the captor's spacecraft into the alien world marked a new chapter in the ordeal faced by Professor Voss, Zoe, and Annika. The vaccinations administered by the mercenaries were a cold comfort against their uncertain fate. They were led out into the oppressive heat and humidity. Their bodies felt weighty from the increased gravity, causing havoc on Voss's aging knees and ankles. The landscape that unfolded before them was both awe-inspiring and menacing, dominated by the crimson light of binary red dwarf suns, casting an otherworldly glow over the mangrove swamps and islands. The presence of flying beasts in the sky, majestic yet formidable, added to the surreal nature of their surroundings, hinting at the dangers lurking within this alien ecosystem. The security measures, electric fences and razor wire, emphasized the lethal reality of this world. The encounter with the colossal black alligator, a battle between beast and mercenary, made Voss stagger backwards and clutch his chest. It was a harrowing spectacle that further illustrated the harshness of this planet. They now lived amongst predators, and the necessity of the electric fences became chillingly clear. Upon reaching the compound, the captives confronted a scene of utter poverty. The sight of impoverished children in the courtyard was a heart-wrenching reminder of the human suffering that pervaded this place, adding a layer of despair to their already dire circumstances. The stripping and cleansing process they were subjected to upon entering the compound was a brutal violation of their dignity, an experience that stripped them not just of their clothing but of their humanity. The forceful spray of water, intended to cleanse, instead served as a chilling metaphor for their current state, exposed, vulnerable, and devoid of all comforts and assurances. Annika's tears in the aftermath of this ordeal were a raw expression of their collective suffering, revealing a moment of profound vulnerability that marked the depth of their despair. Yet, Voss's relief of being clean after the degradation of their captivity, where basic hygiene was a luxury, highlighted the small mercies that became significant in such dire circumstances. The provision of towels and the surprisingly humane act of applying antiseptic to his wound were small gestures of care that highlighted the difference in their treatment. They were led to a large cage that housed other captives. The buzzing fluorescent lights above illuminated the faces of those who shared their fate. They were not alone in their plight. This realization expanded Voss's scope of the tragedy beyond his individual experience. This moment of communal confinement, while distressing, also presented a silent acknowledgement of their shared humanity. What Voss had heard on the ship about the connection to the Novatech consortium, and the mention of a hive mind painted a dire picture of what they were up against. Zoe's identification of Dr. Corrigan as the cyborg in question, coupled with her knowledge of his stature within both the pharmaceutical and tech industries, emphasized the weightiness of their situation. The discussion then took a personal turn, shedding light on Captain Orion's story. A tale filled with elements of rebellion, training, and disillusionment with the very organization that had raised him. The insights into Jaxon's upbringing and his eventual departure from Nanotech to establish his own path deepened Voss's understanding of the captain. Annika's reflection on Jaxon's disillusionment with Nanotech and his decision to leave and form a private security firm introduced a note of strength and independence that resonated with Professor Voss. The realization that they were potential pawns in a larger scheme masterminded by Corrigan, coupled with the knowledge of Jaxon's complex relationship with Nanotech, fueled their need to escape and convey what they had learned.
During captivity, Annika and Zos embarked on a daring strategy to manipulate their circumstances, leveraging their interactions with the mercenaries to forge a potential path to freedom. Annika's conversation with Poro, the blue-skinned mercenary, evolved from casual banter into a complex negotiation of personal stories, shared hardships, and the faint glimmer of mutual understanding. Annika's clever engagement and feigned interest in Poro's background opened a window into the mercenary's life, revealing his struggles, familial obligations, and the burdens that led him down the path of mercenary work. The revelation of his daughter and the loss of her mother added a layer of depth to his character, humanizing him in the eyes of the captives. Zosi's playful yet poignant remarks about Logan, another mercenary with whom she shared a connection, further blurred the lines between captor and captive, introducing shared origins and potential companionship. Their light-hearted banter about double dates directly reflected their desperation and the lengths they were willing to go to secure their freedom. The captives' strategic disclosure of their skills and professions was a calculated move to increase their value beyond that of mere slaves. Annika's suggestion that she could be a working mother, combined with Zos's qualifications as an astrobiologist, presented an alternative future to Poro, one where the cycle of violence and captivity could be broken. Poro's revelation of a spaceship and his tentative consideration of Annika's proposition hinted at the complexities of loyalty, desire, and survival. The mercenaries, portrayed as ruthless captors, had their own vulnerabilities and aspirations, trapped in a life of violence, perhaps as much by circumstance as by choice.
Chapter 12. The Space Pirate's Honor.
Annika was abruptly woken from a nightmare of attending Jaxon's funeral, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the cold sweat coating her skin as she registered the dark figures of Logan and Poro emerging from the shadows, beckoning for Annika and Zos to rise from their uneasy slumber within the confining darkness of their cage. A silent plea to wake Voss was met with a stern refusal. It was too risky. Guilt gnawed at Annika's conscience for leaving him behind, but she knew they couldn't wait any longer. With a heavy heart, she pretended to lock the padlock on their cell while secretly keeping it unlocked, giving them a chance to escape. Annika had torn small pieces from her striped sleeve for Voss to follow, hoping he would be able to find his way out. As they cautiously made their way through the darkness, Annika dropped bits of her torn sleeve along the path, hoping they would serve as a guide for Voss. The risk of leading other guards to their escape route was high, but it was a risk worth taking. They needed to get out by any means necessary. Luck seemed to be on their side as they tiptoed past oblivious guards, each step a dance with destiny. Just as they were about to reach the exit, a door creaked loudly, causing Annika's heart to race even faster. But they pressed on, determined not to be caught. Once outside, they quickly made their way through a hatch in the ground and climbed up a ladder that led them out of the electric fence. A narrow rowboat awaited them at the edge of the murky waters of the mangrove swamp. "I can't get in that," Zos panted.
"You have no choice, my love,"
Logan whispered reassuringly.
"I have weapons and heat goggles. I'll protect you."
The world around them was shrouded in darkness, lit only by 2 crescent moons that reflected red from their binary suns. The gnarled roots of the mangroves were eerie shadows against the white starlight, and the scent of decay hung heavy in the humid air. Their whispers urged them forward as Logan skillfully piloted the rowboat through twisting channels and beneath a tangled canopy of branches. Suddenly there was a choking sound and Annika's heart stopped. Logan shone his flashlight to reveal a snake with its fangs buried in Poro's neck. Zos started hyperventilating, and for a moment, Annika feared she may have been bitten too, but Logan acted quickly, using his dagger to sever the snake and save Poro. The injured man lay on the boat, foaming at the mouth and clutching his neck, his eyes rolling wildly. "Will he make it?" Annika asked, her voice trembling. "It was a serpentis malis," Zoe whispered fearfully.
Yes, but there's first aid on board,
Logan said confidently. Where is the spaceship? Anika asked.
right here.
Logan helped each woman off the boat before carrying Poro onto the ship. Concealed by the dark canopy of the mangrove trees, the spaceship blended seamlessly with its surroundings. As they approached it, the hatch silently opened, revealing a dimly lit interior. Anika took shaky breaths as they stepped on board, leaving behind the dangers of the swamp and heading towards an uncertain future. Questions of survival and the nature of the snake's venom filled the air, with Logan confirming the forbidding prognosis. The transition from the hostile environment outside to the relative safety of the ship marked the end of their perilous journey through the swamp, leaving the immediate dangers behind but opening up a universe of uncertainty ahead. Logan meticulously secured Poro in one of the reclined seats of the spaceship and ensured his safety with restraints designed to keep him stable during their escape. Anika and Zoe took their places nearby. Logan's expression was etched with focused determination, his assurance of utilizing the onboard med kit to tend to Poro's injuries once airborne provided a spark of hope. The spaceship came to life under Logan's navigation, its controls a steady drone. The vessel gently lifted from its concealed berth and ascended into the vast expanse. The transition from the obscured refuge of the swamp to the heavenly expanse above marked a stirring moment of departure, not just from the planet, but from the circumstances that had trapped them. As the binary suns of the alien world cast their crimson glow into the cockpit, illuminating the faces of its occupants, Anika found her gaze drawn repeatedly to Poro. The decision to deceive Poro, to manipulate his intentions for their escape, tormented the doctor of the Manticore. Poro's mention of a baby daughter waiting on Talos, a child who risked losing her father to the mercenary life he led, deepened Anika's regret. She would not let Poro's life end. She vowed to save him. Minutes later, when they were hovering in the geostationary orbit around an asteroid, Anika's grip tightened around an empty vial she had found in the first aid kit. Beside her, Poro lay on a medical bed, the venom's ruthless progression evident in the ashen hue of his Zoraxian blue skin, native to planet Talos. The discovery that the ship's supply of anti-venom was exhausted had dashed any hopes for a simple solution to counteract the poison ravaging his body. Logan, positioned at the helm, responded with determination to Anika's announcement of their pressing need for anti-venom. His decision to set a course for Cygnus, though met with skepticism by Zoe, revealed a glimmer of hope. A planet en route called Veridora could provide the much-needed antidote. The origin world of the snake that had bitten Poro held the key to his survival. Zoe's concern about potential pursuit by mercenaries emphasized the risks of their plan. Logan's hope that their actions would go unnoticed was a precarious gamble, but one they were forced to take in the face of Poro's deteriorating condition. Anika and Zoe sprang into action, transforming their limited space into a care area equipped with blankets, towels, and water. Anika's medical expertise guided her as she made Poro as comfortable as possible, her actions a blend of clinical efficiency and compassionate care. As Anika monitored Poro's vital signs, the weakness of his pulse and the shallowness of his breathing were ominous indicators of his precarious state. As their spacecraft coursed through the vastness of space toward the Ritharian system, Zoe's role beside Logan at the helm became one of vigilant oversight, her eyes oscillating between the path ahead and the critical situation unfolding behind them. The proximity to the Blue Star system prompted a moment of scientific curiosity from Zoe. Her attempt to draw parallels between the star which Cygnus orbited and their current celestial neighbor highlighted her astrophysical knowledge, even in the face of adversity. Logan's revelation that they were entering the Ritharian system, a remote constellation with limited resources, set the stage for their desperate gamble on Veridora. The planet Veridora, while not renowned for its medical prowess, held the promise of the antidote they urgently needed since the snake's origin was native to that world. Anika's insistence on making the attempt to save Poro directly spoke to the critical nature of their quest. Every second that ticked by brought them closer to losing him, turning their arrival at Veridora into not just a destination, but a race against time. Zoe's inquiry about contacting Captain Jaxon on the Manticore introduced a complex layer of concern. Logan's apprehension about retribution for his role in their escape conflicted with Zoe's reasoning. However, the failure to establish communication with the Manticore extinguished Zoe's and Anika's hopes, leaving them to confront the possibility of isolation or worse, Jaxon's demise.
In the quietude of the Manticore's bridge, the unexpected arrival of the spaceport official and his family momentarily shifted the atmosphere from one of tension and urgency to a semblance of normalcy. Jaxon, confronted with the innocent curiosity of the children and the clear concern in their parents' eyes, navigated the delicate balance between honesty and reassurance. The official's inquiry into the disturbance aboard the ship prompted Jaxon to tread lightly, offering an explanation that was both forthright and measured. The revelation of the abduction by mercenaries soured their conversation, yet Jaxon's assurances sought to mitigate the family's fears, emphasizing the safety measures in place. The wife's heightened worry naturally responded to the unforeseen peril their journey encountered. Jaxon's attempt to soothe their fears directly showed his role, not just as captain but as protector of everyone under his charge, including both passengers and crew. The discussion of their impending touchdown, driven by pursuing the abducted crew, unveiled the severity of their mission. Jaxon's declaration of personal involvement in the rescue effort emphasized his dedication and the risks he would undertake. Kelly's silent tension beside him, broken only by Jaxon's quick affirmation of her role as co-pilot, spoke volumes of the unspoken dynamics and shared understanding between them. Their interaction with the family, particularly with the children, brought a brief interlude of warmth and levity to the bridge. The mention of the food dispenser and the VR suite's entertainment options served as a reminder of the ship's amenities designed for comfort and distraction. The laughter of the children, innocent and untouched by the complexities of the situation, offered a brief respite from the weight of the mission ahead. Jaxon's suggestion of the castles and unicorns, aimed to the excited girls, served as a gentle reminder of the ordinary joys and interests that life beyond their immediate crisis held. Their parents expressed gratitude towards Jaxon for his reassurances and the protective measures he implemented, directly reflecting their trust in him as the captain. David's offer of help was met with Jaxon's polite refusal. The formal exchange of names and the handshake symbolized a mutual respect and shared understanding. As the family retreated to the safety of their suite, their expressions of thanks and the children's shy waves left a lingering impression on Jaxon. In the days that followed, Jaxon's focus shifted back to the immediate task at hand, preparing Kelly for the possibility of taking over the helm. This gradual transition of control was both a necessary precaution and a testament to Kelly's aptitude and dedication. Despite the uncertainty and challenges that awaited them, his commitment to rescuing Annika, Zos, and Professor Voss remained unshakable.
Inside his high-tech dominion, Victor Corrigan stood among the mechanical matrix that sustained his existence. The constant hum of power echoed through the space. Absorbing energy directly through his cybernetic enhancements, he no longer relied on conventional means of sustenance. It was in this setting that Major General Harlow approached, the trepidation in his voice clear.
Sir, we've received a communication from the mercenaries who carried out the abduction of Professor Voss. They're demanding a share of your new AI-ruled empire as compensation for their services.
Corrigan's cybernetic nature muffled any human emotional response as he ordered his guards. Imprison General Harlow and his daughter, Major Harlow. Failure has no place in my vision of the future. The high-ranking official from the Talosian space military only struggled a little as the guards took him away. As Corrigan initiated a communication linked to the Manticore, the air crackled with tension. Captain Orion, I must commend your tenacity in pursuing your crew members, but I assure you they are beyond your reach now. As for your ship, I strongly advise against any further interference with my plans. Jaxon's response was immediate and defiant.
So, it's you? You're behind the Nano Nexus?
I never said that. There is a high bounty on Voss's head. Unyielding, Jaxon jutted his chin.
You won't get away with this. I'll stop you.
No, you won't.
What's your endgame, Corrigan? Why are you doing this?
Jaxon demanded. Corrigan, cautious of revealing too much, responded, The bounty is high. A brunette earthling with chubby cheeks and a round face stood beside Jaxon. She challenged Corrigan.
I know who you are. Why would one of the richest men on Talos need bounty? You are behind the Nano Nexus. All I see is tyranny.
This accusation momentarily penetrated Corrigan's composed exterior, prompting him to assert his control by sabotaging the Manticore's systems. As sparks flew and alarms sounded, he issued a chilling warning. Consider this a warning. Leave me alone. Accept that I have the professor and your crew. Accept it and get on with your own life. You won't have long.
When Jaxon's ship made its precarious landing in the midst of a dark swamp, The darkness outside was pierced only by the landing light's reflection on the gloomy waters below. Facing Kelly and Nyx, Jaxon's voice was tight. "Listen, you two, I appreciate your help so far, but I need to do this alone. It's too dangerous, and I don't want you getting hurt." Kelly's protest and Nyx's agreement showed their unity, but Jaxon prioritized their safety, insisting on measures to protect Sia and all passengers aboard the Manticore, overriding their objections. As Jaxon ventured into the swamp, his every step was a battle against the planet's oppressive gravity, his senses on high alert for any sign of the enemy or the unseen creatures that lurked beneath the water's surface. The sudden attack by a massive crocodile, its jaws aiming to seal Jaxon's fate, was a stark reminder of the swamp's merciless nature. In a desperate bid for survival, Jaxon fought back, only to be overpowered by the beast's might. As he was dragged underwater, facing the grim prospect of death, a gunshot rang out, halting the crocodile's assault and granting Jaxon a second chance at life. Gasping for air, Jaxon resurfaced, his heart pounding in his chest. He scanned the murky swamp, searching for the source of salvation. As the crocodile lunged again, its monstrous jaws slashing through the air, another gunshot echoed through the swamp, splitting the silence like a crack of thunder. The bullet found its mark, piercing the crocodile's thick hide. Blood mingled with the murky water, creating a grotesque tableau of life and death. The wounded crocodile thrashed, its powerful tail sending waves crashing against Jaxon's battered body. But the beast's jaw stayed tight around Jaxon's torso. With one last surge of strength, Jaxon pried himself free from the jaws of death. He burst through the surface, gasping for air. As he crawled onto the muddy bank, Jaxon's gratitude towards the unseen sentinel was a silent acknowledgement of the fragile thread by which life hung in this alien environment. His muddy, bedraggled appearance belied the determination that propelled him forward, leading him to a group of escaped prisoners hiding in the shadow of a wall encircling the prison-like compound. Professor Voss was with the other escapees. The reunion was bittersweet, marred by the revelation that Annika and Zos had escaped with 2 mercenaries. The news that they had left the planet on a spaceship, possibly coerced into a dire new predicament, ignited a fresh wave of urgency in Jaxon. Back on the Manticore, the discovery of multiple ion trails departing from the swamp deepened the mystery of Annika and Zos's whereabouts. Voss's information about the mercenaries' roles in the escape plan painted a complex picture of deceit and desperation. Kelly insisted Jaxon clean up before they pursued the new leads, and he requested Voss assist the other captives and find them suites on the starship. The card Jaxon handed to Voss, a key to any door on the Manticore, symbolized the trust he placed in the elderly professor. Chapter 13. Betrayal at Warp Speed.
Beneath a tapestry of swirling hues, a sky painted in the most surreal shades of blue and violet, the craft Logan had stolen made its descent towards Veridora. The architecture in the city that unfolded beneath them was an amalgamation of unappealing, 2-story edifices that seemed to merge indistinctly with the arid, gray expanse below. The streets were a chaotic sight. With green-skinned bipeds in the throes of pandemonium. Their alien forms, bedecked with multiple eyes, mandibles, and elongated tails, scattered in all directions, emitting sounds reminiscent of terrestrial swine caught in a snare. Near this frenzy of activity, a vast quarantine zone asserted itself, demarcated by barriers that pulsed red. Hovering above, enforcers clad in hazmat suits, propelled by jetpacks, shepherded the distraught populace. Within the ship, Logan exchanged a series of grave looks with Annika and Zos, a silent conversation writ upon their faces.
"Let's not land here,"
Logan said. "But we have little time," Annika countered. Logan's response was measured, a reflection of a truth they all knew too well.
"The Mandrosians don't like humanoid foreigners. They're very paranoid about viruses already, and with the nano-nexus, they'll either obliterate us or quarantine us in prison."
Annika frowned. "So we'll need to infiltrate a hospital or pharmacy, not simply ask for it."
"Someone will,"
Logan affirmed. Thus resigned, they set a course for the countryside. It was there, amidst the expanse of alien flora, that Annika's guilt found voice. "I'm so sorry we asked you to free us. I thought it was our only chance, but it was reckless." Her confession was a blade to the tension that had built between them.
"What?"
Logan said.
"You were lying about having feelings for Poro."
"Yes," she admitted, the word a hulking stone in the silence that followed. Zos sought to bridge the chasm that had opened among them. Her gesture, both bold and tender, halted Logan's wrath. A kiss of unsaid truths and feelings long harbored. I've been attracted to you since the moment we met, and I can't stand seeing you upset. Anika didn't mean for things to go this way.
The revelation ushered a moment of clarity.
So you didn't lie about your feelings?
No,
came Zose's simple yet profound reply. The storm within him calmed as he found comfort in Zose's gaze. As they prepared to disembark, Logan's observation of their hazmat suits mirrored a strategy born of necessity.
Look,
he said,
we have hazmat suits just like theirs on this ship.
That's normal for space exploration,
Zose noted.
Sure.
Logan conceded.
But it will help to infiltrate. The masks are blacked out, so you can only see one way.
That's helpful,
Zose agreed. Anika insisted on going alone. Before she dressed in her hazmat suit, Logan found an interpretation pendant attached to a silver chain and gave it to her. With the jetpack secured, she took to the skies, the landscape unfolding beneath her in a vibrant palette of colors, distinctly different from the chaos of the city they had fled. The countryside, under the light of a foreign sun, revealed its beauty, a world untouched by the fear that gripped its urban heart. As she landed, the hospital stood before her, a modest edifice in this alien setting. The patients, each ensconced in their protective suits, moved with a grace that spoke of a different evolution, their gestures a language unto themselves. Anika, despite the anonymity her suit provided, felt the weight of their gaze, the alien eyes that sought to pierce her disguise. She moved with careful mimicry, her every step a study in adaptation. The pendant she wore was more than a keepsake. It was her voice in this silent world, a bridge between her humanity and the alien life that teemed around her. At the pharmacy, she watched, waited, and when the moment came, she stepped forward. Within her suit, Anika's voice, though a whisper, carried the weight of their mission, her words translating through the pendant into the alien tongue. I need anti-venom for the venom of a serpentis malice. The pharmacist, taken aback, shared a look of alarm with a colleague. It bit my daughter in the countryside, but I was too scared to take her here because of the virus. It's safer in the countryside. Anika's lie, a necessary veil, was spun with the hope of compassion. The pharmacist fetched a datapad, tapping into its digital depths.
You need Vinodin X.
Relief washed over Anika as she witnessed the vials of salvation being prepared. The exchange was brisk, the cost a mere 60 creds, but the stakes felt infinitely higher as Anika made her escape, the precious cargo in hand. Reunited with Logan and Zose, she wasted no time in administering the anti-venom to Poro, their departure from Veridora marked by a race against time itself. Back aboard their vessel, the silence was pierced by Zose's concern.
We still can't get hold of Jaxon.
The ship doesn't have tachyon instantcom, Anika explained. The limitations of their communication array laid bare.
But it's got a photon entangled comm system.
Zose countered, a hint of optimism in her voice. Just not as good over a long distance, Anika conceded. Their next course, set towards Cygnus, was driven by the need to warn of the threats they had uncovered. Our discovery about the nanotechnological virus and Victor Corrigan needs to be shared with the authorities, Anika urged, the weight of their knowledge a leaden cloak.
You can't just make accusations willy-nilly, though,
Logan said. His reluctance turned out to be rooted in the fear for his family's safety. Their anxiety was underscored by Poro's fragile state, his body a battleground of the venom's cruel legacy. Anika's examination, a litany of the damage wrought, painted a joyless portrait of their friend's plight. In the silence of her despair, Anika mourned the limitations of their current circumstances. If only we were on the Manticore, she lamented. Zose's suggestion, a course set for Talos, offered a glimmer of hope, a chance for salvation on familiar ground. Anika's connection to Dr. Saskia Eden, a bond forged in the innocence of childhood and sustained through the trials of life, promised aid in their darkest hour. Logan's reluctant nod to the necessity of their cause marked a turning point in their journey.
Okay, I'll do it for Zose and for Poro, but not for you, Anika Patel,
he said. As they prepared to chart a course for Talos, the weight of their choices, the fragility of their alliances, and the depth of their convictions converged, propelling them forward into the uncertain maw of the galaxy.
In a fortified research facility on Talos, Dr. Corrigan's presence commanded attention as he navigated the corridors to a high-security laboratory. This chamber, a sanctum of scientific pursuit, held the key to his ambitions, where both alien and human subjects lay in stasis, their potential untapped. These subjects, culled from the chaos of Delta 7, differed markedly from the frantic, uninfected populace. Here, in the silence of induced slumber, they were the quiet before the storm, their genetics a beacon in the dark. Surrounded by the hum of machinery and the dedicated team he had assembled, Corrigan's gaze fell upon Dr. Svetlana Ivanova. She stood as the vanguard of their research, her findings a herald of change.
Dr. Corrigan,
she began,
our efforts have borne fruit. The blood of the resistance speaks of a new era.
With a flick of her wrist, the air before them danced with the holographic helix of life.
A unique and powerful marker lies within them. It is the shield against the storm, rendering the nano-nexus impotent.
Corrigan's mechanical eye dissected the data with cold precision. And can we replicate this shield? Dr. Mikhail Petrov, a titan in the realm of nanotechnology, stepped forward.
Our path is promising. Genetics and technology could turn this marker into a weapon against the unknown.
Corrigan's vision extended beyond mere protection. This immunity, he pondered, it must be ours to command or to extinguish. Those who bear this gift must choose, stand with us or fall. Ivanova's revelation that these unique beings not only resisted, but annihilated the nanotechnological invaders sent a chill through the room.
They are not merely survivors, they are warriors in their own right, purging the infection with ruthless efficiency.
Corrigan reached a decision, his vision clear. Then we must act. Isolate this resistant gene and let it illuminate our path to dominance. Our chosen shall rise, an army unbound by flesh alone, but fortified by the very essence of AI.
In the communal heart of the Manticore's mess hall, David, Tina, and their children found comfort in the simple joy of a meal shared, the warmth of Kelly's pancakes mingling with the sweetness of fruit salad, and the indulgence of ice cream. Nearby, laughter bubbled among the 7 souls Jaxon and Voss had snatched from the jaws of captivity, though not all spirits were buoyant, hindered by thoughts of scattered families and the dread of the nano-nexus. Amidst the clatter of utensils and the murmur of conversations, a more somber discussion unfolded, veiled by the din of the hall. Kelly's concern for Voss's well-being was met with gratitude, his thoughts quickly turning to his distant family, their safety a presence that troubled the edges of his relief. Jaxon's frustration over their severed lines of communication spoke of a deeper fear, the suspicion of Corrigan's hand in their isolation. The possibility of Anika and Zoz's silence being more than just a technical glitch was a concern, too. Kelly longed for her family, nestled within the presumably safe church of the celestial body on an asteroid colony called Ort 45. Voss's query into the captain's and Anika's ties, a probe into the fabric of their pasts, peeled back layers of identity and belonging, or the lack thereof. Jaxon's admission of his upbringing within the Novatech consortium spoke of complexities and convictions, the struggle between benefit and morality a void not easily crossed. Voss praised the virtues of the consortium, his acknowledgement of its role in his family's livelihood. Yet his posture was a physical manifestation of his worry for his kin on Talos.
I keep praying for my wife, kids, and grandchildren.
I didn't think you were the religious type,
Kelly said, obviously trying to lighten the atmosphere. Voss mentioned he was spiritual, and that with a lifetime of wonder, he'd united science and the unseen. His belief in the boundless potentials of consciousness, a realm where science and spirituality converge, challenged Kelly's dichotomy of belief and knowledge. Voss's admission of his unfulfilled curiosity towards meditation and the esoteric possibility of contacting otherworldly beings through thought alone painted a portrait of a man torn between the pragmatic path laid out by familial expectations and the uncharted territories of his inner aspirations. Jaxon, his thoughts darkened by Corrigan and concerns for their companions, found in Voss's words a brief diversion from the weight of their predicament. Danger hung over them, embodied by Corrigan's machinations. The conversation veered towards sanctuary and strategy, with Kelly proposing the use of the Celestial Church's clandestine facilities as a safeguard against their adversaries. The suggestion sparked a mix of intrigue and skepticism among them, the Church's reputation for fanatical devotion clashing with their need for discretion and resources. Voss's openness to the idea, spurred by his spiritual inclinations, contrasted sharply with Jaxon's wariness of the Church's indoctrinative reach. Yet the practicality of Kelly's plan, the promise of a haven within the Oort cloud's veiling expanse, offered a sense of possibility amidst the encroaching darkness of their situation. As they contemplated their course, the welfare of Seer, a woman whose condition symbolized the tangible cost of their struggle, remained paramount. Jaxon's commitment to ensuring her recovery emphasized the unity that bound the crew. Amidst the cosmic vastness, their journey, a mosaic of belief, science, and the indomitable human spirit, continued to unfold, steering them towards the uncertain sanctuary of Ort 45. In the subdued ambiance of the communal area, markedly different from the lively atmosphere of the children's disco nearby, Jaxon convened the assembly of adults, David, Tina, Nyx, and the souls they had rescued from the brink. The gravity of the moment hung between them as Jaxon, embodying the mantle of leadership, voiced the collective ordeal in the crucible through which they had passed. His words, a balm to the frayed edges of their spirit, sought to usher in a semblance of hope amidst the uncertainty that had become their constant companion. The mention of Ort 45 stirred a ripple of apprehension, the name synonymous with isolation and the enigmatic celestial church. The skepticism voiced by one of the captives echoed the collective unease. The sanctuary's reputation preceding itself was a lighthouse of both refuge and rigid doctrine in the vastness of space. Kelly, stepping into the breach of doubt, offered reassurance with the precision of fact over fear. Her defense of Ort 45, underscored by the promise of security and the pursuit of a cure for the nanonexus, painted a picture of pragmatic optimism. The sanctuary, with its advanced scientific facilities and stringent isolation, stood as a bulwark against the encroaching chaos. The proposition to seek refuge in a world untouched by the pandemic, though appealing, was met with the stark reality of the nanonexus's relentless spread. Kelly's rationale, rooted in the strategic advantage of Ort 45's seclusion, underscored the impermanence of safety in a universe besieged by an unseen foe. As Jaxon lent his voice in concurrence, the tide of uncertainty began to ebb, replaced by a cautious acceptance of their proposed haven. The consensus, forged in the crucible of their shared trials, marked a tentative step towards unity and hope. With the deliberations at a close, Jaxon and Kelly made their way to the bridge, their course set for the asteroid belt that harbored not just a potential sanctuary, but the vestiges of Kelly's own family. Their journey continued to unfold against the backdrop of the cosmos, towards Ort 45.
In the hushed sanctity of the medical bay, Nyx helped the vulnerable. The infirmary held within its walls stories of survival, of lives, paused and resumed in the gentle hands of their caretaker. She helped the captives Jaxon had rescued. Bazel's painful third trimester of pregnancy was met with Nyx's compassion and expertise. Her inquiries, delicate yet direct, sought to untangle the web of symptoms that plagued the expectant mother, offering not just medical intervention but a promise of safety and care. A man, his body proof of the harshness of their journey, found in Nyx a guardian. Her deep devotion to their recovery spoke of a profound investment in their well-being, her soothing words wrapping around him like a cloak of assurance. Astria's situation, marked by a brain tumor, presented a challenge steeped in personal connection. Nyx's empathetic approach illuminated her dedication to understanding and treating the complex array of ailments. The emergence of Seer from her coma, a flicker of consciousness in the quiet of the infirmary, catalyzed a surge of focus within Nyx. Her rapid assessment, a flurry of medical precision, was a dance of light against the creeping fatigue that sought to claim her. Each question, each measurement, was a step towards clarity, a battle waged with the tools of her trade against the lingering presence of injury and trauma. The arrival of Jaxon, bearing not just concern but a solution in the form of Dr. Moody, marked a turning point, a passing of the torch that allowed Nyx to step back from the brink of her own limits. Dr. Moody's presence, a silent assurance of continuity and care, offered Nyx the permission she needed to acknowledge her own vulnerability. The exchange between them, a ritual of transition, was underscored by the mutual understanding of the weight each carried, the responsibility towards those in their charge, and the necessity of self-preservation. Retreating to her quarters, Nyx carried with her the silent prayers for her patients, a hope that rest would replenish her strength for the trials yet to come. But the mirror, an unflinching witness to the toll extracted by the clandestine medical trial she had illegally entwined her fate with, revealed the physical manifestations of her ordeal. At 23, she bore the visage of a life far beyond her years. She looked like a 60 or 70-year-old woman. Her rapid aging was a cruel memento of the trial's grip on her biology. The discomfort that gnawed at her joints was an unwelcome reminder of the trial's lasting legacy. Yet, in the quiet of her room, the decision to shield Jaxon from the truth emerged not from a place of fear, but of protection. In a world where every day brought new challenges, her silence was a fortress built to safeguard those she cared for from the storms of worry that already besieged them. As Nyx surrendered to the embrace of her bed, the room's spin was a tempest she could not quell, and her thoughts wandered to the edge of what lay ahead. The pain that laced her chest, a herald of the unknown maladies that might befall her, was a battle fought in the silence of her heart. Her grip on the sheets was a plea for stability in a world that seemed to slip further away with each passing moment.
Chapter 14. The Cosmic Plague.
Anika muttered a frustration-laced whisper as she, alongside Logan and Zos, maneuvered Poro's medical bed onto the rooftop helipad of the hospital on planet Talos, where Dr. Saskia Eden awaited. The levitating capabilities of the Manticore's medical beds, a marvel of their technology, starkly contrasted with the manual effort required on this stolen spaceship of Logan's. The welcoming committee, a team of doctors and nurses, stood ready, their lack of protective gear starkly noticeable. They immediately attended to Poro, their concern evident, while others proceeded to draw blood from Anika and her companions, the needles piercing through their personal protective equipment, a minor annoyance that didn't escape Anika's notice. The assurance from the medical team that Poro would receive the care he desperately needed brought a modicum of relief, yet Anika's gaze lingered on the staff, their bare faces prompting her query. "Why are you not wearing PPE?" The explanation that followed, revealing Zyrona's quarantine status and the presence of high crystalline walls, missed during their approach, possibly due to their transparency, introduced a layer of complexity to their situation. Zos's point about the waterborne nature of the threat led to further clarification from the hospital staff. The localized water supply from Zyrona Springs, a safeguard against the pervasive threat, accentuated the meticulous precautions of the hospital environment. The subsequent apology from the medical staff, acknowledging the potential redundancy of their current protective gear and the offer of new hazmat suits, was accepted with silent gratitude by Anika, Zos, and Logan. Anika's suggestion to Logan, a gentle nudge towards rest and recuperation, was met with a silent acknowledgement, their shared concern for Poro momentarily set aside in the face of their own needs. The unexpected gesture of Zos taking Logan's hand was not lost on Anika, a visible sign of the connection that had formed between the two citizens of Cygnus. Logan's physical attributes, noted by Anika with a hint of detached observation, added layers to the dynamics within the group. Their departure from the rooftop, leaving behind their vessel and following the hospital staff towards the promise of rest at a nearby visitors' hotel, marked the close of one chapter and the tentative beginning of another, their path forward intertwined with the fate of their friend and the uncertainties that lay ahead. In the stillness of the hotel room, Anika found herself ensnared by anxiety. The well-being of Poro, the decision to leave Voss behind, and the looming menace of the nano-nexus converged into a relentless storm within her mind. Amidst the turmoil, an idea sparked. She reached for the comband Logan had entrusted to her. Though after trying to reach the Manticore on several occasions, it heralded no reply and cast Anika adrift in a sea of silence. It seemed as though the ship, and with it a part of her world, had vanished. Driven by a need to reclaim agency in the face of helplessness, Anika rose, her determination cloaking her as surely as the Manticore uniform she donned. The hazmat suit remained untouched, a relic for a future that held as much uncertainty as promise. The streets of Zyrona embraced her in their nocturnal embrace, a city alive with the vibrancy of Talosian neon, its arteries pulsing with the rhythm of hovercars and the distant chatter of its denizens. This world offered a momentary escape, yet her purpose was clear, unfazed by the aromatic allure of street cuisine. The Vastorian Bank, with its promise of anonymity and security through its advanced biometric systems, served as her next destination. The act of withdrawing funds, a significant sum, was a gesture laden with intent. With the resources now at her disposal, Anika set her sights on acquiring a stealth suit. It was a tool for those who moved in the margins, a key to unlocking doors yet closed to them, and perhaps a means to tilt the scales in their favor. Her transition into anonymity was swift, a deliberate shedding of her Manticore identity for a guise less conspicuous when visible. Also, not wearing the Manticore uniform would make her less vulnerable to the prying eyes of Corrigan's network. The selection of a hooded black jacket and red catsuit was not just a change of clothes, but a declaration of intent. The gesture of purchasing new attire for Zoe and Logan, too, was a silent pledge of togetherness. The cityscape of Zarona, with its eclectic blend of materials underfoot, mirrored the complexity of the task ahead. The hovercab ride, a momentary pause in her quest. As the cab whisked her towards the outskirts, she witnessed the transition from the city's heart of neon-lit opulence to the grim reality of its fringes. Anika's thoughts, ever on the edge of strategy and survival, circled around the practicalities of her next move. The consideration of a magnetic jetpack, its compatibility with stealth technology, and the integration of a hazmat suit beneath the cloak of invisibility were calculations of necessity. Each element was a piece of the puzzle in her mission against the Nanonexus. Arriving at the outskirts, Anika stepped into a world far removed from the vibrant pulse of Zyrona's center. Here, in the decay and neglect, she found herself at the threshold of the city's underbelly, a place of hope and despair.
In the intimate confines of the hotel room, Zoe enjoyed time with her new love, Logan. Her initial perception of Logan, marked by his distinct personality and less-than-perfect dentition, had evolved, blossoming into attraction as his actions and character revealed the depth of his courage and compassion. Logan, with his roots in the northern reaches of Nekabadurando on Cygnus, shared a visual kinship with Zoe's mother's Velkid heritage, orange hair and yellow skin underlined by the warmth of an amber gaze. Yet, it was the contrast between his physical attributes and those of her mother that drew Zoe's silent admiration, her observations a testament to the growing allure she felt toward him. Their arrival at the hotel suite had been marked by a shared ritual of catching up on news from their homeworld. To their relief, the Nanonexus had not infiltrated Cygnus, and both their families were well. The mundane yet intimate act of using nano-teeth cleaning powder, followed by the casual enjoyment of a gin and tonic, underscored the normalcy they sought amidst the chaos that had enveloped their lives. The revelation of Zoe's long hiatus from intimacy, shared in a moment of vulnerability, bridged the gap between them, her admission illuminating the depth of her isolation. Logan's response, a mix of surprise and admiration, laid bare his own growing feelings, his query about the captain highlighting the boundaries of their past interactions. Zoe's laughter, light and clear, dispelled any lingering doubts, affirming the absence of any romantic entanglement with Captain Orion or any of the male crew. The question that hung between them, a tender inquiry into the possibility of a future together, was answered with a kiss that sealed their mutual desire. In the privacy of their shared space, Zoe's internal acknowledgement of Logan's imperfections, a silent concession to his dental shortcomings, was overshadowed by the recognition of his qualities that truly mattered to her. Logan, in Zoe's eyes, was a synthesis of everything she had yearned for, a partner whose virtues transcended the superficial, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their intertwined journey. In the aftermath of their union, Zoe found herself cradled within Logan's embrace. Where her former lover had succumbed to slumber's embrace with barely a second glance, Logan remained ever present, his gaze locked with hers in a silent testament to their bond. Her fingers danced across his skin, a landscape aglow with the hues of amber that spoke of his heritage and battles fought. "Tell me more about your family's farm," she inquired, her voice a gentle caress. Logan's response, illuminated by the sparkle in his eyes, was a tale woven from the threads of legacy.
Well, my parents' farm in Terra Sancta is famous for its Lumigrove orchids. There are these plants that glow in the dark. People come from all over to see them. We've had them in the family for generations.
Zoe, animated by a kinship to the subject of his tale, leaned closer, her own past intertwined with the very essence he described. "I actually studied Lumigrove orchids for my thesis in botany." The revelation elicited a mixture of awe and humility from Logan, his admission of a battle with dyslexia, a dragon that had marred his journey through the realms of education, laid bare before her. "Logan, having dyslexia doesn't make you any less intelligent. It's the education system's fault for not accommodating different learning styles. You're incredibly talented." His query, a whisper of vulnerability,
"Do you love me?"
was met with an affirmation that sent ripples of joy across the fabric of their connection. The warmth of their embrace was a fortress against the uncertainties of their path. Their interaction, a graceful interplay of words and wishes, culminated in a proposal as unexpected as it was sincere.
"Would you marry me?"
The question, hanging between them like a star awaiting its place in the constellation of their lives, was met with a resounding affirmation. "Yes, I'd love to marry you, Logan."
Chapter 15. asteroid Requiem. The moment the Manticore's crew set foot on Ort 45, the air was thick with anticipation and an undercurrent of unease. When the grand doors of the spaceport creaked open, a scene unfolded that seemed to bridge worlds and eras. The crew, alongside their patients, a family of 4, and the recently liberated captives, found themselves under the scrutiny of armed guards. The welcoming committee, if it could be called such, was an assembly of priests and priestesses adorned in ceremonial robes that whispered of ancient rites. Among them, beings of varied stature and hue observed the newcomers with an aloofness that bordered on indifference. Their robes, a sea of deep blue adorned with celestial motifs, seemed to capture the very essence of the night sky, while the silver amulets that graced their necks spoke of a bond to the stars themselves. High Priestess Mira, with her imposing Martian heritage, stood as the gatekeeper to their sanctuary. Her query, delivered with a cool detachment, cut through the tense silence. Jaxon, ever the diplomat, pleaded their case with a sincerity that could not be feigned, invoking the name of Professor Albert Voss as a testament to their plight. The mention of Voss seemed to ignite the High Priestess's interest, her bald head gleaming under the artificial lights as she conferred in hushed tones with her fellow clergy. It was Kelly, stepping into the breach, who closed the distance between the Manticore's crew and the guardians of Ort 45. Her ties to the asteroid resonated with the ideals of the Church. Her appeal, underscored by the mention of her family and their contributions to the society of Ort 45, established a connection that seemed to soften the edges of the prize's initial skepticism. The crew's collective breath hung in the balance as the priests and priestesses deliberated, their whispered conversations a tapestry of voices that would determine the fate of these weary travelers. The atmosphere hung heavy with anticipation as the High Priestess Mira delivered her conditional promise, her words a portentous blend of opportunity and warning. The Church of the Celestial Body, shrouded in its own mystique and rigorous dogma, held the scales of judgment firmly in its grasp. Her declaration set the stage for what would become a trial of worth, not just for Sanctuary but for the validation of their mission against the encroaching darkness of the nano-nexus. As the robotic sentinels of the Church began their meticulous inspection of the Manticore, Jaxon found himself grappling with nerves, his clenched hands a bulwark against the tide of anxiety that threatened to overwhelm him. The scrutiny, though devoid of malice, was a tangible reminder of the stakes at hand, each analysis a step closer to a verdict that would seal their fate. It was in this crucible of silent anticipation that Professor Voss laid bare the sinister nature of the nano-nexus. His revelations, born from the distressing depths of captivity and study, depicted a threat so treacherous that it surpassed the boundaries of biology and technology alike. The assembly of priests and priestesses found themselves drawn into Voss's discourse. The silence that enveloped his audience was not merely the absence of sound but a collective intake of breath, a moment of comprehension in the face of a significant threat. The High Priestess's response marked a turning point in their dialogue. The Church accepted the Manticore's crew and the rescued. Her acknowledgement was coupled with the requirement of adherence to the Church's codes. Their journey to the Oort Cloud, once a flight from peril, had morphed into a crusade against a malevolence that threatened to dismantle the galaxy and galaxies beyond. As the Manticore's crew and their wards were ushered into the heart of Ort 45, the solemn assembly of priests, with their stern visages, stood as gatekeepers to the sanctuary that promised refuge yet demanded conformity. The priestesses, their actions silent yet resolute, guided the medical platforms bearing the ailing away from the watchful eyes of their companions, leaving a wake of concern in their path. The High Priestess, her authority unchallenged, welcomed them with words that spoke of safety and sanctuary, but also of sacrifice. The tradition of head shaving was the price of their asylum. Amid the crew and captives, a storm of emotions brewed. The act of submission to the shears was met with a mix of resignation and rebellion. The sound of razors, a chorus of compliance, echoed through the chamber. The High Priestess, her gaze sweeping over the bowed heads of the newcomers, saw not individuals but a collective adherence to the ways of the Church of the Celestial Body. Her pronouncement that their presence would be tolerated but restricted drew a line in the sand. Questions hung in the air, unanswered or met with the stoic resolve of the Ort 45 clergy. Among the whispers and shuffling feet, Nyx stood, a figure of quiet turmoil. The transformation wrought by the ritual, her visage now bearing the marks of age and stress, was a silent scream amidst the display of compliance. Jaxon, his gaze lingering on her, was beset with questions unspoken, fears unvoiced. Why had she aged so significantly in the space of 2 months?
In the secluded interior of her chamber, illuminated by the ethereal glow of holographic displays, High Priestess Mira indulged in a moment of contemplation, her form casting a spectral image amidst the digital flicker. The presence of her mechanical companion, a spider-like entity of metal and calculation, served as her confidant in this secluded sanctum. Mira's musings on Captain Jaxon Orion, articulated with a blend of admiration and calculated intent, betrayed a vision that transcended the mere preservation of their sanctuary. "He's strong, lustful, and has a good genetic code," she observed, while envisioning a legacy forged from the melding of their genetic destinies. The hand-sized robotic spider, its voice a high-pitched echo of reason, offered a counterpoint to Mira's aspirations, invoking the ethical boundaries that govern the world beyond Aught 45. Yet for Mira, legality and morality held little sway. The notion of a progeny, a child embodying the strengths of both herself and Captain Orion, ignited in Mira a fervour that blurred the lines between duty and desire. Her conviction that such an offspring would stand as a paragon within their community was unshaken by the robotic spider's cautious interjections. The spider's acknowledgement of Orion's potential contribution to their order did little to quell Mira's broader ambitions. The prospect of an army of clones, each a mirror of Orion's prowess, danced before her eyes, a fantasy of power and domination that whispered of untold possibilities. Mira's declaration of intent was to ensnare Orion in a web of seduction and secure his essence for her grand design. Within the sanctity of her chamber, surrounded by the silent witnesses of technology and tradition, Mira plotted a course that would intertwine the fate of the Manticore's captain with the destiny of Aught 45.
Anika wove her way through the underbelly of the city, her justification fixed on unearthing the covert vendors of forbidden technology. The market lay hidden in a crevice, where the glow of neon signs barely pierced the gloom, casting eerie shadows across the makeshift stalls squeezed between monolithic structures. Laundry strung like flags of surrender from window to window whispered of the lives precariously perched above. The air thrummed with the low buzz of neon, punctuated by the distant, muffled sounds of revelry from dens of vice. A chill skittered across her skin as she delved deeper, her figure a ghost beneath the shelter of her hood. Her steps, silent and measured, brought her to a merchant ensconced in an alcove. "I'm looking for an invisibility suit," she voiced, her tone a guarded murmur.
"Go that way,"
the seller replied, his left hand slicing through the murk to direct her. With a wary grace, Anika advanced towards the denoted purveyor, her gaze sweeping the corridor's scant light for hidden dangers. The stall before her was a trove of technological marvels, each artifact whispering promises of power and protection. Yet, it was the silhouette of a suit, sculpted to perfection and poised on a dummy, that ensnared her attention. Her inquiry drew the vendor, a figure whose lean form was as marked by the world as his face, into the light.
"Ah,"
he intoned, a spark igniting in his eyes as he regarded her choice.
"The Shadow Guard, a masterpiece of engineering. It cloaks you in the night itself."
Intrigue flickered across Anika's features, her composure a mask that barely concealed her astonishment. "Demonstrate," she demanded. With an air of mischief, the vendor's fingers danced over his device, conjuring the image of a holographic scientist that materialized a foot above the counter, casting a spectral glow.
"Behold,"
he declared,
"the wonder of the Guard's stealth suit, a masterpiece of adaptive camouflage technology."
The suit's surface, woven from nanofibers, was alive with the hues and textures of its surroundings, rendering the wearer a phantom to unsuspecting eyes. As the presentation unfolded, the fabric of the suit displayed on the hologram danced through a kaleidoscope of settings: urban jungles, verdant forests, and desolate terrains, each time the suit vanishing into the landscape with fluidity. As Anika watched, the transformation of the fabric's LEDs mesmerized her.
"The suit,"
the holographic scientist in the advert said, voice resonating with a note of pride,
"also boasts sound-dampening layers to muffle your movements and employs thermal regulation to mask your heat signature, a cloak against the prying eyes of technology."
Anika interjected, "And what about radio detection?" The vendor's laughter cut through the tension, a crackle in the air as he paused the hologram.
"Patience,"
he chided with a wag of his finger.
"The crown jewel of its defenses awaits."
Resuming the presentation, the scientist delved deeper into the suit's descent against more elusive threats.
"Radar and LiDAR have met their match in the form of Shadow Guard, the invisible protector."
With a flourish, He described how the fabric disperses the probing lasers of LiDAR, turning the wearer into an enigma, elusive and indistinct.
Furthermore, when faced with radar detection,
he proceeded,
the suit's visibility diminishes to a barely perceptible level.
Anika's frown deepened. The vendor, watching her, seemed to revel in the unveiling of the suit's secrets, each word from the hologram weaving a deeper allure around the shadow guard. They delved deeper into the alley's embrace, where the city's secrets lay buried beneath layers of obscurity. The vendor, now a guide into the clandestine, led Anika with a pace that spoke of familiarity and caution, navigating through the maze of darkness with an ease that only those well-versed in the underbelly's contours possessed. The air grew thicker, charged with the anticipation of transactions that were best left unrecorded. Anika's heart raced, not with fear, but with the thrill of acquiring a tool that would render her a wraith amongst the tangible. The promise of a magnetic jetpack added layers to her mission, expanding her capabilities beyond stealth and into the realm of aerial mastery. Their journey halted before an unassuming door, its surface scarred by time and secret meetings. The vendor knocked in a pattern, a rhythm that unlocked the barriers between the known and the hidden. The door creaked open, revealing a space where technology and ambition intertwined, a sanctuary for those who sought to bend the rules of physics and society. Here, in this enclave of innovation and rebellion, Anika stood on the threshold of transcending her limitations. When the dealer's friend turned up, he mused,
"A magnetic jetpack."
Anika nodded. "I have to face the dangers and need an easy getaway." The vendor's smile was the seal of an unspoken pact.
"Then let us equip you for the heavens. I have just the thing, though it's not stored here. It's called a magnolift and is specifically good with stealth, for it's cloaked in stealth itself and doesn't interfere with the mechanisms which keep you invisible."
As they discussed specifications and capabilities, Anika imagined bringing down Corrigan, the man behind the nanonexus. She watched another video of another scientist explaining its functions and features. The magnolift jetpack wasn't just a tool, it was a marvel of Talosian ingenuity, promising not only mobility but an edge in her mission.
As for integration with stealth technology,
the holographic scientist added, addressing Anika's concern with a knowing smile,
the magnolift's design includes features that minimize its electromagnetic signature. This reduces detection risks when used in conjunction with stealth suits, although specific compatibility may vary based on the suit's design and the operational environment.
This was it, the piece of the puzzle she hadn't dared hope for, a jetpack that might work in harmony with her newly acquired stealth suit. "How does it work in different terrains?" she asked. The vendor found the section of the video which explained answers to her question.
The magnolift excels in diverse environments,
the holographic scientist assured.
From urban canyons to rugged landscapes, its adaptive control system allows for precise navigation and stability, regardless of the challenges presented by the terrain.
The vendor watched Anika closely, gauging her reaction.
"It's a piece of work, isn't it? But remember, it's not just about having the right gear, it's knowing how to use it effectively. This jetpack, used with your stealth suit, will turn you into a ghost, and a formidable one at that."
Anika nodded, her mind already weaving together plans and strategies. "I understand. I'm ready to make the purchase." As they waited for the vendor's contact to arrive with the magnolift jetpack, Anika swallowed. She'd be risking her life, but she had to do it. She'd overheard the mercenaries in the land of the swamps discussing how Corrigan had Captain Orion's head of security in his lab at Novatech Consortium. Damien was her friend. He was like a brother. When the man with the magnolift arrived, he said she should test the suit and jetpack together. With arrangements for the test swiftly made, Anika found herself standing in a secluded area behind the vendor's stall, the stealth suit hugging her form and the magnolift jetpack secured to her back. The vendor, along with a few curious onlookers who had gathered at a safe distance, watched with bated breath as Anika prepared to test the integration of the two cutting-edge technologies. She activated the stealth suit first, feeling the fabric of the suit respond instantly. The colors and textures of her surroundings danced across the suit's surface, rendering her nearly invisible. A murmur of awe rippled through the small crowd. Next, Anika engaged the magnolift jetpack. The device hummed to life, its magnetic fields pulsing gently against her back. She took a deep breath, adjusted the intensity of the magnetic fields with a subtle movement, and lifted off the ground with a smooth, controlled ascent. The crowd gasped as Anika disappeared. As she soared higher, weaving between the invisible currents of magnetic force, it became clear that the two pieces of technology complemented each other perfectly. After several minutes of flight, demonstrating the jetpack's stability and the stealth suit's adaptability, Anika landed gracefully back on the ground. When she deactivated stealth mode, the onlookers burst into applause, impressed by the demonstration and the potential of what they had just witnessed. The vendor stepped forward, wiping tears from his eyes, a mix of pride and relief in his expression.
That was incredible,
he said, his voice thick with emotion.
You'll do great things, I'm sure of it.
Anika removed the jetpack and approached the vendor, her heart full. I couldn't have done this without your guidance and trust. I'll use these tools wisely and for the greater good. As she left the vendor and the crowd behind, Anika felt a new sense of empowerment.
Chapter 16. The Envoy from Terra.
In the Grand Hall on Sirisa, the expanse was nothing short of breathtaking, where towering windows offered a view that stretched endlessly, capturing the essence of mountains that basked under the glow of trinary suns. Only Sirius A and B graced the sky, their companion, a shy brown dwarf, concealed by the more luminous white dwarf Sirius B. It was a revelation to Kaida the mountains she once believed to be draped in hues of red and purple revealed their true nature, an expanse covered in a sea of high-altitude flora. Above, the ceiling was a masterpiece, adorned with intricate patterns of silver and emerald, shimmering crystals that danced with the light. Pillars of polished jade, majestic in their elegance, rose to support the grandeur of the hall. At the centre of this majesty stood Kaida, her presence commanding yet serene. Gone was the uniform that marked her military allegiance, replaced instead by the traditional attire of Sirisa, a dress of the finest silk that embraced her form. It was a masterpiece of vivid blues and shimmering greens, a homage to the bond she shared with the indigenous Aquilorians and Nomo of the planet. The air was thick with murmurs of admiration. The assembled guests were captivated not only by her beauty, but by the sheer audacity of her choice to forsake a prestigious position within Earth's space military in favour of championing the cause of the Nano-Nexus migrants. Her appointment as Earth's ambassador was laden with challenges, a tightrope walk between the familiar and the foreign humanity, and the vast array of entities that populated the cosmos. It was a path paved with sacrifice, one that had estranged her from the very institution she had once served, yet in its stead opened avenues ripe with potential alliances. Yet, with every alliance forged, Kaida was acutely aware of the dagger it could wield against her reputation, the peril it posed not just to her safety but to the very notion of honour within her family. She'd chosen her beliefs over the validation of her lineage. Her steady gaze swept across the room, locking eyes with political figureheads and delegates from interstellar NDOs alike. We must find common ground, she implored. The challenges we face are vast, but together our collective strength is formidable. As Earth's emissary, I am committed to this collaboration to learn, to share, and to contribute towards a universal prosperity. The room fell into a respectful silence, the delegates absorbing her words, before other voices began to merge into the conversation, each addition a piece in the of unity.
We agree.
Ambassador Octana chimed in, their voice echoing the wisdom that the Zelkorian Council was renowned for.
Quarantine zones on various planets could offer sanctuary, providing safety and opportunities for the migrants.
General Varric, the representation of Martian military might, added,
Our resources and protection can be the cornerstone for the success of these zones.
Rian, a fellow ambassador with roots in the aquatic world of Thalassia, much like Sialacroix, offered a nod, his gill twitching in agreement.
The vastness of our oceans can serve as a refuge. With our technology, we can guarantee their survival and facilitate their integration into our society.
As the conversation progressed, a mosaic of thoughts and vows came into focus, forming a hopeful vision for the future and illustrating the remarkable impact of solidarity when confronted with challenges. Kaida's journey from the grandeur of the hall to the seclusion of her mountain retreat was a transition from the realm of cosmic diplomacy to the sanctity of nature's embrace. As she traversed the path to her temporary haven, Sirius C, the elusive brown dwarf, now made its presence known. It was a cosmic dance partner to Sirius B, casting a unique glow on the world below. The sight that greeted her at the mansion was beautiful. Flora in hues of red and purple adorned the mountains, while lakes in the valleys caught the dying light, shimmering like scattered jewels across the land. The back garden, with its own mountain-fed lake, was a mirror to the larger bodies of water in the valley below, a microcosm of the ecosystem that thrived on Sirisa. The lake's waters, having journeyed from the spring, cascaded down the mountainside, a white water spectacle. She settled by the edge of the lake.
Meditation, a practice she had long neglected, now offered her a moment of profound peace and clarity. Her thoughts, once anchored to the teachings of Buddha, found new focus in the breath that linked her to the universe itself. Her excitement for the role she had embraced, the path she had chosen, bubbled beneath the surface of her calm. The inability to reach Jaxon and Annika aboard the Manticore was a slight stain on her optimism. Twilight's embrace brought a chill to the air. The trinary suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a cascade of twilight hues. It was in this reflective state, her mind wandering the vast expanse of her responsibilities and dreams, that a voice, soft and melodious, cut through the evening's tranquility. This unexpected intrusion, rather than startling, seemed almost a natural extension of the day's journey. From the glistening depths of her mountain lake, 3 figures emerged. The Nommo, with their azure skin, moved towards her with a grace that seemed to blur the line between the aquatic and the terrestrial. Their tails left patterns in the mud of the shore. Kaida, aware of the Nommo's revered status as custodians of knowledge and wisdom, extended her greeting with a deference born of respect. As they gathered at the water's edge, the conversation that unfolded was devoid of the formalities and weight of diplomacy.
Kaida, your humanitarian plans are noble and compassionate, but you know that there is a villain that seeks to disrupt the balance with the nanotechnological virus he created.
Does this concern the galactic pandemic?
Oh, yes.
They affirmed in their singular, melodic cadence.
The virus was no accident.
Their words were a gloomy melody against the backdrop of the evening's chorus. Who caused it? Kaida pressed. The Nommo women shared a moment of silent communication before turning back to Kaida.
Captain Orion's crew knows who caused it.
The sorrow in their voices was obvious.
But you remain ignorant to protect your path of compassion.
Kaida's breath sharpened. I must know who the villain is. What does he plan to do? Please tell me. I cannot stand idly by.
To find the answers you seek, you must first seek Annika on Talos. Time is of the essence, for the villain's cruelty knows no bounds. Seek Annika, and she will guide you on the path to confronting the darkness that threatens the interconnected future you so deeply believe in.
As they prepared to depart, Kaida's voice halted their retreat. But wait, you must know who it is. How do you know Annika is on Talos?
Our goddess.
The utterance was a whisper against the stillness. As they turned, the water around them came alive.
Our goddess, Subdept, has spoken the truth to us. She has revealed the peril that has befallen Zos and Annika. Without you and your friend's conquest, the nanonexus will ensnare the souls of all sentient beings, enslaving them for eternity.
I trust your words. I will find Annika on Talos, she vowed. The Nommo, their luminous hair casting a celestial glow, acknowledged her declaration.
We set your path, Ambassador Kaida. Embrace your purpose, for the universe's destiny rests in your hands.
Their departure left Kaida in a solitude that was both physical and existential. Her question, a plea for clarity, echoed unanswered. But did your goddess tell you who the villain is? The silence that followed was a reminder of the mysteries that still shrouded her path. The intergalactic assembly that awaited her presence seemed trivial in the face of the revelations shared by the Nommo. Torn between duty and destiny, her heart and intuition urged immediate action. Kaida flew to Talos that night. It took a week to reach. A macabre parade of the lifeless and the controlled replaced the vibrant life that once coursed through the streets of Nova City. She did not miss the irony. In seeking to protect life and rights beyond Earth, she had stumbled upon a nightmare scenario on a scale she had not expected. Outside the monolithic Novatech consortium, Kaida's strength of character faced its sternest test yet. The city of Nova, once a beacon of scientific achievement and cosmopolitan life, now bore the eerie mark of desolation and control. Her mission became dire as she witnessed militants enforcing a chilling order upon the unsuspecting populace. The Nommo's warning rang clear in her mind, a guiding star in the darkness that had enveloped the city. Dressed in the appropriated lab coat of a once-living scientist, Kaida melded into the backdrop of despair, her every step a calculated risk. Approaching the fortress-like complex of the Novatech consortium, Kaida took in the sheer scale of its ambition. The edifice was a testament to human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge, its spires reaching for the stars, yet now it stood as a citadel of silence amidst the chaos. The gardens and pathways that led to its gates, once symbols of the harmony between nature and science, felt like a mocking facade given the horrors that unfolded within and around its walls. The formidable security measures in place were the final barrier to her quest. Biometric and retinal scanners guarded every entrance, sophisticated guardians that recognized only those they had been programmed to accept. Kaida's heart sank as the reality of her situation became painfully clear. Her options were limited, her chances of gaining entry through conventional means non-existent. But her mission left no room for doubt. She had come too far, driven by a conviction that transcended her own safety. The plight of those ensnared by the unseen machinations of the villain the Nommo had warned her about fueled her determination. She had to find a way in to uncover the truth behind the pandemic and the fate that awaited her friends and countless others. The facility, for all its technological marvels, was a hub of human activity, reliant on the countless individuals who operated within its walls. Therein lay the vulnerability she needed to exploit. Kaida retreated into the shadows, her eyes scanning the perimeter for the one anomaly that might grant her access. Delivery bays, maintenance entrances, even the routes taken by the consortium's own security patrols, any could serve as her point of ingress if she approached it with enough cunning and stealth. Kaida would use the chaos as cover, blending in not as a scientist but as a ghost in the machine, unseen by those who sought to control the city. With the lab coat as her initial disguise, Kaida prepared to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of power and secrecy.
Chapter 17. In the Shadow of Stars. Jaxon and his companions, each a veteran of cosmic journeys and battles unseen by most, stood captivated by the High Priestess's revelations. The meditation zone, a haven amidst the boundless expanse of Ort 45, served as the perfect backdrop for this congregation of minds and spirits. The celestial dome on the surface of the asteroid, and above the underground colony, played host to a narrative woven from the fabric of the cosmos itself. The High Priestess, a figure of imposing stature and depth, continued her exposition, her voice a conduit for truths long obscured by distance and time. Her Martian heritage, evident in her towering presence and the rich hue of her brown skin, lent her words an authority that transcended the mere physical. She believed in the purity of unbiased stories, untainted by the influences of power and profit, as evidenced by her critique of media conglomerates. As the holographic projections danced across the void, illustrating the dichotomy of fate that befell the worlds within their collective gaze, the group was offered a glimpse into the universe's trials. The plight of Duran 17, ensnared by the relentless grip of the nano-nexus, exposed the fragility of civilization. The virus, an architect of ruin, had reduced a once thriving society to a silhouette of its former self, a cautionary tale of technological hubris and the price of unbridled ambition. Conversely, the image of the sanctuary planet, untouched and pristine, offered a sliver of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. It set an example of what could still be preserved, of worlds that still held fast against the tide of desolation that the nano-nexus threatened to unleash across the galaxy. Jaxon, Kelly, Nix, and Professor Voss found themselves at a crossroads of purpose and possibility. The revelation of the celestial historians and secret agents represented a new avenue of subversion. Their mission, now more critical than ever, was not only to combat the physical manifestations of the nano-nexus, but to safeguard the worlds caught in its wake. The battle for the future was as much about preserving the stories of the past and present as it was about securing a path forward. The holographic display faded, leaving the stars to reclaim their natural order.
Help, I'm going to die,
Nix suddenly screamed. The nurse's admission of her involvement in an illegal drug trial and the use of age suppressants without medical oversight alerted Jaxon to why she'd become so old. She'd done it for the money, then paid for her minor parents to go on a cruise. Pretending she'd won the cruise in a competition, her confession unveiled the depth of her despair and the lengths she had gone to provide for her family, sacrificing her own well-being for their short-lived moment of happiness. Nix's predicament, her rapid aging accompanied by health complications, painted a vivid picture of her isolation and fear. The kindly priestess's approach, her concern genuine. The Church, for all its focus on the universe, recognized the importance of the individual soul, the singular story in the vast cosmos. Nix's plight, her vulnerability laid bare, ignited a broader discourse on the ethics of scientific exploration and the responsibility of those who wield such knowledge. The High Priestess, recalibrating her focus from the macro to the micro, regarded Nix with a compassionate gaze.
Your journey, fraught though it may be with choices that now weigh heavily upon you, is not without the possibility of redemption and healing. We will help you.
Turning to Professor Voss, she reiterated her proposal.
Your research, Professor, with our collective wisdom, can be a beacon of hope, not just for the afflicted worlds, but for individuals like Nyx.
The offer of a partnership between the Church of the Celestial Body and Professor Voss took on a new meaning. As the group processed Nyx's confession and the High Priestess's proposal, the protective meditation zone, a sanctuary among the stars, became a crucible for transformation. Jaxon, Kelly, Nyx, and Professor Voss, each carrying their own troubles and haunted by their own ghosts, now found themselves in a situation that was as much about healing as it was about heroism. During a communal meal later that day, Jaxon was called for a meeting with the High Priestess. Her younger sisters, who were twins in their mid-20s, led Jaxon through the dark corridors within the asteroid. Finally, they arrived at a large, ornate door. Sierra and Lyra paused and turned to face Jaxon. With a synchronized movement, they pushed the doors open, revealing a chamber. As Jaxon stepped inside, his senses were immediately overwhelmed by the enchanting sight before him. Holographic candles danced above, casting a soft glow upon the intricate designs laced throughout the room. The sound of ambient music filled his ears, beckoning him deeper into this mysterious place. But it was the three women who truly captured his attention. The High Priestess Mira lay naked upon a sunken bed, her shaved head glistening in the light. And beside her stood the two young priestesses, her sisters. Their capes were spread open, exposing their slim, naked bodies. They swiped the cowls off their heads to reveal that, unlike the rest of the clergy, they were not bald. Instead, their afros framed their dark and alluring faces. Jaxon couldn't believe his eyes as they approached him, their fingers trailing his robes and their lips leaving kisses on his skin. He tried to resist, to protest, but their laughter echoed through the chamber, reminding him of his obligation. And so he found himself on the bed, succumbing to their seduction and the ritual of caresses that they bestowed upon him. Hours passed in a haze of pleasure and desire until finally dizziness overtook him. As he lay spent on the bed, he questioned their motives. The High Priestess Mira simply smiled, her sisters fixing themselves back into their robes.
Your genes are strong,
she said.
And we have need of such strength.
Anika's heart pounded as she wiped the sweat from her brow, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to her consciousness like a stubborn fog. The knock on the door, unexpected and untimely, jolted her from the haunting images of loss and despair that had plagued her dreams. The thought of facing more bad news in reality, after battling with her fears in sleep, filled her with dread. With a deep breath meant to steel her nerves, Anika approached the door. The digital clock on the wall marked the late hour. She activated the security viewer to see who could possibly be visiting at such an ungodly time. To her surprise, standing in the dimly lit hallway was a delivery drone, hovering slightly above the ground, its cargo bay open to reveal a small package. The drone's side panel flashed with a message indicating that the delivery was for her, a personal item sent from an anonymous sender. Curiosity momentarily eclipsed her anxiety as Anika accepted the package. The drone beeped a confirmation and zipped away, leaving her alone once again in the silence of her hotel room. She turned the package over in her hands, its weight light, the exterior unmarked save for her name. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Anika carefully opened the package. Inside, she found a data chip and a holoprojector. The simplicity of the items belied their potential significance. Anika inserted the data chip into the holoprojector and activated it. The light of the projection immediately filled the room. It was a message from Kaida, recorded before her departure to the crucial Gramac meeting. Kaida's image, vibrant and full of life, stood in stark contrast to the darkness of Anika's recent thoughts. Her voice, clear and warm, filled the room, weaving through Anika's heartstrings with words of love. Kaida spoke of her mission, her commitment to helping those affected by the Nano-Nexus pandemic, and her belief in their cause. She reassured Anika of her safety and her intent to return once her diplomatic duties were fulfilled. Most importantly, Kaida expressed her deep love for Anika, her gratitude for their partnership, and her confidence in their reunion. As the message concluded, Anika was left with tears streaming down her face, but they were no longer solely born of sorrow. The message had rekindled a flame of hope within her, a reminder of the love that bound her to Kaida, to Jaxon, and to their shared mission. The next morning, Anika shared her plan to Logan and Zoes over the comfort of freshly brewed coffee in the sanctuary of her hotel room. But they were concerned. The details of her late-night venture, coupled with her newly acquired stealth suit and Magnolift jetpack, were a daring plan they had not expected from the doctor. Logan, his eyes reflecting the morning light that now flooded the room, leaned forward.
That's some serious tech you've got there. But you're right about being extra prepared. The consortium isn't known for its hospitality to uninvited guests.
Zoe, sipping her coffee, her earlier amusement at Anika's disheveled state giving way to a more austere reflection, nodded in agreement.
It's not just about getting in,
she added, her tone serious.
It's about what you'll face once you're inside. Corrigan and the consortium have resources we can only guess at. Extra tech might give you an edge, but information and allies could be just as valuable.
Anika absorbed their feedback. The prospect of infiltrating one of the most formidable corporate entities in the galaxy with only her stealth suit and jetpack as her initial arsenal was daunting. Yet the urgency of uncovering the truth about the nano-nexus and possibly finding a way to counter its spread was a mission she couldn't turn away from. I appreciate your concern, Anika finally said as she set her coffee cup down with a clink. And you're both right. I need to be as prepared as possible. I'll need to think beyond just tech. I'm going to need a solid plan, maybe some inside information, or even an ally within the consortium. Logan and Zoe exchanged glances.
Whatever you need, we'll help you get it. If it's information you're after, we'll start digging. And as for allies...
A thoughtful look crossed Logan's yellow face.
We might just know a few people who owe us a favor or two.
Zoe's smile returned.
Let's not forget the power of surprise. With your stealth suit and jetpack, you've already got a head start. We just need to make sure you have everything else you need to make this a success.
Their strategy session, initially sparked by Anika's revelation, now evolved into a collaborative effort. Anika's presentation of the plasma pistol, a bonus with her jetpack purchase, sparked a critical evaluation of their arsenal and readiness. Logan, with his experience as a mercenary, instantly recognized the limitations of Anika's weaponry. His skepticism about the plasma gun's reliability in critical situations highlighted the gap between having technology and mastering its application. This prompted a broader discussion on the adequacy of their equipment and the skills necessary to navigate the perilous terrain of their mission. Zoe insisted on participating, driven by her concern for Damien and the slim hope of his discovery. However, Logan's protective stance towards Zoe brought personal stakes into the strategic considerations. Anika was initially reluctant to expand the mission team. Yet the realization that success hinged on more than just her determination and available tech led to an agreement. Logan would accompany her, with Zoe serving as a crucial link back at the hotel. The decision to revisit the tech vendor for additional equipment was a practical step towards fortifying their mission against the uncertainties. The trio prepared for their nocturnal return to the tech dealers.
Chapter 18. Under Zerona's starlit veil.
In the veil of Zerona's night, under a sky ablaze with innumerable stars, Anika and Logan stood poised at the edge of a daring venture. The breach in the city's defenses lay bare before them, a mute messenger of the chaos that had slipped through. The encroaching darkness was not just a threat, but an unmistakable entity they were determined to confront together. The air, crisp and laden with the promise of adventure, whispered across their faces as they hovered, ready to breach the divide. The Magnolift jetpacks hummed with potential, a symphony of magnetism and anticipation. Within the sanctuary of their stealth, invisible yet united, they communicated through their helmets' intercoms, voices the only beacon in the enveloping dark. We'll fly low over the ocean once we're past the barricades, Anika declared.
I know,
Logan responded, his tone a mirror of her determination.
I'm adjusting the controls on my jetpack, and the magnetic field's shifting, propelling me slightly higher. You do the same.
Command and compliance bounced between them in the night as they ascended. Their pact and the hum of technology propelled them over the barricades and across the ocean, only the moonlight their silent witness. As Avonia's vastness unfolded before them, and the distant lights of Nova City beckoned, they descended into the embrace of the Novatech Consortium's gardens. The moonlight, fractured by the foliage, cast a mosaic of shadows, a camouflage that melded with the magic of their Shadow Guard stealth suits. You're beside me, Anika whispered. Logan touched her shoulder.
Here I am.
Good. Let's head towards the security checkpoint.
Okay.
Together they moved, a duo cloaked in silence. The looming checkpoint, a hurdle yet to be crossed, stood as the next chapter in their clandestine odyssey. As they approached the security checkpoint, Anika and Logan's training and preparation were put to the test. Although the stealth made them nearly invisible to the naked eye, Anika remained acutely aware of the electronic scanners that could potentially detect their presence. Leading the way, she signaled Logan to halt through the intercom in her helmet. She surveyed the area and noticed a pattern in the guards' patrols. After a few minutes, she identified a blind spot in the electronic surveillance, a narrow window of opportunity for them to slip through undetected. Logan, see that scanner to the left? It sweeps the area every 30 seconds. We have a 5-second window when it resets. That's our chance to move past.
Got it. On your mark.
As the scanner momentarily paused, Anika stepped forward, her movements fluid and silent. Logan followed suit. They scampered through the checkpoint, the thrill of evasion sending adrenaline coursing through their veins. Once they were past the checkpoint, they paused, allowing themselves a moment to adapt to the dimness of the Nanotech Consortium's outer perimeter. The sprawling complex loomed ahead, a maze of buildings and laboratories that housed some of the most advanced and potentially dangerous technologies in the galaxy. This is it, Anika breathed, her gaze fixed on the towering structures. The heart of the beast. Logan's hand, still resting lightly on her shoulder, squeezed gently.
Remember, stay alert and keep communication lines open. If we get separated, regroup at the Eastern Garden.
Okay. They moved forward, blending into the darkness as they made their way deeper into the compound. Their mission was clear: infiltrate the Nanotech Consortium, uncover its secrets, and emerge unscathed. The night was theirs to command, and with every silent step they drew closer to the truth. In the intricate depths of the Nanotech Consortium, Anika and Logan moved through the darkness. Anika's suit transformed her into a phantom within the facility, her movements orchestrated by the heads-up display that painted the world around her in striking vividness. The guards, oblivious to them, continued their patrols, unaware of the storm that had brewed in their midst. Their passage through the security checkpoint marked a turning point in their mission. The relief of undetected passage was short-lived, however, as they encountered a patrol that threatened to undo their careful progress. Anika's quick thinking lifted them to safety, their forms pressed against the ceiling as the guards passed beneath, none the wiser to the presence of rebellion that hovered just above. The discovery of Damian Black, a beacon of hope amidst the despair of Corrigan's laboratory, ignited a fire within Anika. His weakened state spurred her to action. Her whisper was a promise of salvation in the darkness. Logan's voice, a constant in the chaos, brought focus to their purpose. The collection of evidence was a crucial step in their quest to dismantle Corrigan's operations. Anika's confirmation, her cameras a silent witness to the atrocities they faced, solidified their resoluteness. Together they stood on the precipice of confrontation, their mission clear and their spirits undeterred. The plight of the imprisoned beings, their suffering a silent plea for justice, fueled their determination to end the nightmare that Corrigan had wrought. Cloaked in their stealth suits and armed with the evidence of Corrigan's crimes, Anika and Logan prepared to strike. The fight to free Damian Black and the others was more than a mission, it was a crusade against the darkness, a vow to bring light to the darkness that had enveloped their world. Amid the sterile gloom of Corrigan's clandestine laboratory, the complexity was overwhelming. It was a balance between immediate rescue and gathering incontrovertible evidence. "Can't we save the prisoners now?" Anika's plea echoed in the confined space. Logan tempered her haste with wisdom.
Not yet. We need to gather evidence, understand what they're doing here.
The horrors that unveiled themselves, each more damning than the last, painted a forbidding picture of Corrigan's ambitions. The manipulation of Voss's neural fix virus under the microscope was a perversion of science, a betrayal of its potential for healing. Anika's outrage simmered with each discovery. "I'm documenting all of this. Are you?" she confirmed.
Of course. Every piece of evidence will be crucial in bringing Corrigan to justice,
he assured. The ambient hum of computers and the soft glow of monitors were Logan's companions as he relayed his position to Anika, invisible yet omnipresent through the whispers of their intercoms.
I'm preparing to use the multifunction hacking device I bought from a hacker's stall,
Logan disclosed. The whir of Logan's device marked the beginning of their digital assault against Corrigan's defenses. Despite its absence of stealth capabilities, the device revealed itself to Anika in fleeting glimpses, its existence intermittently betrayed by the movement of Logan's glove. Connected to the lab's computer through a data port, The device became an extension of Logan's will, its advanced encryption breaker awakening to challenge the stronghold of data it was tasked to infiltrate. Logan's voice outlined their strategy.
I'm starting a series of rapid, automated attacks on the computer's security protocols.
He informed Anika, a statement of action that set the stage for their digital siege. The device sprang to life, its screen a flurry of activity, as the software sliced through the computer's defenses. The tension in the air was palpable, each scrolling line of code a step closer to Corrigan's secrets. The breakthrough, when it came, was a whisper of victory in the silent struggle.
Security protocol breached.
Logan announced.
Access granted.
The relief that washed over Anika was an echo of Logan's success, a shared moment of triumph against the odds. The download that followed was a meticulous extraction of evidence. Together in the lab, Anika and Logan had not just breached a computer system, they had pierced the veil of secrecy that shrouded Corrigan's activities. In this moment of digital conquest, they found themselves on the verge of revelation, armed with the knowledge that could dismantle an empire of corruption. At the critical juncture of their daring escape, Anika and Logan faced the Herculean task of extracting Damien Black from the clutches of Corrigan's laboratory. Anika prepared Damien for their flight, even though his body was weak and unsteady from the toxins coursing through his veins. Her every movement was a calculated risk to cloak their actions from the ever-watchful eyes of the security system. Damien, we need to move quickly, Anika urged, scanning the environment for any hint of impending peril. Damien's condition, however, was dire. His attempts to stand were thwarted by the drug-induced lethargy that clung to him, his words a tangled mess of confusion. It was Logan who provided another jetpack which he'd been storing under his own. Anika, with hands shaking from the surge of adrenaline, secured Damien within its embrace, a silent prayer accompanying her actions. Logan's plan set Anika's heart racing.
Anika, take Damien and meet me at the Central Park Monument, the one shaped like a giant computer chip. I'll create a diversion and catch up with you both. Just stay low and keep Damien safe.
In the reception area, Damien's jetpack faltered, its sputtering a sign to their pursuers. The resultant chaos drew the guards like moths to a flame. Their crash, a moment of harsh vulnerability, laid bare the precariousness of their escape. Surrounded by armed guards, Anika and Damien found themselves ensnared. The guards were blind to their forms but guided by the discord of the jetpack. Anika, her body slick with the sweat of fear, faced the ultimate decision. The demand to surrender hung in the air like a guillotine. Anika reached for her hood, contemplating the revelation that could spell the end of their mission. The silence was shattered by the commotion of conflict. Logan's diversion tore through the entrance in descent. The guards were caught in the sudden vortex of sparks and smoke. They found themselves adrift in confusion, their orders and bearings lost in the chaos. In these stolen moments, Anika, with Damien's weight upon her, tapped into the suit's latent strength. She moved through the disarray with the poise of a phantom, Logan's actions providing a distraction that split the focus of their adversaries. Yet the path to freedom was not unguarded. The main exit had become ensnared by laser bars. Their retreat was a tactical necessity, though each step might lead them further into entrapment. Cornered, with hope dwindling like the light of a dying star, Anika and Logan faced the advancing guards. The corridor, narrow and unforgiving, became a choke point. Their advance halted, their retreat cut off by the unstoppable march of their pursuers. It was in this dire moment that salvation came, not with a whisper, but with the thunderous roar of intervention. A canister, arcing through the air, landed amongst the guards. Its explosion, a nova of tear gas, filled the corridor with a choking stench, turning the tide of battle in an instant. Kaida emerged from the haze like a guardian angel clad in hazmat. Her presence was a sight that widened Anika's eyes in recognition and relief. With nunchucks in hand, Kaida twirled through the confusion, a whirlwind of precise strikes and agile techniques, her actions a blend of mercy and necessity. "Come on, Kaida," Anika said. "Let's go." Kaida's nod, though acknowledging Anika's gratitude, carried the weight of unfinished business.
We're not out of danger yet. Let's find a way out of here and regroup. There's much more for me to uncover.
Anika, in a gesture of solidarity, reached out to touch Kaida's arm, seeking to reassure her. "No need, Kaida. We collected all the evidence we need." Her words were meant to offer comfort, to signal that their mission could proceed without further risk to their lives.
Evidence isn't enough. I must kill him. Is it true it's Dr. Victor Corrigan?
Her query, sharp and laden with intent, sought confirmation of the architect of their woes. Logan's confirmation was a simple yes.
You three go now. I'll meet you back at the hotel.
Her words, a blend of command and farewell, sent Anika, Logan, and Damien weaving through the complex maze of Novatech Consortium. Under Kaida's watchful eye, Anika, Logan, and Damien found their escape and emerged into the dim sanctuary of a side corridor. Thank you, Kaida. Clinging to Damien, Anika acknowledged the debt they owed to their unexpected savior.
Chapter 19. Ambition's Tomb.
In Corrigan's lair, a high-tech mausoleum to ambition run amok, the stage was set for a confrontation that seemed inevitable from the moment Kaida had set her strength of will against the architect of so much despair. The chamber, with its sterile illumination and the outlines of machinery, became an arena for the clash of wills and metal. Kaida, her very essence augmented by the marvels of cybernetics, stood as a shining example of defiance against Corrigan. The air, dense with the promise of conflict, seemed to throb with the energy of their impending duel. You can't win, Corrigan, Kaida dared. Corrigan's response dripped with the arrogance of unchecked power.
Oh, my dear ambassador,
he sneered, the chill of the chamber echoing in the coldness of his taunt.
I always win.
Their display of combat, illuminated by the intense light of the lair, was an exhibition of skill and savagery. Kaida's martial prowess, honed by training and amplified by technology, met Corrigan's cunning. The battle saw Kaida and Corrigan locked in a struggle where every move could tip the scales. Kaida's adrenaline-powered determination clashed with his dark aspirations. But the tide of battle shifted with Corrigan's insidious strike, the injection of a vile substance into Kaida's system. The gambit was as cowardly as it was cunning. Kaida, though momentarily faltering, did not let defeat cloud her spirit. Her enhancements buzzed with a silent promise of retaliation. Trapped within a cage of laser bars, her cybernetic capabilities cruelly nullified by Corrigan's device, Kaida found herself caught, yet not without hope. Corrigan's gloating, a vile soundtrack to her unfortunate situation, could not dampen the flame of resistance that burned within her. Even as she feigned disorientation, Kaida's mind, operating at full speed and undimmed by the nanonexus or any other toxin, worked quickly to devise a strategy of escape. Her survey of the chamber, a hunt for vulnerabilities in Corrigan's fortress of cruelty, was a silent vow that no cage of light or shadow would hold her while captive.
Anika and her companions soared above the city, the cool air mingling with a sense of liberation amidst their dire circumstances. The city below unfolded in silent testimony to their flight. The sight of their disembodied, flying heads, hoods removed to savor the breath of freedom, lent an eerie, yet exhilarating, aspect to their escape. Damien, his features etched in the soft luminescence of the moons, seemed a ghost of his former self, the drugs still clouding his senses. Logan, with his vibrant orange hair streaming behind him, was a figure of ingenuity, as his adjustments to Damien's jetpack ensured their group remained united in their flight. As they traversed the night, Anika reflected on Logan's loyalty and resourcefulness, qualities that had become the backbone of their mission. Yet, concern weighed upon her heart for Kaida, left to confront the darkness alone. The ocean below played a serene counterpoint to the turmoil that had led them to this moment. The gentle breeze and the soothing sound of water created a serene atmosphere, promising a moment of tranquility amidst the impending conflict in Zyrona. As the trio approached the city's barricades, they encountered the desolation of its streets, which silently forewarned them of the challenges they would face. Damien's deteriorating condition added a sense of haste to their quest for sanctuary, leading Anika to reach out to Zoes in hope of securing medical assistance. Their arrival at the hospital where Poro was being cared for marked a turning point in despair. The sealed doors of the institution stood as a barrier. The refusal of aid, a necessary precaution in the face of the outbreak, emphasized the grim reality of their situation.
What do we do now?
Zosie's query echoed the uncertainty that enveloped them. Logan's proposal to seek refuge in a private clinic propelled them into action once more, and he waved down a hovercab, then set it on manual. Their journey through the desolate streets of Zyrona, a city transformed overnight into a ghost town, was a solemn voyage through a world on the brink. The absence of the infected, a mystery that loomed large over their escape, hinted at the unseen machinations of Corrigan's hive mind. Beneath the canvas of the night, where stars kept vigilant watch, Anika and her weary band sought refuge in the luminescence of a neon beacon, a clinic nestled between the towering sentinels of the city. It was here, at the precipice of despair, that hope flickered dimly. Logan, with the deftness of a seasoned helmsman, guided their manual hovercab to the clinic's maw. The clinic's antechamber, desolate and echoing with the distant hum of machinery, seemed to suspend them in a moment outside of time. Anika's desperate voice broke the silence, seeking an answer where none seemed forthcoming. "Hello," she called, her plea echoing unanswered. Zoe commandeered a hover chair for Damien, whose appearance was diminishing.
"We need help. Please, someone."
Zoe's call was louder and imbued with desperation. Logan's gaze was calculating.
"This place will have medical supplies. We can at least stabilize him."
Anika rolled up her sleeves. "I'm a doctor." Together, they rifled through the clinic's provisions. Anika, with the first aid kit now in her hands, tended to Damien with a surgeon's precision, her every action an ode to the oath she bore as a healer. Outside, beyond the sterile clinic, Logan became engrossed in an unfolding spectacle. The city's sky bridges, adorned with holographic displays, became the stage where they broadcasted their silent rebellion.
"It worked,"
Logan proclaimed. Anika's astonishment mirrored the ripples their actions would send across the galaxy. Logan's revelation, that amidst their flight he had commandeered the airwaves to unveil Corrigan's dark designs, was a stroke of genius that cast light upon the darkness they sought to dispel. "You did." Anika's gaze fixed on the proof that danced before their eyes. He shrugged.
"I thought if I didn't do it sooner, then it could be too late. We could have been killed."
Zoe and Logan shared a moment of intimacy, a kiss that sealed their bond against the backdrop of their dangerous journey. Anika, buoyed by the success of their gambit, felt a surge of hope. "You did it, Logan. You've given us a fighting chance."
Amidst the clatter of breakfast and the murmur of early conversations, Jaxon found himself ensnared in a web of emotion, his mind a battleground of confusion and concern. He should have been happy because the galaxy knew who was behind the nano nexus. But what about the High Priestess? Did he sleep with her and her sisters the night before? They must have drugged him. He awoke in his own bed, though. He remembered going but couldn't remember returning. Had they drugged him? He certainly felt groggy. Voss's revelations, served alongside the morning's fare, ignited a simmering anger within him, yet also sparked a beacon of hope.
"It's all looking very promising,"
Voss declared, as he extended a hand to claim his share of the breakfast. His casual demeanor belied the depth of the intrigue he was about to unveil.
"Only I know the prototype of Neuralfix. I don't know how Corrigan got his hands on it, but it's no surprise he wants to get rid of me. I'm just lucky his orders were not assassination upon contact."
Jaxon, grappling with the implications, couldn't help but quip, "I bet he's kicking himself now." A fleeting attempt to find humor in their moment of peril. Voss, unfazed, continued,
"This is truly the best place I can be. You thought the Manticore's laboratory was state-of-the-art? You should see the laboratories here."
His appreciation for his current sanctuary was evident, even as he divulged his latest endeavor.
"I'm close to creating a second nanovirus which blocks the nanonexus from taking control of the brain."
"That's great, Albert," Jaxon responded, warmth and admiration mingling in his voice, a rare moment of peace in their fraught journey. Yet, the conversation took a turn toward the clandestine as Voss leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
"I almost forgot to tell you."
His glance darted around, ensuring their privacy before confiding.
"I overheard some spies who work for the Church of the Celestial Body. They were talking about sightings of Anika."
Jaxon's heart skipped a beat. "What? Where? Is she okay?" His questions tumbled out, a torrent of concern for Anika's well-being. Voss nodded, his tone carrying a mix of reassurance and intrigue.
"They'd been observing security footage on Talos. It seems your Anika has been a very smart lady."
Confusion and curiosity warred within Jaxon.
"She infiltrated the Novatech consortium and gathered evidence against Dr. Victor Corrigan."
The revelation struck Jaxon like a thunderbolt. No. But Voss wasn't finished.
"That's not all. Surveillance recorded images of Anika, Zoe, and 2 men outside of a hospital. They were wearing hazmat suits, but other footage from the day before showed them entering 2 hotel suites."
A swirl of emotions clouded Jaxon's judgment. Anika and Zoe's actions, their audacity and bravery, filled him with pride, yet also stoked the fires of his concern.
"What's wrong? She's alive. And she's a smart cookie, that one."
Voss's reassurance was a balm, even as he shared the crowning piece of their endeavor.
"She somehow managed to hack the international TV station of Talos, so they aired the footage of the evidence to the entire population."
Now that is news. Jaxon exhaled, the magnitude of their achievements settling in. "Do you think it's true?"
"I do."
The firmness of purpose crystallized within Jaxon. "I must go to Talos." Voss, ever cautious, advised,
Don't tell her you heard the news from me. I don't want her to stop my research for gossiping.
Don't worry, Jaxon assured. He left Voss to ponder the mysteries of the cosmos and the intrigue of their allies and adversaries, his path leading him to the celestial enclave, to confront the enigmatic priestess Mira, and perhaps, to find a way back to Annika and Zos, back to the fight that awaited them beyond the sanctuary of Ort 45. As Jaxon strode into the bedchamber of Priestess Mira, he couldn't believe his eyes. The walls that were once adorned with stars now held a breathtaking underwater scene, and where the bed once stood was now a massive tank filled with water. His gaze fell upon the beautiful aqua woman, Seer, who lay curled at the bottom of the tank, her long silver hair swirling around her smiling face. He blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. And then Priestess Mira emerged from a hidden door in the wall, her expression grave. "What's happened to Seer?" Jaxon demanded. The priestess gave a small frown.
Seer is fully recovered now. She would never have healed in your Manticore's medical bay. She needed to be submerged in water.
Jaxon felt a surge of conflicting emotions, anger and relief battling within him. "What have you done to her?" The priestess raised an eyebrow.
"I did what needed to be done."
"Did you drug me last night?" Jaxon seethed. A mischievous glint appeared in Priestess Mira's eyes as she gave a small laugh.
"Yes, we had sex."
Jaxon's nostrils flared with rage. "How dare you take advantage of me without my consent?"
"You didn't seem to mind at the time,"
she retorted coolly. He took a step back, his mind reeling with betrayal and disgust. "You drugged me." She let out a sigh, her tone turning serious.
"Why did you come here, Jaxon? To do it again?"
His voice boomed through the chamber as he shouted, "No, I came here to go to Talos. I have no use here. I know nothing about science."
"To see your crew?"
Priestess Mira asked pointedly. "My crew." Jaxon feigned confusion, knowing exactly who she was referring to.
"They are there."
A sly smile played on her lips.
"A Japanese cyborg ambassador, a statuesque doctor, and your blue-skinned ship security officer."
Damien. Jaxon's heart constricted at the sound of his friend's name.
"Yes. And if you truly want to see them again, I can help you. I will give you a new ship."
Jaxon awoke with a start, his eyes adjusting to the dimly lit room. Beside him lay a puddle of water, its origin unknown. How long had he been asleep, and how did he even fall asleep in the first place? Seer stood naked before a mirror, her back turned to him.
"Is that truly me?"
she mused. He hastily wrapped himself in a blanket and rose from the bed. "We are on the asteroid, Ort 45, he explained before recounting recent events and the news about their crewmates on Talos. His words stumbled out as he tried to make sense of it all. "What do you remember?"
"Everything before that cyborg mercenary attacked me,"
Seer replied, her fingers instinctively reaching to touch her scalp. Her expression turned to one of shock as she realized something was amiss.
"Why are you bald?"
"And why aren't you?" Jaxon turned away momentarily, gathering his thoughts before describing the cruel traditions enforced by the priests and priestesses, even on the young ones. Seer grimaced.
"That is barbaric."
He reached out to stroke her silver hair, but how did it heal?
"The High Priestess,"
Seer said firmly.
"She possesses magic."
Jaxon shook his head in denial. "No, it must have been good medicine or advanced technology. Our hosts here at Voss have access to incredible labs." Seer's expression remained resolute.
"No, it was magic. Beautiful and powerful magic that healed me."
"I don't understand," Jaxon admitted. But their conversation was cut short as CI suddenly turned away, wrapping her arms around herself.
"I have a woman's mystery,"
she whispered. Confusion and apprehension swirled within Jaxon as he prepared to leave for his mission, borrowing one of the priestess ships. And much to his surprise, Seer insisted on joining him. Jaxon and Seer were somberly outfitted in the Church of the Celestial Body Space Force uniforms, dark blue jumpsuits adorned with stars and planets, intricately woven with silver and gold threads. Seer's figure was accentuated by the form-fitting suit, causing Jaxon to glance away in discomfort. The guards led them to a secret hangar deep within the Ort 45 base. As they approached the center of the hangar, an awe-inspiring sight greeted them. 5 colossal orbs crafted from glistening gold radiated their brilliance, unlike anything Jaxon or Seer had ever seen before. The High Priestess Mira glided forward, her hand outstretched towards one particular orb that seemed to call out to her.
"You will borrow this one,"
she declared confidently.
"It is Quantum Dreamweaver 3.
The orb pulsed with a mesmerizing light, illuminating both the space and their faces. Its surface shimmered like liquid gold, reflecting the awestruck expressions of Jaxon and Seer.
The quantum Dreamweavers are a closely guarded secret,
Mira continued, her voice laced with reverence.
They are vessels imbued with intention and driven by the power of consciousness. Through meditation, you can open gateways to other worlds.
Jaxon and Seer exchanged confused looks, prompting Mira to ask,
Have you ever delved into meditation?
Both shook their heads in response.
Then it is imperative that I teach you,
Mira declared solemnly, motioning for them to follow her to a serene chamber within the QD3. The walls of the circular space were adorned with intricate patterns pulsating with energy. In the center stood a crystalline platform, beckoning them closer.
To harness the abilities of the quantum Dreamweaver, you must attune yourselves to its frequency through meditation,
Mira instructed, guiding them to sit on the smooth, polished surface of the platform. With her soothing voice as their guide, they closed their eyes and allowed themselves to sink into a state of deep relaxation. Mira taught them how to visualize and communicate with other beings through the ship's advanced systems, cautioning them to only do so once they had left the Oort cloud.
To cloak the ship in stealth,
she added,
simply focus your intention on becoming invisible to external sensors. The QD3 will respond to your will.
With Mira's guidance, Jaxon and Sia practiced these techniques until they felt confident enough to try them out for real. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves floating above a vast Telosian ocean, surrounded by a blue sky. The walls of the ship had become translucent from the inside out, granting them an unobstructed view of their new destination. Chapter 20. Shadows and Promises at Nova's Edge. The complex meditation process used by Seer and Jaxon to bring Priestess Mira's intention craft into Talos's atmosphere was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They had not even left Oort 45 before they suddenly found themselves on the mysterious planet. It was a feat that seemed more suited for the pages of portal fantasy or magical realism, but Priestess Mira assured them it was all based in little-known science. As they gazed upon the sprawling cities below, evidence of the nano-nexus reach, they readied themselves for landing with hazmat suits, their target Novatech consortium, where Kaida's beacon led them. But before attempting an infiltration, Jaxon insisted on revisiting his past at the outskirts of Nova City, specifically the house where he and other orphan children were raised. With tense muscles and trepidation, Jaxon approached the familiar dwelling nestled in a tropical village. He reached out to press the doorbell, his glove trembling slightly. The door creaked open to reveal a middle-aged woman with a worried expression, Mrs. Harlow. Jaxon began through his muffled suit. Is General Harlow present? He knew infiltrating the facility would be easier with the General's permission. The woman's eyes widened as she took a step back.
Who are you?
It's Jaxon. Surely you remember me.
The little boy who became a talented pilot.
Yes, your husband did well raising us all. Jaxon half lied. Is he home? She stepped aside and gestured for them to enter, leading them to a worn-out couch. As she sat across from them, weariness and sadness filled her gaze.
Corrigan,
she stuttered.
Corrigan has taken them. Do you know who he is?
Jaxon explained that he had seen news reports of Corrigan and his desire to rescue his friend from his grasp.
He has imprisoned my husband and our daughter as well. I suspect they are in his facility beneath the Novatech consortium.
Jaxon's fists clenched within his hazmat gloves. I promise, Mrs. Harlow, I will do everything in my power to free them. Tears welled in her eyes.
Thank you, Jaxon. I will help you however I can. But please, be careful. Corrigan is a ruthless man.
As Mrs. Harlow divulged crucial information about the facility's layout and security measures, Jaxon's pulse quickened. It was during this conversation that he realized the best way to infiltrate the heavily guarded site would be through the sewer system. With gratitude for Mrs. Harlow's help, Jaxon promised to reunite her family and put an end to Corrigan. Back on their ship, Jaxon turned to Seer. I am grateful that this vessel can maneuver like a conventional ship on different worlds.
We must find a way into that facility,
Seer replied. The sewers may be our best chance. Seer nodded in agreement.
I stand with you, Captain. Let us proceed.
As they flew over jungles and tea plantations, they eventually located a river that flowed near the perimeter of Novatech Consortium. Following its path, they discovered an old and deserted sewer tunnel hidden amidst tangled vegetation. Jaxon activated the illumination on his suit and led them into the dark and damp entrance of the tunnel. The smell of decay and dampness filled their nostrils while the sound of trickling water echoed around them. Taking a deep breath and sharing a determined glance, Jaxon and Seer ventured further inside.
In the sanctum of his command center, Corrigan brooded under the luminescent orbs that hovered like silent watchers around him. Gone was the sinister smile that had once played upon his lips, replaced now by a ferocious line that spoke volumes of his simmering fury. The world he had envisioned, a realm under the sway of his iron will, seemed to fray at the edges, the fabric of his grand design unraveled by the very hands he sought to control. There was a storm brewing. The holographic spheres, a whirlpool of information that painted a galaxy in turmoil, uncovering his machinations and revealing his role as the puppet master behind the nano-nexus, dealt a deep blow, hurting both his pride and his plans. The refuge he had created, a citadel of unmatched intellect and ambition, now felt like a cage closing in around him. As he surveyed the galaxy through the eyes of his network, the scenes of upheaval and obedience among the infected served not as a warning but as confirmation of his dominance. To Corrigan, the spread of the Nexus was not a malady but a cure, a means to usher in an era of order under his unassailable rule. The dissenting voices, those who dared to challenge his vision, were naught but stones in the path to his ascendance. With a flourish born of anger and opposition, Corrigan summoned the star map, a canvas upon which his future plots would be drawn. The secret planet, a haven purchased with the wealth amassed from his universal manipulations, glowed on the map. It was a place of retreat, yes, but also a crucible for the forging of his next inevitable strike. There he whispered, the word of venomous promise to the unseen forces aligned against him. In the seclusion of Microxus, I will birth a new dawn for the galaxy. His vision for a universe bound to his intellect and will remain unshaken, each plotted point a step towards his dominion over all, in the Milky Way and the Triangulum Galaxy.
Jaxon and Seer hurried through the maze of sewers. The protection of their suits was a thin barrier against the pervasive stench and the tangible decay of the forgotten paths they trod. Forward, Jaxon urged. The mission was clear, a daring rescue deep within enemy territory. They ventured deeper into the bowels of Talos, the decision at the junction a momentary pause in their relentless advance. The air thickened, the oppressive atmosphere a clear indication of their descent into the depths. Doubt crept in with the increasing discomfort, but the distant sounds of activity spurred them forward, a sign they were not alone in the darkness. They approached a metal barrier. Together, they forced their way through the grate, giving way to reveal new passages. The glimmer of light ahead drew them with the promise of escape from the claustrophobic darkness. Seer's ascent, aided by Jaxon's strength, was a struggle against the decay that sought to keep them below. Their emergence into the sterile environment of a maintenance room was a breath of relief as they prepared for what lay ahead. Their transition from the unseen intruders to the guise of Novatech's own was seamless. The scientists, lost in their own world of debate, were none the wiser as Jaxon and Seer ensured their silence. Adorned now in the attire of those they sought to infiltrate, they moved with purpose through the corridors of innovation and ambition. The nanotechnology department loomed as their destination, a place of secrets and potential salvation. They integrated into a group of scientists, their lab coats a shield against prying eyes. The transition to hazmat suits within the lab was another layer of disguise, a final step into their enemy's domain. Jaxon and Seer found themselves amidst the zenith of cybernetic innovation, a den where the lion of the galaxy, Corrigan himself, orchestrated his empire. The burden of destiny pressed upon them as they traversed the treacherous terrain of cutting-edge technology and alert guardians. Corrigan was a union of man and machine, and his mechanical eye was a manifestation of ruthless intent. The order for his spacecraft's preparation, a signal of the impending confrontation with forces that even he could not dismiss, echoed through the chamber. His directive to marshal his cyborg legion indicated of his readiness for the war. Every muscle in Jaxon's body tensed for the moment of truth that loomed on the horizon. Their advantage lay in the element of surprise. With a shared glance, they launched their assault on the cyborg overlord. Corrigan met their attack with an onslaught of retaliatory blows, his body a weapon of war forged in the fires of cybernetic augmentation. The chamber became a conflict zone, with alarms and power discharges creating an intense depiction of their struggle for survival. Seer's daring, her blade a flash of light in the darkness, strived to sever the sinews of Corrigan's power. a blow intended for his mechanical might. Sparks and cries of rage marked their every move, a chaotic symphony of combat that tested their limits. Jaxon, seizing the chaos, turned the tide against their foes. But Corrigan, undeterred by the attack, wielded his control with a wicked glee. His threat against Kaida, a confession of the stakes involved, was a gambit designed to halt their advance. The standoff was brought to a conclusion with Jaxon's surrender, a choice born of necessity and the unyielding love for those he sought to save. Sia, her actions mirroring Jaxon's resignation, laid down her arms. The guards led Jaxon and Seer into another chamber, where Jaxon confronted a reality that bore into his very soul. He gave Seer a sidelong glance, only to see that she looked as devastated by the sight as he felt. The sight of Kaida, now reduced to a shell, was a blade twisting in his heart. The vibrant spirit that defined her had been extinguished, her autonomy stripped away by the nano-nexus. The guards, mere extensions of Corrigan's will, their humanity cloaked behind the cold steel of their weapons, stood vigilant. Corrigan's gaze, laden with malice and triumph, bore into Jaxon, his smirk a grotesque mask of satisfaction.
There she is, Captain Orion, the woman you so desperately wanted to save. But as you can see, she's now a part of something greater.
His words were a poison, seeping into the wound that the sight of Kaida had opened. Driven by a desperate need to connect, to find some spark of the woman he knew, Jaxon reached out through the bars of her cage, his hand trembling as it met the chill of Kaida's skin. The lack of recognition in her eyes, those windows to a soul now ensnared by Corrigan's hive mind, was a silent scream in the void that had once been her spirit. Corrigan's laughter was a mockery of their plight.
Your doctor was unlucky to get away. Nothing compares to joining my hive mind.
As he extolled the virtues of his grand design, proclaiming Kaida's integration into the hive mind as a form of enlightenment, Jaxon recoiled. The spit at his feet was a symbol of defiance, a silent vow that this desecration of freedom, this perversion of unity, would not stand unchallenged. You won't get away with this, Jaxon vowed, his voice a low growl. Corrigan's laughter, a hollow echo as he departed, left Jaxon, Kaida, and Seer in the cold embrace of the room, the doors lock a barrier to their escape, a sentinel of their despair. Chapter 21. The Ethical Precipice of Voss.
In Ord 45's research complex, Professor Voss stood on the cusp of discovery, the urgency of his mission palpable in the air that buzzed with potential. The laboratory, a sanctuary of science and hope, was his battlefield against the spread of the nano-nexus. It was here, amid vials and data screens, that the future hung in balance, awaiting the outcome of his experiments. The sudden entrance of Priestess Mira, a figure of imposing authority and mystical presence, shifted the atmosphere from one of focused research to one of solemn gravity. Adorned in robes that seemed to capture the very essence of the stars, she was a vision of power and wisdom, her black eyes pools of ancient knowledge.
Professor Voss, we have reached a critical juncture in our efforts to combat the nano-nexus. I require your assistance.
Voss, momentarily taken aback by her presence, said, "Of course, High Priestess Mira. I'm here to help in any way I can." Her directive to don advanced protective equipment and compile his research was a clear call to action. He met it with quick compliance. Following her through the corridors of the asteroid, Voss felt the pressure of expectation on his shoulders. Their journey led them to a congregation of tense scientists. "What is the meaning of all this, High Priestess?" Voss inquired, curious by the assembly and the silent sense of importance that electrified the air. The aches that whispered through his body from their trek were a slight inconvenience compared to the thirst for knowledge that drove him.
Professor Voss, these scientists have been working tirelessly to find a cure for the nanotechnological virus, but progress has been slow, and we are running out of time. We require a breakthrough.
The High Priestess explained, her words laying bare the dire straits of their situation. "And how can I assist?" His question, filled with anxiety, lingered. The reply, delivered by a scientist whose human features were etched with anxiety, was a chilling affirmation of the dire path they considered.
Professor Voss, we have infected individuals of various species, including aliens and humanoids.
"That's inhumane," was Voss's reply. Priestess Mira raised her hand in a gesture of both authority and reassurance.
I understand your concerns, Professor, but we face an existential threat that demands extreme measures. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Lives are at stake.
The escalation was swift, the scientist's determination manifesting in the cold steel of firearms directed at Voss. This stark ultimatum led him to a decision that could alter the course of the pandemic. In a holding cell, a microcosm of their desperate fight for survival, Voss administered his experimental remedy to the 7 afflicted souls. The tension was tangible as they observed the effects through the anonymity of a one-way mirror. Time, once an unstoppable enemy, now stood still as they awaited the outcome. The transformation, when it came, was a revelation. The initial indicators of hope appeared as consciousness stirred and clarity was restored to their eyes. "Where am I?" The query, simple yet profound, echoed as a chorus of awakening among the once infected, a symphony of reclaimed selves that resonated within the observation chamber. The sight of these individuals, conversing, questioning, existing once more, was a moment of triumph that soared above the moral dilemma from which it had emerged. Priestess Mira's grin, a rare expression of joy in the gloomy sanctity of their mission, was an acknowledgement of Voss's success.
"You did it,"
she proclaimed, her words a blessing. Within the grand hall of Ort 45, a celebration unlike any witnessed before was taking place. The air was filled with joyous melodies from flutes and drums played by the priests, while dancers swayed gracefully in their vibrant costumes. Laughter echoed throughout the room, along with a palpable sense of relief. Even Nix, the once aged nurse, had been cured thanks to the brilliant minds at the hospital. She now chatted animatedly with a handsome young man, her newfound youth evident. However, Voss couldn't help but notice her shaved head, reminding him more of a boyish elf than a beautiful woman. As he absent-mindedly rubbed his own baldness, his gaze shifted to the recently rescued captives from the swamp habitat. Under the care of the church, their physical and mental wounds seemed to be healing as they indulged in food and conversation. They were finally free from the shackles of slavery, and their gratitude was evident on their faces. Even Astrea, the Vostorian woman who had once been an outcast among them, now laughed with her teenage sister over a platter of food. Kelly's father, Tony, smiled, a mixture of gratitude and a hint of sorrow lining his features. "The church has done wonders for us, truly. Their healers and scientists have pushed the boundaries of what we thought possible. Astrea's recovery, Sia's miraculous healing, it's beyond anything we could have hoped for." Kelly's mother, Diane, chimed in, her voice laced with a quiet strength.
"But not all conditions are within their power to cure, at least not yet. Our son, Robert. His condition is complex, tied to genetic anomalies that even the church's advanced technology struggles to fully comprehend."
Kelly, standing protectively near her brother, added,
"We've come to terms with it somewhat. The church has always offered my family sanctuary, a place where Robert can live comfortably, and for that, we are eternally grateful. And seeing miracles like Astrea's recovery gives us hope that one day, perhaps, there will be a breakthrough for Robert too."
Voss, moved by their story, nodded understandingly. "The advances made here are indeed remarkable. Your optimism and the church's efforts are commendable. It's a reminder of the complexity of life and the continuous pursuit of knowledge and healing."
"You've done something incredible today,"
Kelly said. The celebration around them continued. Voss's conversation with Tony, Diane, and Kelly, amidst the revelry, was a moment of reflection on the journey of discovery and the limits of even the most advanced technologies. As the music played on and the hall buzzed with the energy of newfound freedom and healing, Voss felt a deep sense of accomplishment and wonder at the mysteries that still lay ahead. The Church of the Celestial Body, with its blend of ancient wisdom and cutting-edge science, stood as a guiding light in a universe plagued with danger and darkness. As discussions veered into the scientific implications of his cure, Voss engaged with his peers with a renewed sense of purpose. The neurologist's excitement at the potential of his discovery to render traditional vaccines obsolete gave everyone hope in the ongoing fight against the Nexus. Nix's reminder that their fight was supported by a coalition of allies from the Celestial Church to interstellar organizations was a bolstering thought. It underscored the unity that their struggle had fostered, a unity that transcended the boundaries of worlds and species. As the celebration stretched into the night, Voss found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this moment. The challenges he had faced, the moral quandaries, and the leap into the unknown had all culminated in this celebration of life and hope. In the laughter and music that filled the hall, in the clinking of glasses and the sharing of stories, there was the sense of beginning anew. The jubilation of the celebration was cut short by a muted hush that spread like wildfire through the opulent hall. The vibrant melodies fell silent, and even the dancers paused, sensing something amiss in the air. Voss's heart plummeted with dread as he caught glimpses of worried expressions and heard whispers about grave news. Something had gone terribly awry. Kelly, who stood at his side, wore a deeply troubled expression. She leaned closer to him and murmured,
"Professor Voss, there's word on those who were given the cure. It's not good."
Furrowing his brow, Voss forged a path through the dense crowd, determined to reach the source of this alarming information. As he drew near to the gathering, he could make out frantic discussions amongst scientists and medical personnel. They were desperately trying to unravel the sudden turn of events. One scientist stuttered,
"Professor Voss? I cannot fathom it. The patients were showing signs of recovery, and then they abruptly deteriorated. We've lost them all."
Voss grimaced as reality settled over him. The cure, which had shown such promise, had tragically failed. "We must conduct post-mortems immediately. We need to know what went wrong." The room, once a noisy symphony of celebration, had transformed into a melancholic assembly. The revelation that the cure had not only failed but had led to the rapid decline of those it was meant to save was a blow that reverberated through the hearts of all present. The hope that had been kindled in the grand hall of Ort 45 was suddenly overshadowed by a cloud of despair. As the night wore on, Professor Voss and his team toiled tirelessly, studying the myriad bodies and analyzing data with fervent dedication. In the midst of their work, a message arrived for Voss. It was a message he had not anticipated, from an unknown sender with their identity concealed behind sophisticated encryption. Despite the late hour, Voss could not rest until he had unraveled the enigma before him. With only his trusty datapad, now retrieved from those scavenging bounty hunters who had taken him captive aboard the Manticore. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of encryption methods gained through dealings with the secretive Novatech Consortium, Voss navigated his way through layers of code until at last he found the key. With bated breath, Voss copied and pasted the encrypted message into his decryption tool, watching as it whirred and hummed, and then, in a triumphant display of mastery over algorithms and technology, the decrypted message was revealed in all its glory. Voss's eyes widened in wonder and excitement as he read the words before him, for they held within them the promise of a potential breakthrough in his research. Against all odds, it seemed someone out there possessed information that could tip the scales in their favor against the fearsome nano-nexus. As the words on his datapad crystallized into coherent thought, the magnitude of what lay before him began to take shape. The message revealed a previously overlooked molecular structure within the virus that could be exploited. This wasn't just another data point in the sea of research, it was a signpost directing him towards a path less traveled, one that could lead to the breakthrough they desperately needed. The sender of the message remained a mystery, their identity hidden behind layers of digital obfuscation. Yet the precision of the information provided and the familiarity with Novatech Consortium's encryption methods hinted at someone with deep knowledge of the field, perhaps even an insider with a conscience. The implications were profound, suggesting allies in unexpected places united by a common cause against the tyranny of the Nexus. As Voss lay in the quiet of his quarters, the message offered a moment of comfort. He was not alone in his quest. The fight against the Nexus was a collective endeavor, stretching across the stars, bringing together minds and spirits in a shared battle for the future. The night stretched on, but sleep eluded Voss, his mind alight with possibilities. The datapad, usually a mere tool for recording observations, had become the medium through which hope whispered. Veiled in the cloak of night, Voss met with 3 enigmatic figures from the secretive Church of the Celestial Body in the desolate communal bathroom. Their leader, a towering figure with a shaven head, spoke with an air of authority.
"We are masters of espionage and subterfuge,"
he declared.
"And we offer our services as protectors and guides for you, Professor Voss. Follow us."
In silence, they hurried through the labyrinthine halls, evading prying cameras and outwitting security measures until they reached Voss's secluded laboratory. The imposing man introduced himself as Marcus and queried if Voss had received and decrypted his encoded message. "Yes," Voss replied wearily, rubbing his eyes.
"It is our objective to extract you from Ord 45 and escort you to the location mentioned in the message, inside a nearby asteroid."
Another asteroid? Voss couldn't help but think incredulously. but Marcus reassured him that they had a secure spacecraft at their disposal, piloted by Elena, a nimble woman with striking orange skin. He also pointed to Nikolai, a wiry technician skilled in bypassing security systems and disabling surveillance devices. Gathering all his data and samples into a suitcase, specially designed for carrying viruses and blood samples, Voss nodded to confirm that he was ready to proceed. Marcus's expression turned stern as he warned them of the need for haste and discretion before leading them to the hidden docking bay where their ship awaited them.
Chapter 22. Hope's flicker in the shadowed mind.
The tension that had been building within Logan ebbed away as he ended the call with the chief of the Interstellar Police. Now, with the promise of help on the way, a flicker of hope sparked in the shadowed corners of his mind. Annika, focused on her task, treated Damien's wounds with a steady hand, her concentration undisturbed by the exchange. Her skill as a doctor was evident in her methodical approach, ensuring that Damien received the best care possible under the circumstances. Logan, meanwhile, paced the room, his comm band clutched tightly in his hand. The conversation with the Interstellar Police had been a step towards action against the tyranny they sought to dismantle. The acknowledgement of his evidence by the chief, the promise of a dispatched team, was more than just a bureaucratic response, it was a saving grace. The words of the chief, "You deserve a medal," echoed in Logan's mind. But the only reward he sought was the safe return of Ambassador Kaida and the captives languishing under Corrigan's grip. His plea for urgency, for immediate action, was driven by an unyielding resolve to see justice served, to witness the end of Corrigan's reign of terror. As they awaited for the Interstellar Police team, the trio found themselves in a precarious limbo.
Jaxon's head ached from clenching his jaw for so long. The realization that Corrigan could extend his grotesque craftsmanship to the deceased and turn them into agents of destruction was a chilling prospect. As he looked on, the environment was one of unspoken horror. Their unliving mechanical augmentations, far from the sleek designs of Telosian technology, were brutal amalgamations of metal and flesh. Jaxon didn't know the reason behind the use of such makeshift material. Corrigan had made himself the wealthiest man in the galaxy and could easily afford military-grade cybernetics for his army. The dead battalion had been brought back to life by machines, both nano and macro. They had become reanimated entities, enhanced with metallic components and intricate machinery, their cognitive functions interfaced with Corrigan's consciousness via advanced artificial intelligence. Corrigan's boast of connecting his army to the hive mind only deepened Jaxon's revulsion. The sight of the cybernetic army, the thought of Kaida and Siaya possibly sharing the same fate, and the potential for countless others to be ensnared in this nightmare galvanized Jaxon into action. This was not a future he could allow to come to pass. After Corrigan sent for guards to take Kaida away, he left Sia and Jaxon in the chamber with the army of zombie cyborgs. But when he ordered his hive mind soldiers to file out with the task of attacking the infiltrating Black Ops from the Interstellar Police, Jaxon and Seer were quickly forgotten. They scampered up a couple of levels and found an empty security office where they viewed footage from all over the Nanotech consortium. "Search for Kaida," Jaxon said. Jaxon watched the live footage, the cold glow of the surveillance orbs penetrating his and Seer's faces. The tide of battle was turning, not in their favor but towards a grim future under Corrigan's dominion. The enhanced cyborg soldiers, an abomination of science and cruelty, were not just winning, they were converting the Black Ops team in real time, swelling their ranks with every soldier they turned. "We can't let this continue," Jaxon said to Seer. "Corrigan's army is growing with every Black Ops soldier they convert. We need to stop them, or at least slow them down." Seer's eyes bugged as she nodded.
"I saw a communications panel on the way here. Maybe we can send a distress signal, or sabotage the hive mind's communication."
Jaxon considered their options. The idea of sabotaging the hive mind was a long shot, but it was the best chance they had. "Lead the way, Seer. Every second counts." They stealthily made their way to the communications panel Seer had mentioned, avoiding the ongoing battle's chaos. The corridors of the Nanotech consortium felt like a labyrinth, but Seer's memory guided them unerringly. Reaching the panel, Jaxon's hands moved quickly, drawing on every bit of his experience with technology and security systems. He had to improvise. With Seer's help, they worked to disrupt the hive mind's communication network, hoping to create enough confusion and disarray to give the Black Ops team a fighting chance. As Jaxon initiated the sabotage sequence, the screen flickered, and the faint hope that they might have succeeded filled the room. The sound of the ongoing battle seemed to pause, a brief respite in the relentless onslaught.
Did it work?
Seer whispered, her voice tinged with hope. We'll know soon enough. Jaxon's gaze fixed on the screen, watching for any sign of change in the tide of battle. Outside, the sound of the firefight resumed, but now there was an additional note in the symphony of chaos, a note of confusion among Corrigan's forces. Jaxon and Seer had introduced a variable that the hive mind hadn't anticipated. After Jaxon told Seer to return to the security office, he disappeared around the corner, where he dodged skirmishes and sought the Black Ops team.
Inside the hangar, the battle's aftermath lay in stark silence, a brutal testament to the conflict's ferocity. The cybernetic enhancements that had once been a source of empowerment were now chains binding her to Corrigan's will. Her expertise in martial arts, once a discipline of self-expression and defense, had been co-opted into a tool for aggression under the hive mind's influence. She had to pretend it worked to save herself. She had to fight against the enemy. The nano-nexus had not really infected her, but she needed to pretend that it had. The remaining guards and cyborg soldiers stood ready to defend their leader and the mission at all costs. They were soldiers in the truest sense, bereft of fear, doubt, or hesitation. As the ship broke free from the planet's gravitational pull, the reality of their situation set in. Kaida didn't need to be connected to the hive mind to know what he was thinking. He seemed to verbalize everything he thought. They were not just fleeing a battle, they were embarking on a journey to sow domination across the Triangulum and galaxies beyond. As the spacecraft carved its path through the cosmos, Corrigan surveyed the star-streaked void. The Triangulum galaxy, with its spiral arms stretching out into the darkness, represented a new frontier for his conquests. The ship's hyperdrive activation was a decisive step away from the Milky Way. The familiar stars of the Orion arm faded into the background.
Chapter 23. The Rebels' Sanctuary Amidst the Stars.
Boss was drenched in a clammy sweat, his mind racing with doubts and suspicions as he and the three spies ventured through the treacherous Oort cloud. The icy terrain was fraught with danger, jagged asteroids threatening to shatter their fragile spacecraft at any moment. What if he had been wrong to trust these three double agents? What if they were not allies, but cunning bounty hunters waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike? Voss's hands trembled as they approached their destination, an asteroid known only as Vespera. According to Marcus, this remote rock was home to rebels, renegades, and scientists who had banded together against the oppressive Church of the Celestial Body.
My grandfather founded this sanctuary,
Marcus said in hushed tones.
But you must swear never to reveal its location to anyone at OR-45.
Their vessel glided smoothly into a concealed aperture, leading them to a hidden hangar where three other ships were docked. As they waited for the atmospheric composition to normalize, Voss couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. This was all too good to be true. But then they disembarked from the Shadow Runner and followed Marcus through a series of secret passageways that led them deep underground. Here, in a hidden laboratory carved out beneath the surface, an unlikely group of rebels and scientists greeted them. And their faces bore the scars of opposition, and their eyes held a fierce determination. Voss's doubts began to fade as he observed the passion and dedication of these individuals. They had risked everything to reach out to him, believing that he held the key to their salvation. In this chaotic world, hope lived on in this underground refuge where advanced technology mingled with primitive survival tactics. With Marcus, Elena, and Nikolai by his side, Voss stood poised to venture into this uncharted realm. The scientists and Voss gathered around a mesmerizing holographic display where complex molecular formations swirled in the air before them. The orbs revealed cryptic data about the enigmatic nanoviruses they were studying. A woman of earthling descent, aged beyond her years, approached Voss with graceful steps and extended her hand.
Greetings, Professor Voss,
she said.
We are deeply humbled by your presence here today.
After exchanging pleasantries, she pressed her palm to her chest and gazed up at him with sparkling blue eyes.
I am known as Dr. Gillian Kostov. Among these so-called rebels, I am a skilled neurologist, and when we learned of your failed experiment, Elena and her team promptly procured samples of your genetically modified nanovirus.
She paused for a moment before continuing.
Forgive us if we overstepped our boundaries. We share your fervent determination to find a cure.
Gillian surveyed the audience before launching into her explanation of the differences between the two nanoviruses.
Professor Voss's original nanovirus, which he tested on subjects earlier today, showed promise initially. It stimulated the regrowth of neural connections and synaptic activity within the brain, effectively restoring memories and cognitive function. However, it did so at an accelerated pace, overwhelming the subject's neural pathways.
Her agile fingers deftly manipulated the holographic controls as she delved into her scientific presentation.
But alas, Voss's recent cure contained an underlying chemical anomaly. While it too triggered the rapid regeneration of neural synapses and intricate synaptic transmissions within the cerebral cortex, thus restoring memories and cognitive function, it did so with an overpowering chemical cascade that flooded the subject's neural pathways.
The cold, sterile laboratory was filled with the hushed murmurs of the rebel scientists as they gathered around a complex molecular diagram. Dr. Gillian Kostov gestured towards it, her eyes filled with determination.
The brain experienced hyperactivity on a molecular level,
she explained,
setting off a domino effect of biochemical events that led to severe neurochemical imbalance and neuronal death.
Voss, who had once been at the forefront of creating the nano-nexus virus, nodded gravely. He knew all too well the limitations and destructive capabilities of his creation. It was a desperate attempt to reverse the effects, he admitted with a sigh. But Gillian shook her head.
Our approach is different,
she said confidently. A comparative analysis of their genetically mutated nanovirus and Voss's original design was displayed, highlighting the key distinctions.
Our virus triggers a slow and controlled restoration of neural pathways, focused on memory and cognitive function. It allows for gradual rehabilitation without overwhelming the brain.
Voss couldn't help but smack his dry lips together in awe. That is truly impressive. Gillian nodded, her hands clasped tightly together.
We have also incorporated fail-safes and safeguards to monitor and adjust viral activity in real time. This ensures a steady recovery without risking neural overstimulation.
As Voss leaned in to examine the data, goosebumps prickled along his neck. This approach is far more sophisticated than my own. One of the technicians spoke up, breaking the tense silence.
Our experiments have yielded promising results, restoring memories and cognitive abilities without any neural failures.
And we have observed,
Gillian added excitedly,
that our nanovirus interferes with the nanonexus's ability to attach to the brain, adding extra protection.
This could be groundbreaking, Voss exclaimed, his mind already racing with the possibilities. If we can refine this approach and mass-produce the cure, it could revolutionize our fight against the nano-nexus. Together, the rebel scientists and Voss worked tirelessly to harness the full potential of their nanovirus. Their combined expertise in neurology, nanotechnology, and microbiology offered a glimmer of hope against the devastating effects of the nano-nexus virus. As Voss finally returned to the treacherous Ord-45, he was met with a bleak welcome from the priestess and her loyal guards. With their weapons at the ready, they escorted him and the three double agents through hidden chambers towards a foreboding destination. The elderly Voss could barely keep up as his feeble body was pushed and pulled by the merciless guards. His joints ached with each hurried step, but they showed no mercy for his age. And when they finally arrived in an underground chamber, the air was thick with tension as Priestess Mira stood before them, her sharp gaze like a blade slicing through their very souls. The three traitorous double agents kneeled on the cold ground, flanked by guards adorned in ceremonial armor and armed with gleaming weapons.
How dare you take our esteemed professor away?
Priestess Mira's voice boomed with anger.
And where did you go?
Nikolai's brow glistened with beads of sweat as he answered quickly.
We sought refuge in another community, one with scientists and laboratories.
They have successfully created a safe cure for Professor Voss,
Elena added with determination.
And who are these mysterious benefactors?
Priestess Mira asked, her frown deepening. Marcus stepped forward boldly.
My grandfather and his companions, along with other escapees from Ord-45,
he declared.
They have banded together to create a new haven for those who seek freedom from this oppressive prison.
How dare you? How dare they? Where are they?
Mira's voice rang out like a thunderclap, her eyes ablaze with fury.
That is something we can't reveal,
the orange-skinned Elena added calmly. Mira's cold tones sliced through the air like a knife.
You have betrayed our people and threatened their lives.
Voss and the two other double agents cowered before her, unable to meet her fiery gaze. We had no choice, Voss pleaded, his words dripping with desperation. Lives were at stake, and we needed answers. But Mira's rage only grew.
You dare to defy our trust and desecrate the sacred halls of knowledge in search of your own gain.
She turned to her guards, their weapons trained on the traitorous agents.
Dispose of these spies at once.
The agents shrieked in terror as energy beams surged from the guards' weapons, leaving nothing but ashes where they once stood. Voss felt his body go numb with fear as he watched in horror. Mira's piercing gaze fell upon him, her voice low and menacing.
You are fortunate that you possess knowledge that may serve our cause, but do not mistake this mercy for weakness.
In the hangar, Voss was allowed to take his research and everyone who had come on the Manticore. It was lucky that Kelly could pilot the starship because no one else could.
You will take this information and never return,
Mira commanded. Voss bowed low, his voice trembling. Yes, Priestess Mira, thank you.
And be warned,
she added, her expression unreadable.
We will be watching, and should you ever betray us again, we will know.
Voss could only nod before Mira gestured for them to leave. The crew and the rescued captives hastily boarded the Manticore, eager to escape the underground sanctuary. On the bridge, Voss couldn't help but notice Kelly's parents and brother among the passengers. Did Priestess Mira allow you to leave as well? He asked Tony. Tony shook his head, a determined look in his eyes.
No, but we could no longer tolerate the harsh conditions of mining, and Kelly's salary is enough for us to live on.
Voss nodded in understanding. Good. You will have a better life aboard the Manticore. As Kelly piloted the spacecraft away from the sanctuary, Voss couldn't help but hope that they would one day be able to spread the cure for the nano-nexus throughout the universe, bringing an end to its deadly grip on innocent lives. In the tense silence that followed Kelly's revelation, the crew of the Manticore faced a critical decision. The appearance of the Church of the Celestial Body's security vessels, with their sleek and menacing silhouettes cutting through the void, was a clear indication of the peril they were in. Voss, holding tightly to the data drive, felt a surge of protectiveness over the research that could potentially alter the course of their fight against the nano-nexus. Kelly, with her hands steady on the controls despite the initial shock, scanned the asteroid belt for an alternative route.
There has to be another way through. We can't let them stop us now, not when we're this close.
Nyx, her gaze locked on the view screen, nodded in agreement.
We've come too far to turn back. We need to push forward.
Bazelle, her expression one of determination despite her condition, spoke up.
I trust in you, Kelly. You've navigated us through so much already. Lead us through this.
With the support of his companions bolstering his resolve, Voss turned to Kelly. What's our course of action? Kelly, after a moment of contemplation, pointed to a narrow passage visible on the display, a sliver of space that wound its way through the dense asteroid field.
There, it's risky, but it's our best shot at bypassing the blockade.
The decision made, Kelly adjusted the ship's trajectory, directing it towards the perilous passage. The Manticore surged forward, its engines thrumming with renewed purpose as they approached the narrow gap. As they entered the passage, the ship shuddered under the strain of navigating such a treacherous path. Asteroids loomed large on either side, their jagged surfaces threatening to graze the hull. Kelly's skills as a pilot were put to the test as she executed a series of precise maneuvers, steering the ship with a deftness that earned her silent admiration from the crew. Voss watched the asteroid belt pass by, each rock that they narrowly avoided a reminder of the stakes of their mission. The data drive in his grasp represented hope, a chance to turn the tide in their battle against an unfathomable enemy. The warning alarms ceased, and the security vessels of the Church of the Celestial Body became distant memories as the Manticore continued on its path. The ion pathway, with its electric blue energy, beckoned them forward, a symbol of the progress they were making in their quest. As the ship emerged from the asteroid belt, the vast expanse of space opened up before them. As the Manticore's warp drive initiated, the stars outside the view screen elongated into ethereal streams, bending and twisting as space itself contorted around them. Inside the ship, a hush fell upon the crew, each member consumed by their own thoughts of the harrowing encounter they had narrowly escaped and the uncertain path that lay ahead. Voss, his hands tightly clasped together in silent contemplation, pondered the implications of their clash with the fearsome Church of the Celestial Body. The resolute tone in Kelly's voice and the solidarity among their ragtag crew had been undeniable, a clear sign of their unbreakable commitment to their cause. But even as they rejoiced in their escape, the looming threat of the Church's powerful forces lingered in Voss's mind. Kelly, her gaze fixed on the navigational display, monitored their course with laser-sharp focus. The decision to deactivate their ion trail detection equipment had been a calculated gamble, one that had paid off in their successful evasion but left them vulnerable to future confrontations.
We must exercise caution,
she murmured to herself. Standing steadfastly beside Bazel, Nyx offered a soothing presence to the heavily pregnant woman.
We have faced trials before, and we shall weather this one together as well.
The Manticore continued its journey through warp space, its crew united by a common purpose. Their mission to locate the elusive rebel colony, a beacon of hope against the oppressive forces seeking to dominate the galaxy, was now more critical than ever. But they had to hide first and give it some time before returning to the Sol System's asteroid belt. Who knew how long the Church's artillery would wait around the asteroids? They could not, and must not lead them to the asteroid called Vespera. And then, as abruptly as it had begun, their warp travel came to a halt. The stars returned to their natural state, and the Manticore emerged into the endless expanse of space, far from the watchful eyes of the Church of the Celestial Body. As hours stretched into days, the crew utilized every moment to regroup and strategize their next move. Voss delved deep into his research, scouring for any clues that might lead them to the rebel colony. Kelly and Nyx conducted drills and simulations, ensuring that both ship and crew were prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In the serene emptiness of space, the Manticore sailed forth, a solitary vessel against the backdrop of an infinite universe, its intrepid crew united in their unrelenting pursuit of freedom and justice.
Anika recoiled at the shrill shrieks of the squalling infant, her delicate features twisting in discomfort as she cradled the child in her arms. Her skilled hands searched for any signs of illness, but found none. The woman spoke up, offering a bag containing formula for the infant, explaining that she now preferred solid food at over a year old. Anika asked about baby food, and the woman's face crumpled as she wept, clearly struggling since the nano-nexus had disrupted her granddaughter's routine. Memories flooded back to Anika. Poro had told her his wife had died during childbirth, leaving him to care for their daughter alone. He'd told her that he'd left his baby girl with his mother to bring up while he earned cash as a mercenary. Anika was grateful to see her friend Saskia tending to Poro. Luck had been on Anika's side when Saskia was taken in by Vestorian diplomats after the tragic death of their families at the hands of pillaging pirates on Talos. Thanks to their efforts, the two girls were able to keep in touch through weekly chats while Anika attended boarding school. These conversations were Anika's lifeline in the years following the massacre, a trauma that would haunt her forever. As Jaxon reached out to take the wailing baby from Anika, she hesitated before reluctantly handing her over, but then something miraculous happened. Jaxon pulled funny faces and spoke in a foreign tongue, causing the baby to stop crying and stare up at him in awe. Anika couldn't believe it. Jaxon not only spoke her grandmother's dialect, but his parents were also from the same village as her family. When asked about his parents' whereabouts, Jaxon revealed they had passed away when he was just a boy. The woman patted Jaxon's heart sympathetically, apologizing for his loss. He simply shrugged it off, claiming he had long ago made peace with their deaths. As he continued to play with the laughing baby, Anika shared a look of wonder with Saskia. How was it possible that Jaxon spoke the same dialect as this grandmother, a woman from a village he never knew? But amidst all the chaos and heartache of their lives, this small connection brought a glimmer of hope and joy. Jaxon's ability to calm the baby with his unexpected linguistic skills brought a momentary sense of peace to the room, creating a bridge between their shared grief and the current crisis. As the baby's laughter echoed softly, it served as a reminder of the connection among those gathered in Anika's suite. The brief respite from their daunting mission allowed them a moment of human connection amidst the chaos. Anika turned to Saskia, who had been quietly observing the scene. It's amazing how quickly Jaxon managed to soothe her. I guess some people just have the touch. Saskia nodded, her expression thoughtful.
It's more than just the touch. It's about understanding and empathy, something we need more of, especially now.
The room filled with a renewed sense of purpose. They were not just fighting against Corrigan's tyranny, they were fighting for the future of families like Poro's, for children who deserved a world free from the threat of the nano-nexus. Anika addressed the group. We have a lot to do. We need to stop Corrigan, yes, but we also need to ensure the safety of the innocents caught in this conflict, people like Poro's family. Logan, who had been listening intently, chimed in.
Anika's right. Our mission isn't just about defeating a tyrant, it's about protecting the vulnerable and preserving what makes us human.
Chapter 25. Promises in the Void.
The Manticore's return to the Sol system was uneventful, yet filled with an undercurrent of urgency. As the starship slipped through the vast emptiness of space, guided by the glowing ion trail like a beacon in the dark, Voss's thought about the promise he'd made to himself about Robert, Kelly's brother. The idea of providing the boy with neuralfix, a chance at a better life, was more than just a gesture of goodwill. It was a life-giver. The poor child could not move properly and was crooked beyond belief. Kelly, meanwhile, demonstrated a keen strategic mind as she played holographic chess with Voss. The game was a welcome distraction, a momentary escape from the tension that had settled over them since their departure. Yet, even as they maneuvered pieces across the board, their conversation inevitably drifted back to their mission.
We're doing the right thing, aren't we?
Kelly asked, her gaze not leaving the chessboard. Voss looked up, meeting her eyes. We are. It's not just about combating the nano-nexus anymore. It's about safeguarding the future. The words resonated with Kelly, a solemn nod her only response. As the Manticore finally emerged from hyperdrive within the Sol system, the familiar sight of the Oort cloud greeted them, its icy bodies floating serenely in space. Kelly followed the ion trail with precision. The indomitable spirit of the star-seeking refugees was on full display during the gathering in Vespera's rustic dining hall, the long wooden table, groaning under the weight of dishes that were as diverse as the assembly itself, became a symbol of unity and subversion against the darkness. The culinary masterpiece created from the asteroid amazed Professor Voss. Each bite was a revelation, an affirmation of life's persistence in the most unforgiving of circumstances. The surrounding conversation, peppered with laughter and the occasional clatter of cutlery, spoke of victories, both small and monumental. Children's unbridled joy and laughter echoed through the hall. David and Tina's children, along with the young inhabitants, were a vibrant splash of color against the backdrop of their harsh reality. Their playfulness brought moments of pure happiness. Yet not everything could be joyous. An underlying somber atmosphere marked the evening because of the shared grief over the loss of Marcus and the spies Nikolai and Elena. Their sacrifice underscored the cost of freedom and the dystopian face of the Church of the Celestial Body. Yet even in mourning, the community's strength of will remained unshaken, their commitment to the cause unrelenting. As Marcus's grandfather recounted the origins of their rebel colony, his voice carried the weight of history, of battles fought and lives lost in the pursuit of liberty. His tale resonated with everyone gathered around the table. Raising their glasses in a toast, the rebels of Vespera and their guests celebrated their collective struggle against a common foe. For Voss, the act of toasting with the colony's brew was more than just a gesture, it was a pledge of solidarity, a vow to continue the fight until the darkness that threatened their universe was no more. In that moment, surrounded by allies and friends, Professor Voss felt an overwhelming sense of justification and belonging. The makeshift laboratory within the rebels' colony of Vespera buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose. Under the artificial lights, Voss, alongside Dr. Gillian Kostov and a team of dedicated scientists, pored over data. The vial with the genetically altered remedy gleamed in the light, a symbol of hope in their darkened world. Voss held the vial and sensed the importance of their collective efforts in his hands. The rebels' readiness to volunteer in the cure's distribution throughout the galaxy put them at risk for the greater good. They were brave and committed, and they made calls all over the Milky Way. The politicians' response was a welcome surprise. Galaxy-wide, their support for the cure, to stand by the rebels in their hour of need, marked a turning point. Their support opened doors that had been closed, allowing the cure to reach those who needed it most. The volunteers, equipped with the cure and the blessings of their newfound allies, set forth on their mission. To begin with, they traveled to Delta 7, Earth, Mars, Venus, Europa, and other colonies on Jupiter's and Saturn's moons. They distributed it through the water supplies to these worlds and colonies ravaged by the virus, to communities torn apart by fear and despair. With each person they treated, with every life they touched, the light of hope grew brighter. It only took a few days to start the healing process in the Sol system. The journey was not without its obstacles. Mistrust and fear greeted them at every turn. But armed with the cure and driven by a desire to make a difference, they persevered. They shared their story, the tale of a small colony of rebels who dared to defy the Church of the Celestial Body. And as news of their success spread, as stories of recovery and reunions filled the airwaves, the galaxy healed. The cure, born from the collective efforts of those who refused to give up, became a symbol of the indomitable spirit of those who fight for a better tomorrow. In the heart of the rebels' colony, amidst the whispers of triumph and tears of joy, Voss and his companions watched as their galaxy changed. They had faced the bottomless pit and emerged victorious.
As the gentle rocking of the baby filled the room, Jaxon's gaze fell upon Poirot's mother, who sat beside him. With a heaviness in her voice, she recounted the horrors that had unfolded in her village. The dreaded nanonexus virus had infected half of the population and caused them to turn on the other half with deadly intent. Logan had miraculously rescued Sapphire and Little Sky from the chaos just in time. But when Jaxon inquired about other members of her family left behind, she revealed that she and the baby had already been all alone after losing her husband years ago, and her daughter-in-law, Poirot's late wife, a year before. Her eyes hardened as she spoke of their struggles and poverty, leading Poirot to become a mercenary. Logan offered to take care of them, promising to be like a brother to Poirot. Sapphire expressed her gratitude, mentioning how often Poirot had spoken fondly of Logan in their conversations. As Jaxon held baby Sky in his arms, Sapphire noted the kindness in both Logan's and Jaxon's hearts that had won over Little Sky's trust. Zosie's curiosity interrupted their conversation as she questioned Jaxon's shaved head. With a hint of annoyance, Jaxon brushed off the inquiry as another long story. But then Zos brought up Professor Voss. "Forgive me, Zos," Jaxon said. "I should have told you earlier. Voss is on Ort 45. Zos's eyes widened in shock.
He's there? Along with Nix and Kelly?
Yes, Jaxon confirmed, filling her in on their recent experiences with an air of weariness.
And the other prisoners?
Zos asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Even the pregnant woman who is caged up with you in the swamp world is with them, Jaxon said solemnly. Zos couldn't contain her amazement and admiration for their survival.
That's incredible. I'm so glad they're safe.
Jaxon noticed Anika was watching him with a mixture of awe and respect as he explained their situation. He said, "We'll need all the help we can get to stop Corrigan and find Kaida." Suddenly, Zos blurted out,
"Logan and I are getting married."
Jaxon shifted the baby in his arms to offer a handshake to Logan. "Congratulations to both of you on your upcoming nuptials." Logan looked relieved and grateful as he accepted the gesture.
"Thank you, Jaxon. And I apologize for taking your scientist away from you."
Jaxon raised an eyebrow in confusion, taking her away. Logan exchanged a glance with Zos before explaining.
"We've decided we want to return to our homeworld, Cygnus."
Anika smiled, tears in her eyes at the joyful news. Zos beamed proudly.
"And if possible, I would love to continue my rocket fuel project once we arrive on Cygnus. I will ask my university to transfer my scholarship there."
Jaxon nodded understandingly. "Of course, Zos. And what about the samples on the Manticore?"
"It's all good,"
she assured him.
"The data is safely stored in a cloud."
Jaxon let out a relieved sigh. "That's good to hear. I was worried about bringing you to Ort 45. They can be quite suspicious of strangers." As soon as he mentioned the High Priestess, goosebumps prickled his scalp. Jaxon's face flushed with embarrassment as he remembered some of the things he'd gotten up to with her and her sisters.
Anika frowned as Jaxon's beige face with a tinge of blue turned bright blue at the cheeks. She understood he was part Xeroxian, though mostly Earthling, and she understood his blushes were blue instead of pink. What she didn't understand, though, was why he was blushing when he mentioned the High Priestess of Ort 45. She frowned and chewed on a nail, but forgot about it when Zos and Logan started kissing. Logan and Zos reassured them they should follow their hearts, causing Dr. Saskia to beam with happiness. As they discussed their plans to visit Cygnus, Poirot suddenly became the center of attention as Dr. Saskia revealed her crush on him since they were children. Sapphire reminisced about the old days when Saskia used to come over to play with Poirot, much to his mother's amusement. Despite her rich background, Saskia was a wild child who wasn't afraid to venture into the poorer parts of the village. When Logan mentioned going back to Cygnus soon, Anika couldn't hold back her concern for Saskia's family in Vestoria, a place that had yet to be affected by the nanonexus virus. But Saskia was determined to stay with Poirot and the others, even if it meant putting off seeing her family for now. As they continued planning, money was not an issue as long as they were together. Anika's tense shoulders loosened. She needn't worry about explaining to him she'd lied about feeling attracted to him.
Well,
Sapphire chuckled.
It looked as if my little Poirot had a crush on a beautiful lady.
I was surprised you couldn't remember me.
Saskia approached the woman and kneeled by her side. Sapphire squinted at Saskia's face.
Why didn't you tell me? It's little sassy Saskia.
Saskia's head bobbed up and down eagerly.
You always fancied my son, even when you were 5.
That's right.
Saskia said.
Remember, I used to call around your house for him to play out in the square.
Poro's mother bellowed with laughter.
Yes, I did. I was always worried your parents might scold you for coming to the poor part of the village.
I may have come from a rich family, but I was a wild child.
Saskia grinned.
Oh, yes.
Sapphire's gaze went cloudy as she took a trip down memory lane.
Little Poro would dash up the stairs and hide in the closet before you knocked on the door. He would see you cycling here through the window. He was so scared of you.
What did you expect, Mom?
Poro said weakly.
She was a girl.
I still am, Poro, dear.
So, Logan?
Poro said weakly.
Can me, Mom, Sky, and Saskia come with you to Cygnus?
Of course.
Zoe said.
The more the merrier.
I want to go soon, though.
Logan frowned.
Saskia is a doctor and can look after Poro, and Sapphire has plenty of baby food in her bag for Sky.
Your spaceship is still on the hospital roof.
Saskia told Logan. Saskia, what about your family? Anika blurted out.
Mom and Dad moved back to Vestoria a few years ago.
Phew, the nano-nexus virus hasn't hit it.
Like Cygnus, it has not been affected yet.
Saskia said, but you don't want to go see them.
I want to stay with Poro, Sky, and Sapphire for now.
She said.
We'll go back to Zoe's and Logan's. I love weddings.
Maybe we can go to Vestoria afterwards.
Logan said. Sapphire tutted.
We have no money.
Money is no issue if I'm with you.
Saskia said. Sapphire puckered her lips.
But that was wrong. We were not sponges.
I loved your son.
Saskia said.
I've loved him since I was 5 years old.
Would you marry me and be Sky's mom?
Poro winched himself up on an elbow and stumbled to the floor. Saskia gasped and crawled over to him, more worried about his state than his question by the look of concern in her eyes. Anika's heart skipped a beat. Happy tears streamed down cheeks. Poro clutched Saskia's hands.
Would you marry me?
Yes.
Everyone congratulated the two sets of lovebirds and bid farewell to them.
Stay in touch,
Jaxon said.
If you need help, let us know.
With a last exchange of farewells and best wishes, Zoes and Co left, while Jaxon, Seer, and Anika remained in the suite, with the sick Damien still sleeping in Anika's bed. Anika, Seer, and Jaxon waved off the spaceship through Anika's window as it lifted into the sky.
Chapter 26. Silence and Betrayal at Ort 45.
In their stolen vessel, voyaging towards the distant Cygnus, Zoes and her newfound companions, Logan, Saskia, Poro, the infant Sky, and Sapphire, found themselves momentarily at peace amidst the cosmos' ceaseless chaos. Zoes, enveloped in a surge of sentiment, pondered the relationships established amidst the stars. For half a decade, alongside Anika, Damien, and Captain Orion, she had navigated not just the celestial expanse but the depths of friendship and loss. Visky and Stephanie, now stars themselves in the vast night, left a void no cosmos could fill, while Camden's absence sparked no such sorrow within her heart. Kelly's memory, however, flickered brightly with hope for safety in the separation. Seth Foxwell and Raleigh, whose paths diverged at the event horizon of the Elder's dominion, remained cherished phantoms in her mind, their decision to stay beyond the eventide of the black hole, a testament to a friendship transcending dimensions, yet marooned in the echoes of what once was. In this moment of introspection, Logan set their course to the stars, leaving the ship to the fates while they congregated in the vessel's heart. Poro, with Sky a radiant source of innocence in his arms, infused the space with a laughter as pure as starlight, a balm to their weary souls. As their vessel nestled into the orbit of Cygnus, Zoes utilized the ship's communication system to call her parents, affirming Cygnus's haven against the plague. Logan called his family too. Zoe's anticipation crescendoed with each drumming beat of her feet against the metal floor. With shared justification, she provided Logan with the coordinates to her familial abode in Bullum village, nestled within the green embrace of South Necabadorando. The descent coursed through the craft, its vibrations a prelude to the adventure that lay within Cygnus's embrace. The engines hummed a melody of eagerness, their song resonating with the hearts of those aboard, tethered in unity as they braced for the final descent. The world outside their viewports unfurled in a breathtaking display of Cygnus's majesty, emerald forests and azure waters, under twin crescent moons. Zoe's eyes shimmered with unspoken tales of longing and return. Home at last, she whispered. The land below, a canvas of nature's finest, revealed itself in layers of mystique and beauty, from the lush rainforests to the serene rivers, the towering mountains, and cascading waterfalls. Their touchdown on Norenda's soil, a gentle kiss between craft and earth, marked the end of one journey and the beginning of another. The contrast between Talus's barren expanses and Narenda's fecundity was a balm to her spirit. Yet, the discipline of caution held them within their interstellar arc, a self-imposed quarantine. In the digital embrace of their reunion, Zoe saw her family once more. Zoe's heart fluttered with a pang of nostalgia as her mother's visage, now framed by the ivory of time, appeared before her. The swift passage of months had etched deeper stories into her mother's features, the strawberry blonde of yesteryear now a halo of white silk. Her skin, kissed by the years, bore the gentle creases of life's unfolding narrative. Her father, a steadfast presence, seemed untouched by the same temporal currents. His dark skin retained its vibrance, a testament to well-being and the unwavering passage of his days. His laughter, a familiar melody, filled the space between them, bridging distances with the warmth of shared joy. He spoke of a harvest of wonders, a bounty of Yamadua and Yavanna oranges, dragonheart mangoes, and Gigabana, a feast for the senses, a promise of delights to come. Logan's anticipation mirrored the allure of these exotic treasures, his spirit kindled by the prospect of tasting the essence of Narenda. The culinary labors of love, a citrus salad sweetened with milipano honey, and a gialuna fruit pie, bespoke a mother's devotion of gardening. Zoe's astonishment at her mother's venture to Mount Fire, now tamed by the convenience of cable cars, sparked laughter and dreams of shared adventures post-quarantine. Sapphire's admission of fear of heights met with an offer of solace at their home while Logan and Zoe take the trip to the mountains. The infant, Sky, became the focal point of affection and hope, her innocence a mirror reflecting the boundless possibilities of the future. Zoe's father's revelation of his newfound passion for cycling to his lectures made Zoe smile. The rainforest paths, now crossed by cycles, symbolized a bridge between the serene solitude of nature and the communal spirit of passing on knowledge. In the warm embrace of Zoe's childhood home, under the celestial gaze of binary white suns now hidden beyond the horizon, a scene of familial warmth and conviviality unfolded. The living room, a sanctuary of memories and new beginnings, basked in the residual glow seeping through the large windows, wrapping everyone in a cozy twilight. The table was laden with local delicacies that whispered tales of the planet's rich culinary heritage. Among these, fine wines from Cygnus promised stories in every sip. Rice cakes and pastries, crafted from the native red grass, stood as proud representatives of Narenda's gastronomic excellence, each bite a journey through the flavors that had shaped Zoe's palate from childhood. As the night deepened, conversation flowed as freely as the wine, creating a mosaic of tales and laughter. Logan, the guest of honor in a sense, shared snapshots from his life in Terra Sancta, illustrating images of a land lush with meadows and fens, a clear divergence from the tropical Narenda. His family's farm, a haven for the luminescent Lumigrove orchids, captivated the imagination of his audience with stories of their nocturnal glow. Sapphire and Poro listened, enraptured by Logan's descriptions of Terra Sancta's flora, particularly the Lumigrove orchids. Their glow served as eco-friendly illumination in their corner of the galaxy. As the evening wore on, Sapphire's toast beautifully summarized the essence of the gathering, a celebration of bonds old and new, of beginnings and the journeys yet to come. Glasses clinked in harmony, sealing promises of future gatherings, adventures, and the shared joy of Zoe's and Logan's impending union. Zoe's parents, ever the gracious hosts, enriched the evening with stories of Zoe's youth, blending the past with the present in a melody of laughter and nostalgia. The tropical backdrop of their tales added another dimension to the evening's chronicle. In the serene embrace of the night, enveloped by the gentle caress of the tropical breeze, Zoe's family home became a beacon of warmth and light. Gathered in the comfort of the veranda, each with a glass of wine, the family and their guests succumbed to the calmness of the evening. The air, laden with the scent of the rainforest, and the symphony of nocturnal life, set the stage for the fox's arrival. The veranda offered an unbroken view of the spectacle that had enchanted not only the residents of Bolam, but also travelers from distant stars, the ethereal dance of the luminous foxes. These creatures, with their bioluminescent allure, seemed to Zoe not merely fauna of her beloved Narenda, but messengers from a dream, or perhaps echoes of a life once lived beneath the same starlit sky. Their presence wove a spell of wonder and mystery as the night deepened around them. Her mother's laughter echoed the sentiments of traditions passed down through generations. The act of offering meat to the foxes, a ritual steeped in the lore of Narenda, spoke of a deep bond between the villagers and the natural world, a harmony embodied by the foxes' graceful acceptance of their gift. For Logan, Saskia, Poro, and Sapphire, the spectacle offered a momentary respite from the cosmos' vastness, a reminder of the beauty and peace that could be found in the galaxy's quiet corners.
In the midst of escalating chaos and the aftermath of Corrigan's escape, Jaxon, Seer, and Anika found themselves ready to leave Talos. The revelation that the chief of the Interstellar Police had succumbed to the hive mind sent shivers down Jackson's spine, his sense of isolation magnified by the hologram's monotone betrayal. The discovery rendered their quest not just a mission of rescue, but a battle for their very souls. Their ascent to the hotel rooftop marked a transition from desperation to action. As Jaxon deactivated the stealth cloaking with a thought, revealing the orb in all its mysterious glory, Anika's curiosity pierced the tension.
What kind of craft is this?
She inquired, her gaze fixed on the spherical enigma before them. It's from the Church of the Celestial Body, Jaxon replied. His brow furrowed because of the task ahead. The need for calm and focus was paramount, a meditation technique taught by Priestess Mira as the key to their escape from Talos. Seer added,
otherwise known as an intention craft,
clarifying the nature of their golden vessel. Anika's skepticism surfaced in her observation of its shape.
But it looks like a ball. It's not exactly aerodynamic.
To which Seer explained the reliance on meditation over conventional propulsion, a concept that seemed to bridge the realms of faith and physics. It's top secret. Okay, Jaxon said. Once nestled within the craft's advanced interior, the trio faced the daunting prospect of locating Kaida amidst the chaos. Seer, taking charge, proposed a strategic withdrawal to the system's edge, her voice tinged with urgency.
Let's wait it out on the edge of the system while we decide how to search for Kaida.
The threat of planetary bombardment loomed large, a danger they sought to evade by distancing themselves from Talos's orbit. The limitations of their situation became apparent as they discussed the impracticality of scanning for heat signatures, a conventional tactic rendered useless by the sheer volume of crafts fleeing Talos. Anika's inquiry into the craft's capabilities sparked a glimmer of hope.
So you can do conventional things in this strange spaceship too.
To which Jaxon affirmed, recounting Priestess Mira's comprehensive guidance. Despite the compromised position of the Interstellar Police, Anika suggested the potential for allies among the uninfected, a notion that prompted Jaxon to consider reaching out to his contacts within the Force.
Yes,
Anika mused, her fingers absently tracing a pattern over her bosom.
Jaxon, you must know plenty of officers.
Jaxon, acknowledging the validity of her suggestion, agreed. I'll try. He then turned to Seer, suggesting she too could leverage her past. You could try reaching out to connections from your days as a mercenary too. The decision to reach out to Rennick, a figure from Seer's past, marked a turning point. The exchange between Seer and the gruff-voiced bounty hunter unveiled a complex web of alliances and enmities. Rennick's anger at Seer for betraying her bounty hunter friends and stealing their bounty, Kaida, for herself, didn't go down well. Jaxon meditated on the circular, golden platform, which centered the craft, the manifestation of a being, cloaked in crimson and bearing a triangular head. In the sanctum of Jaxon's visualization represented a bridge between their physical reality and the realms beyond their understanding.
How can I help you?
The being's inquiry, a beacon in the void, offered a direct line to their elusive goal. Jaxon's request, fueled by the visualization of Kaida and the urgency of their mission, encapsulated the essence of their journey. But the being could not help and told him that Jaxon needed the coordinates of any place he intended to go. Jaxon let out a weary sigh. Things are not looking good. I've exhausted all my contacts, and it seems like our only option is to return to Ort 45. Seer nodded in agreement.
It is the most logical choice. We can regroup, gather more information, and come up with a new plan.
Anika raised an eyebrow, expressing her concern.
Going back to Ort 45 may be wise, but I hope we do not encounter any complications.
Jaxon felt a lump form in his throat as he gazed at the stars above. He had been hiding a secret from his lovers, one that could potentially destroy their group dynamic. He'd already told Anika about sleeping with Sia, and she was interested in having a threesome, but High Priestess Mira was an entirely different kettle of fish. I need to be honest with both of you, he began, his voice uneasy. While we were on Ort 45, I had a personal encounter with the High Priestess. It was a moment of weakness, and I deeply regret it. Seer's frown deepened.
Jaxon, did you sleep with her?
Yes. Anika cringed at the thought.
I've heard she's quite ruthless.
Jaxon shook his head. She drugged me. Seer gasped.
She raped you?
No, she drugged me and seduced me. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group as they processed this information. Finally, Seer spoke up again.
Right now, finding Kaida is our top priority.
Anika agreed.
We'll deal with any potential consequences of your situation when we reach Ort 45. Let's focus on the mission for now.
The travelers, Jaxon, Seer, Anika, and Damien, approached the gates of Ort 45 with trepidation. What they found inside was far from what they had expected. The once vibrant colony now lay in a state of eerie silence, its inhabitants shorn of their hair and on edge. Damien was rushed to the hospital while the rest were escorted to the temple. For Jaxon, it was his first time stepping foot inside the grand halls. The massive doors creaked open, a haunting invitation. The interior was just as impressive as the exterior, ghostly and ethereal. Jaxon's eyes widened at the sight of an altar radiating with celestial light, but their attention was soon diverted to the High Priestess, standing solemnly before them. Her voice echoed through the hall.
Welcome back, travelers. I have grave news to share.
Jaxon nervously chewed on his knuckle.
While you were away, our colony was betrayed. Professor Voss and his companions, along with your pilot Kelly, were forced to flee Ort 45. They posed a threat to our existence.
Frustration boiled within Jaxon, but we are allies. They took the Manticore. The priestess nodded sadly.
Yes.
Seer's fists clenched in anger.
Where did they go?
I do not know.
We must find them.
Seer insisted to Jaxon, but the High Priestess Mira shook her head.
You cannot go. You have no means of transportation.
Anika spoke up then, breaking the tense atmosphere.
We appreciate your offer of shelter, but our priority is stopping Corrigan's plans.
Jaxon glanced at the armed guards surrounding them. They were hopelessly outnumbered and outmatched. Chapter 27. The Beacon of Cyrusar.
The rebels' asteroid, a bastion of resistance and hope, buzzed with the excitement of imminent departure. Nix's engagement with the NGO representative via hologram marked a moment in their quest to combat the nano-nexus crisis. The representative said, "Our teams are ready to fan out to colonies as soon as you arrive at Cyrusar." As Nix affirmed the dedication of their scientists, another vital conversation unfolded. The announcement that the last batch of the cure was ready proved their collective efforts had borne fruit. "It's incredible what we've achieved together," Voss acknowledged. A sudden, flickering transmission on Gillian Kostov's comm band drew their attention. The unexpected message from one of Priestess Mira's sisters introduced a new element of complication to their situation.
"I took Marcus's comm band before Mira's henchmen killed him. You must listen,"
she implored. She explained that Captain Orion and his companions had returned and were now prisoners. Lyra's precise directions offered a pathway to not only rescue their comrades but to strengthen their ranks in the face of looming threats. Voss's reaction to the news and his concern for Zoes emphasized the personal stakes at play. The absence of information regarding her fate added a layer of tension to their already daunting mission. The Manticore made its clandestine descent towards the desolate expanse of Ort 45. The mission was a bold gambit to rescue their comrades from the clutches of High Priestess Mira. Meanwhile, Nix embarked on a parallel journey, her cargo of hope. A nanotechnological cure, destined for Cyrusar. They avoided the hangar and landed in obscurity on Ort 45's surface. Voss, grappling with age and anxiety, felt acutely burdened, his hands betraying his nerves. The young rebels voiced the plan.
"Professor Voss, we're going to rescue your friends, but this is a dangerous operation. You and Kelly stay here in the Manticore. We can't afford to put you at risk."
Voss's protestation exposed a universal truth: courage knows no age. "I understand the risks, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. I may not be as young as you, but I can still contribute." They reached a compromise that Voss and Kelly would stand ready at the Manticore's helm for a potentially rapid departure. As the rebels donned their astronaut gear, a ritual of preparation that marked the transition from planning to action, Voss waited in the docking bay to bid them luck. Their brief exchange was laden with unspoken fears and hopes. Returning to the bridge, Voss and Kelly were left to contend with the silence and the anxiety.
Jaxon strode into Priestess Mira's bedchamber, flanked by the guards. But to his surprise, instead of finding Mira, two of her sisters awaited him on the bed, clad in sheer white lingerie. They giggled, and their bouncing breasts jiggled as they jumped up and down. Syrah and Lyra. He whispered their names, recognizing them as Mira's devoted servants. But there was something different about them tonight. The way they looked at him with urgency in their dark eyes. the way they touched him with familiarity that left him feeling both confused and drawn towards them. Before he could even utter a word, Sierra spoke up, her hand resting on a guard's chest.
High Priestess Mira is preparing Jaxon's tea in the antechamber.
The guards nodded and left, but not before exchanging suspicious glances between themselves and the room's entrance. And just when Jaxon thought he could beg for mercy from being drugged once again, Sierra silenced him with a single finger pressed against his lips.
It'll be all right,
Lyra whispered in his ear, her voice fraught with hidden meaning.
We've planned an escape, we've drugged Mira, but it won't last long.
Jaxon's thoughts were full of uncertainties and doubts. Sierra poked her head out and called for Seer and Anika to join them, along with Damien. As they waited for the guard's response, Lyra pulled Jaxon down onto the bed with her, straddling him and pretending to engage in passionate lovemaking. And despite himself, Jaxon couldn't help but be swept away by the softness of her lips and the taste of peppermint that lingered on them. But they were quickly interrupted as the guards returned with Seer and Anika, both dressed in identical lingerie. Jaxon opened his mouth to explain to his angry lovers, but was cut off by Sierra.
Go now.
She warned the guards.
Mira wouldn't want you gawking at her guests.
With a smirk, the guards left, allowing Lyra and Sierra to help them all onto the bed, including a confused and angry Damien. But before anyone could question what was going on, Lyra leaned in close and whispered something in each of their ears. And as they all listened with bated breath, an exhilarating plan for escape began to take shape. With the sisters as their guides, Jaxon, Damien, Seer, and Anika raced through the dark tunnels. The only light came from softly shining crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a chilling glow on their panicked faces.
Our sisters' guards will come for you.
Sierra panted as they sprinted.
But we must be swift.
Jaxon's heart thudded as he tried to keep up with the toned and agile forms of Sierra and Lyra ahead of him. By his side, Anika struggled to catch her breath, her body not accustomed to such physical exertion. But the sisters showed no signs of slowing down, their arms and legs moving with practiced ease. Amidst the rush to safety, Damien spoke up.
The hospital here. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. I feel like a new man.
Seer nodded in agreement.
I too was healed here. It's astonishing what they are capable of.
Sierra gasped for air as she ran.
Our remedies span galaxies and civilizations. We have access to botanical cures that harness the very biology of life itself to heal and rejuvenate. But it's more than just medicine,
Lyra added.
Much of it is just mind over matter. Our healing methods rely heavily on mental strength.
Jaxon pushed himself harder, desperate to keep up with the sisters' pace. Then why couldn't you cure the nanonexus? Lyra's face fell.
The nanonexus is a fusion of biology and technology. Our remedies work within the realm of organic biology.
And our mind tricks don't work on something without a soul.
Anika chimed in. Sierra nodded gravely.
We lack the skills and knowledge necessary to combat such a threat. That's why there was outrage when Mira banished Professor Voss.
But at the mention of Voss, Jaxon's hope reignited. So Voss and his team are coming to rescue us. Sierra nodded again.
They are on their way as we speak, but we must hurry before our sister awakens.
Finally, they reached an airlock, the last barrier between them and freedom. Are you two coming with us? Jaxon asked Sierra and Lyra. Lyra shook her head sadly.
No, we cannot leave our home.
Damien pleaded with them.
Please reconsider. It's not too late to change your minds.
But the sisters remained resolute.
We will stay and defend our home,
Sierra said firmly.
Now go, before it's too late.
Sierra and Lyra exchanged a knowing look, their eyes filled with hidden meaning.
We cannot forsake the sanctuary of our celestial church,
Sierra said. Damien's hands rested on his hips, his forehead creased with worry and doubt.
But what of the consequences? Won't she punish you for aiding us?
Lyra placed a hand on Damien's shoulder.
Do not concern yourself. We have a cover-up plan. Mira won't suspect us. Enough talk,
Lyra stated firmly.
Don your spacesuits and gravity boots. Your journey to safety awaits.
In the tense atmosphere of the Manticore's bridge, Voss and Kelly awaited the return of their comrades with bated breath. As Kelly zoomed into the image of their friends making their way back in space buggies, the urge to rush to the cargo bay was strong, yet Voss's caution dictated they remain at their post, ready for any exigency. The prolonged wait, extending to an agonizing 20 minutes, tested their patience. When the bridge doors finally parted to reveal Jaxon, Damien, Anika, and Sia, the relief and joy that swept through Voss was overwhelming. His greeting to Jaxon was laden with affection and relief. The reunions that followed were marked by Kelly's emotional apologies and the group's heartfelt exchanges. Anika's gracious dismissal of past grievances and the shared tears of relief highlighted the strength of their relationships, bound tighter now by their recent trials. Kelly's subsequent offer to pilot the Manticore, met with surprise and skepticism, unveiled a surprising twist in her journey. Jaxon's revelation that Kelly had become a fully trained pilot was a moment of revelation, showcasing her growth and the breaking of stereotypes that had confined her to the roles of cook and cleaner. This moment of empowerment and recognition spoke volumes about the dynamic nature of their group, where roles evolved and contributions were valued in all forms.
Chapter 28. Whispers Amongst the Wildflowers.
Zose and her comrades left the comforting embrace of her childhood home, bidding farewell to Mum and Dad before taking flight towards the northeasterly province of Necabadarando in Terra Sancta. The twin suns bathed the land in a warm glow, revealing a breathtaking landscape painted in hues of yellow and pink. As they disembarked from the ship onto the arid ground, just outside Riad village, Logan led the way, with Zose and the others following closely behind. The flat terrain stretched as far as the eye could see, offering panoramic views of the green ocean spreading out in front of them. A magnificent carpet of lumigrove orchids blanketed the land in every direction, their delicate petals creating a stunning display under the bright daylight. A gentle breeze whispered through the lush foliage of the surrounding trees, beckoning them further into this enchanting sanctuary. With Logan leading Zose by hand and gesturing for the others to follow, they approached a quaint cottage nestled within the grove of orchids. Inside, Logan's family stood waiting with eager anticipation, ready to welcome him back and meet his new companions. Tears welled up in his mother's eyes upon seeing her son safe and sound, and she rushed forward to wrap him in a tight embrace.
Logan, we feared for your safety. Thank the stars you returned.
As his father clasped him in a strong embrace, tears of relief streamed down Logan's face.
You're alive,
his dad exclaimed with raw emotion.
That's all that matters.
His little sister, Jana, grinned through her own tears and squeezed Logan's hand tightly.
It's so good to see you again, big brother.
Logan turned to Zose, introducing her to his family with pride.
Zose, these are my parents Brewil and Hera, and my baby sister Jana.
Hera's eyes shone with motherly love as she gazed at Zose.
We heard about the nano nexus and we were terrified for dear Logan. Thank you for keeping him safe, Zose.
Zose was deeply moved by their warm welcome and extended her hand to Logan's mother. It's an honor to meet you, Hera. Your home is truly beautiful. Brewil clapped Logan on the back once more.
Our son is finally home.
Logan smiled as he looked around at his family and then at Zose.
We have some good news to share with you all.
Excitement filled the room as they discussed their plans for marriage and decided to hold the ceremony within their orchid farm. As they settled into the cozy warmth of the cottage, they shared tales of their journeys and adventures. To Zose's surprise, Brewil brought out delicious dishes of soup, casseroles, baked roots and chestnuts. And even more surprising was learning that Hera's husband had prepared it all himself. Sapphire let out a contented sigh as they all sat around the large dining room table.
A man who can cook is worth more than gold.
Brewil raised his glass of barley beer in a toast.
With talk of marriage in the air, this is a momentous occasion and should be celebrated properly.
Hera's eyes sparkled as she spoke.
If you decide to make your home here, we will build a second cottage on the farm for you and Zose. A place to call your own.
Jana, who was much younger than Logan, couldn't contain her excitement.
I'll help you with all the wedding preparations, Zose. We'll make it a day to remember.
Brewil's grin was wide and jovial, his voice booming with joy.
And Poirot, my dear friend, know that you and your kin are welcome to share in this blessed occasion. You are all a part of this journey.
Hera nodded in agreement, her warm smile radiating kindness.
Stay as long as you like, for this will be your home as well. We have plenty of space for all.
Brewil looked over at the newlyweds, mischief sparkling in his eyes.
Perhaps the presence of a babe in our midst will inspire some new ideas for you two.
He winked at Logan. Hera playfully nudged her husband and giggled, her laughter like music to Zose's ears. Logan's face lit up with gratitude as he wrapped his arm around Zose's waist.
I have found something truly special in Zose, and I am grateful to be back home again.
The next morning, it was decided that the young couple should have some time alone. Saskia and Poirot set off towards the sea, while Logan and Zose wandered off inland, following the river through the lush marshes. Tall blades of emerald green grass rustled gently in the breeze, adorned by vibrant wildflowers of every hue. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of blooming blossoms, mingling with the earthy scent of the surrounding woods. Nestled within this idyllic landscape was Rihad, a charming village surrounded by rolling hills and fields tended by local farmers. The few shops scattered throughout were closed-fronted. Unlike those in Zosi's Bolam village, the villagers seemed distant and reserved, only offering friendly greetings when Zos directly engaged them in conversation. They lacked the warmth and openness that she had grown accustomed to in southern lands, but still, it was a beautiful place filled with gentle souls and polite manners. Logan and Zos enjoyed a delectable breakfast on a blanket spread out on a grassy knoll overlooking a tranquil lake. As they savored their meal, the sun's rays danced across the rippling water. Here, they shared their hopes and dreams for the future, imagining what their children might look like.
I hope they inherit your curly hair and dark complexion,
Logan mused.
You are quite exotic in these parts.
My parents were also exotic in the south, but after a few years everyone grew accustomed to them, Zos replied with a smile. Together, they painted an image of their future children's cherubic faces, bright eyes, and a blend of features that would showcase their unique heritages. Lost in the possibilities and beauty of life, their worries about Kaida and her situation seemed to fade into the background. The remote paradise, untouched by outside troubles, offered solace to their hearts. After 3 long weeks, the time had finally come for Zos and Logan's wedding. The night sky was a deep velvet blanket, scattered with stars and twin moons that cast their dim light over the gathering. The air was filled with the scent of Lumigrove orchids, their vibrant pink and yellow hues shining in the darkness. Zos appeared, a vision in her glow-in-the-dark dress, matching the orchids perfectly. As she stood next to Logan on a small podium, surrounded by spectators, the elemental sorcerers arrived in their flowing white garments, exuding an ancient wisdom. The female sorcerer began to recite a poem.
In Terra Sancta's heart, our sacred land, earth, water, new moons unite hand in hand. Their blessing upon this union so true, with fertile soil, flowing waters, and lunar hues.
And then it was the male sorcerer's turn.
In Terra Sancta's skies, free and wide, so the air, suns, and sky stand side by side. On this union they bestow great grace, with boundless winds, radiant suns, and heavens high.
Their voices wove together in perfect harmony, mirroring the balance of male and female energies within nature.
From Cygnus' heart to the endless sky, 2 souls join as one like night and day, blessed by Terra Sancta's spirits divine. These hearts unite in love and harmony fine.
As their voices reached a crescendo, a warm light enveloped Zos and Logan, signifying the blessing of Terra Sancta upon their union. The assembled guests were caught up in the magic of the moment, their faces beaming with joy. A gentle wind blew in from the sea, causing the Lumigrove orchids to shimmer even brighter. And as the sorcerers finished their sacred recitation, a chorus of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, filling the night with the promise of new beginnings and eternal love.
Chapter 29. Echoes of Cyrusar. The Manticore's arrival on Cyrusar marked the beginning of a new chapter for its crew. Nurse Nyx's reunion with her parents, albeit remotely, brought a great deal of relief to the once dying nurse. Her plea to Jaxon and co. to keep the truth behind her anti-aging supplements hidden highlighted the personal sacrifices and secrets that underpinned their heroic efforts. Voss's discovery about his family's connection to the hive mind transformed his personal vendetta into a galactic crusade. This revelation not only deepened his commitment to their cause, but also hurried him along in binding his personal stakes to the collective endeavor of eradicating the nano-nexus threat. The collaboration with the Galactic Health Organization offered hopefulness. Scientists, doctors, and survivors unified in these labs of Cyrusar. Seer's remote reconnection with her sister and 3 children on Thalasia brought relief to the Aqua Woman. The choice to work in a Cyrusar orphanage directly resulted from her yearning for the return of motherhood and her prayers to ease the pain of children affected by the nano-nexus. Their retreat stimulated a developing physical relationship between Jaxon and Seer to a spa hotel. Anika didn't mind. Like Jaxon, Anika was attracted to Seer and had developed a strong fondness for her. The efforts of Voss, Nyx, Anika, and other medical professionals on Cyrusar epitomized the essence of collective perseverance and innovation in the face of a galactic crisis. Their vigilance in production and testing processes ensured that the cure could be distributed widely and safely, offering hope to countless beings across the Milky Way. By offering his rented house to Kelly and her family, Voss not only provided a haven but also support in healing and recovery. The administration of neural fix to Robert promised new beginnings and the restoration of life's basic joys, such as movement and coordination. Jaxon's visits to the asylum center in the serene embrace of a forest reflected a deep understanding of healing beyond physical ailments, the healing of the soul. These visits, amidst the mixed fortunes of reconnections with distant loved ones, highlighted the varied paths of recovery and acceptance the once captives faced, each unique yet universally bound by a shared experience of survival and liberation. The distribution of the cure, especially through water aid charities, was a strategic and compassionate move. By integrating the cure into water systems, the intervention reached a vast demographic on worlds and colonies across the Milky Way. It wasn't just a cure for the privileged or those in specific locations, but a universal offering, a gift of health and a promise of a future free from the nano-nexus. The gratitude and relief rippled through species and civilizations across the galaxy. In the garden, with the galaxy's expanse stretched out before him, Jaxon settled by the lakeside. The serene environment, with the gentle lap of water against the shore and the moon's reflections dancing like whispers of light, allowed Jaxon to ponder the immense journey he and his crew had undertaken. The unexpected appearance of mermaids from the lake caused his eyes to widen in awe. With their graceful movements and blue skin, the mermaids emerged peacefully and resting by the lake. Their ethereal voices pierced the quiet of the night. The first mermaid's directive to
"Look into the water, Captain Orion,"
was a gentle nudge towards enlightenment, while the second's elaboration,
"Jaxon Orion, it is time for you to embrace the deeper realms of the cosmos. Look into the water, not to find your reflection, but to find the connections that transcend the physical,"
offered a mystical promise of discovery and connection beyond the tangible universe. Jaxon's initial skepticism manifested in his action of poking a tongue lightly into his cheek as he tried. "There's nothing there," was a natural reaction, embodying the human tendency to rely on sight as the primary sense for understanding. However, the mermaid's guidance to
"Rest your eyes on the water,
and their clarification,
watch into nothingness. Relax and allow the energy of the water to flow into your subconsciousness,"
encouraged him to explore beyond the physical and embrace the metaphysical. His compliance, marked by a softened gaze and expanded awareness, transformed the mundane act of looking into an act of seeing. The lake's surface, illuminated by the twin moons and stars, became a portal rather than a mere reflective body of water. In the transcendent atmosphere beside the shimmering lake, he saw Kaida hugging her knees on a gigantic quartz crystal leaf, high in a towering crystal forest. Kaida. He lurched upright and raked fingers through his hair. His breath came in short bursts. Kaida stared at him through the water, her dark eyes welling with tears.
"Help me, Jaxon. I miss you."
Then, breaking the silence with their melodious voices, the mermaids spoke once more, their words weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the moment, reinforcing the gravity of the message received from Kaida.
"Captain Orion,"
one mermaid began, her voice as fluid as the water she inhabited.
"the journey you are about to embark upon will challenge the essence of your spirit. The journey to Microxus is treacherous and filled with unknown obstacles waiting to be overcome.
Another added,
But within you lies strength. Your quest will always be noble, O man of the space dragons, and the balance you seek to restore is crucial to the harmony of the galaxies."
Jaxon winced, wondering what they meant by space dragons. The third mermaid, her eyes reflecting the moonlight, imparted a last piece of wisdom.
"Remember, Captain, that the power of unity and the strength is found in allies. On this journey, the bonds you forge will light your way through the darkest reaches of space. Trust in the connections that transcend the physical realm."
Their voices faded into the night, leaving Jaxon with a deep sense of purpose and a clear understanding of the mission ahead. Kaida's message, delivered through their thoughts, was more than a call to action. It was a summons to rise to the occasion, to lead with courage, and to harness the collective power of allies across the cosmos. On the beach with two of his three lovers, Jaxon's voice carried over the soft murmur of the waves. Anika and Seer turned their attention towards him, the anticipation clear in their eyes. "I was by the lake at Kaida's mansion," he began, his gaze lingering on the horizon, where the celestial performance of the suns painted the sky in hues of orange, pink, and gold. And something extraordinary happened. Anika and Seer exchanged a glance. The coast, with its sprawling dunes and the rhythmic lull of the ocean, felt worlds away from the trials they'd been through. "I met beings from the depths of the lake. Mermaids," he continued, the words almost surreal against the backdrop of their peaceful surroundings. "They spoke to me, showed me visions in the water." Seer's eyes widened.
"Mermaids? Like actual mermaids?"
Anika, ever the pragmatic one, leaned in.
"Namo, Jaxon. They're called Namo. What did they tell you? What did you see?
Jaxon took a deep breath. Kaida was there, in a vision. I'm needed there. I must save her. For a moment, the only sound was the gentle breaking of waves, as if the ocean itself was pausing to listen.
The Noma's abilities are beyond what we can fully understand.
Seer murmured.
Their connection to the elemental force of water funnels their psychic powers. We Thalassians are water beings too, but mystics are rare amongst our race. The folk of Sirius are certainly a mystery to me.
Only the Namo of Sirius are psychic.
Anika smoothed her long black hair over a bare indigo shoulder.
The Aquilorians, Seraphis and Anubak aren't. I guess you could say Namo are more similar to the Ongus.
Though Ongus are from an entirely different system, Jaxon said. Anika pondered the implications.
If the Namo have indeed facilitated a communication across time and space, then Kaida needs saving and Corrigan needs to be imprisoned.
Killed, Jaxon corrected. He gazed into the distance, where the sea met the sky. The Triangulum galaxy holds the key. Seer's insistence on joining, met with Jaxon's gentle refusal, highlighted the interconnectedness of their destinies and the roles each was bound to play. The acknowledgement of responsibilities to the orphans under Seer's care, and the scientists and companions relying on Anika's presence, were sacrifices inherent in their quest. The promise of return, sealed with a clasp of hands, transcended mere words, becoming a vow etched in the fabric of their shared destiny. The dichotomy of their serene surroundings and the tumultuous journey ahead served as a poignant reminder of the contrasts that defined their lives. Peace and turmoil, separation and unity, despair and hope. As they stood together, the inevitability of parting loomed. Jaxon's commitment to his quest, and to the friends he was leaving behind, illuminated the path forward, not just for him, but for all. It would take 2 years to arrive at the Triangulum galaxy, even in hyperspeed. It would take another 2 to return, or for Anika and Seer to come to him if they chose for that to be their new place of residency. The beach, with its soft sand and whispering waves, bore witness to a moment of profound connection and unspoken pledges. The promise of a reunion, of battles fought and won, of challenges overcome, imbued their sad farewell with courage. Chapter 30. The Sanctuary Above.
It took 2 long years for Corrigan to reach the distant planet of Microxus, a world unlike any he had ever seen in the vast expanse of the Milky Way. The hues and shapes that greeted him were dazzling, each more vibrant and alien than the last. With a deft landing, Corrigan brought his spaceship down to the surface of the mysterious planet. As he emerged from the craft, he was greeted by guards who led him to his destination. But it was not just any destination. It was a test, a trial set by the hive mind that controlled this strange place. Kaida was dropped into the treacherous jungle below. She would have to use all her survival skills to fend off predators, while under the hive mind's control. Meanwhile, Corrigan made his way through the sprawling mansions of Microxus, feats of architectural marvel adorned with intricate carvings and precious gemstones. Within these grand structures lay priceless works of art, rare artifacts, and advanced technology beyond even his own imagination. As he returned to his own luxurious mansion, Corrigan shed his shoes and plunged into the cool waters of his outside swimming pool. The feeling of weightlessness washed away his fatigue and troubles from their long journey. But he was not alone in this paradise. 4 concubines joined him in the pool, chosen from a select group of individuals whose sole purpose was to cater to his every desire. In the cool waters, they engaged in a dance of passion, their laughter echoing through the air. As night fell upon them, Corrigan and his concubines moved in slow motion, taking in the stillness of their surroundings. They lay on warm tiles under twinkling stars, their bodies intertwined as they savored each other's company. And though he indulged in all luxuries available to him, Corrigan's mind was always on his true wealth, the hive mind that controlled this world, and through it, most of the companies across controlled worlds and colonies. With encrypted payments funneling vast amounts of wealth to his secret bank accounts, he reveled in his status as the richest man in the universe. As he sipped rare wine and took in the sights of his secluded paradise, Corrigan's laughter rang through the halls of his mansion.
Kaida stood alone on the alien soil of Corrigan's mysterious planet, abandoned. Each step she took felt weightless, her cybernetic enhancements giving her a superhuman boost. But amidst the fantastical landscape of surreal flora and crystalline trees, they seemed out of place. The trees towered above her, their iridescent leaves catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. In the distance, bizarre rock formations rose like jagged spires, defying gravity with intricate patterns pulsing with light. Survival was now her only goal. She needed to adapt and learn the secrets of this strange world in order to escape. But her attempts at communication were met with silence, and she walked 10 miles without direction. As the sun set and the sky turned shades of purple and blue, a sense of isolation washed over Kaida. She hugged herself for warmth as the temperature dropped and the last rays of sunlight vanished. But then, as an enormous crescent moon ascended into the sky, Kaida couldn't help but be captivated by its silvery light. That was until a rustling from nearby caught her attention. She cautiously backed away as a creature emerged from the underbrush. With multiple limbs, glistening exoskeleton, and piercing eyes, it moved with swift and predatory grace. As her heart thundered in her chest, Kaida's mind raced with fear and desperation. She frantically searched for an escape route, her eyes darting to every shadow and crevice. With a surge of adrenaline, she found herself sprinting towards a nearby crystalline tree, its shimmering branches beckoning to her like a beacon of safety. She clawed her way up the sharp contours of the trunk, her fingers gripping with a desperate strength as she climbed higher and higher. Below, the creature let out a series of unsettling clicks and chirps, clearly frustrated by her sudden ascent. But Kaida couldn't stop now. She knew that the tree was her only sanctuary from the unknown dangers that lurked below. The giant crescent moon above illuminated her path as she continued to climb, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Finally reaching the top, she nestled herself among the huge and solid leaves, feeling like a small insect compared to their size. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her body, but she dared not sleep too deeply, constantly waking throughout the night to check that she hadn't rolled too close to the edge of the branch. For in this treacherous world, even a momentary lapse of awareness could mean certain death. She took to sleeping in the trees every night and walking the land by day. The foods she consumed were unpredictable, some causing sickness while others provided sustenance. A vegetarian diet of meager portions, eggs, nuts and fruits was all that kept Kaida alive in her desolate home. With each step she took, the weight of her solitude grew heavier, pressing down on her like a leaden cloak. She yearned for the comforting voices of her loved ones, but all she heard were the echoes of her own footfalls and the chilling silence of her isolation. As days turned into endless hours, Kaida struggled with the harsh reality of her existence, trapped and truly alone. The uncertainty of her fate plagued her, and the overwhelming loneliness threatened to consume her entirely.
In a daring and clandestine maneuver, Jaxon embarked on a perilous journey to the distant galaxy of the Triangulum, alongside the Sirius Space Fleet and Earth's valiant space marines, joined in solidarity by their Martian counterparts. For 2 long years, they traversed the vast expanse of space, utilizing mind-bending hyperdrive to warp through numerous folds in the fabric of time. But at last, they arrived on the fabled planet, poised to strike against their enemy with stealth and cunning. Rather than engage in direct combat, however, they took an unconventional approach, using ingenious water drones to disperse an antidote into Corrigan's water supply, seeping into his opulent mansions and infiltrating his inner circle. From the shadows, Jaxon observed the cyborg guards that patrolled Corrigan's meticulously manicured gardens, clad in a state-of-the-art stealth suit that allowed him to move effortlessly through the lower gravity. As the antidote took hold of the guards' bodies, they slowly emerged from the mental shackles that had enslaved them to Corrigan and his insidious nano-nexus. A bewildered look crossed their faces as they came to grips with their true purpose and their betrayal of their own kind. The severance from the hive mind was gradual, yet potent. But Jaxon knew that simply freeing these guards would not be enough. They needed to know the whole truth, to understand the depths of Corrigan's depravity and deceit. And so he projected damning evidence onto a massive holographic display that shimmered above them all, revealing the harrowing reality behind their leader's actions and the ensuing devastation it had wrought upon their world. The guards, once loyal to Corrigan, now questioned their allegiance as the whispers of a great reward spread like wildfire through the compound. The promise of wealth and power was enough to turn even the most steadfast soldiers against their former leader. Jaxon crept closer to Corrigan, who had been caught off guard by the sudden rebellion of his own men. The once pristine art gallery transformed into a battlefield, where weapons clashed and intelligence was the deadliest weapon. The sounds of plasma blasts and shouted orders echoed off the walls, mingling with the intoxicating scent of centuries-old oil paintings. As Jaxon watched from the sidelines, 3 Black Ops soldiers coordinated their attack, overwhelming Corrigan's defenses with a barrage of gunfire. But even in the chaos and destruction, there was one thing that could not be sacrificed: the priceless artworks that adorned the walls. As blaster shots and energy blades flew through the air, Valuable pieces were damaged beyond repair. A statue lost an arm, a painting was scorched, all casualties in this deadly game. And as Corrigan accused Jaxon of being responsible for the destruction, Jaxon saw his opening. With lightning speed and bone-crushing force, he launched a series of punches at Corrigan's cyborg arm. Metal shards flew and sparks ignited as the two faced off in a battle of wills. Finally, Jaxon found his opening. It was a weakness in Corrigan's armor. With one swift motion, he lunged forward, ready to strike. With meticulous precision, Jaxon tore through Corrigan's formidable defenses, dismantling the cyborg with calculated strikes. The once mighty creature's limbs faltered and sparks flew from its shattered frame. In one final blow, Jaxon plunged a dagger into Corrigan's heart and twisted, silencing any remnants of life. As an added insurance, he severed the cyborg's head from its body. Amidst the wreckage and the lingering scent of victory and burning machinery, Jaxon stood tall as the victor. The cheers of the freed guards rang throughout the compound, signaling the rise of a new era free from the tyrannical rule of the Nano-Nexus. For Jaxon, it was a victorious moment. He had vanquished one of the galaxy's most formidable threats. The reign of terror by the Nano-Nexus had finally come to an end. Jaxon's heart pounded with a ferocity that matched the thundering roar of the hover beneath him. He flew over the treacherous landscape, his senses on high alert, as he zeroed in on Kaida's homing beacon, her life force calling out to him amidst the chaos of the jungle. The crystalline trees towered above him, their shimmering branches reaching for the sky like delicate claws. But Jaxon had no time to marvel at the surrounding beauty. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he steered through the labyrinth of trunks and vines, his hover skimming dangerously close to the ground as he pushed its limits. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the air and Jaxon swerved just in time to avoid a massive serpent-like creature that lunged at him with deadly intent. But Jaxon was not one to be deterred by danger. With a fierce determination, he continued towards his goal. Finally emerging into a clearing, Jaxon's breath caught in his throat at the sight before him. A majestic waterfall cascaded from towering cliffs, its crystalline waters sparkling like liquid jewels in the sunlight. And there, standing at the edge of the precipice, was Kaida. With a burst of speed, Jaxon landed his hover and rushed towards her, their embrace filled with love and relief amidst the enchanting beauty of their surroundings. In that moment, all that mattered was their unbreakable bond and the love that had brought them together amidst the immense crystalline trees.
Jaxon,
Kaida breathed, her words a soft caress against his ear. "I found you," he replied, his voice filled with emotion. Tears glistened in Kaida's eyes as she held him tighter.
I knew you would come for me.
And as they stood there, surrounded by danger and wonder, they knew that their journey was far from over. But they also knew that as long as they were together, nothing could stand in their way. The end. This has been Cosmic Fever, the second installment of Orion's Odyssey. Written by John Robinson. Narrated by AI. Copyright 2004 by John Robinson. Production copyright 2004 by John Robinson. Don't forget to listen to Orion's Odyssey Book 2, Cosmic Fever, and please don't forget to like and subscribe.